Hello, good evening everyone. Welcome back to the show. I am your charming, self-proclaimed, yet still humble host, Mukluk. Today, we are back in the wonderful world of Guild Wars 2, which is Tyria, by the way. Did you know that? Hello there. We are back because it is Guild Wars 2aturday, and we are going to be enjoying some time back on the North American servers right now. Let's see. How's the Plushie doing? The Plushie is doing great. It is currently at 523 supporters. It is half sold out. I think counting the people that ordered more than one, we're at 558 that I know of. So we are over halfway sold out, which is insane because I never thought we would break 200. Not never thought. I was worried about breaking 200. I knew there was a chance that we could, but I was worried. And not only did we do that on the first day, but now we're over double that. So it is pretty freaking wild. Why is Laura in the title? Laura is in the title because I had an idea today. Someone asked me, they said, are you going to do one of your review videos that you usually do after each patch? And I was like, yeah, I should do that. I haven't done that yet for this one. And then I was like, you know what, why not make it like a podcast? And I messaged Laura and I was like, hey, would you want to chat about the patch, what we like, what we didn't like, blah, 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 blah. And she's like, yeah, sure. So we're going to be doing that in a little less than an hour, chat. So will Laura be ready or will she be late? Place your bets. She's already live, so we know that she's going to be live on time. But will she be prepared? I'm reminded of the time that she was going to meet us for Mutiny Monday and play Vermintide with us. And right at go time, she started leading a Dragon's End. And then she realized what time it was and she just ditched them and left. And just left them all to die. So, we might have that again, maybe. Are you prepared for the force that is Laura's Guild Wars nerdness? I expect that, because she's done a recent playthrough of Guild Wars... Oh my god. She's done a recent playthrough of Guild Wars 1. So I expect she's gonna have more to say about this whole Mersot story beat than I will. I think I might have more input on the other things, but I think she's definitely gonna have more on that. Mutiny Monday Guild Wars 2 would be a jumping puzzle with heaps of mesmers, but you have to pick the helpful portal. Pick the helpful portal. Or gotta go clean up. Hi, Blue. Bye, Blue. Alright, think I already farmed the guild halls. I'm just gonna double check. Oh, nope, not that. Not that one. Yeah, I am ready. I am ready. We'll deal with it. Alright, just double checking, and yes, we did already do this. Okay. Lorenity is a Mersot nerd in a big way, be prepared. Well, good, maybe she can teach me some things. That is A-okay. Alright, so we've already done all that, so that is easy peasy. Alright, so first thing I want to do is prepare some, like, talking points. So, let me get open the... Let's see, what all happened? What all was in this patch? Patch. Alright, so we had, story, map 3, raid Siam, new Homestead decor, 12 new relics, mastery updates, new armor, weapon set, Wizard's Vault refresh. Alright. Cats? Cats? What? Who's translating for Laura? Who's translating for her? Oh, man. Speaking of cats, hang on a second. Where is it? There we go. Look at that. What's up? What's up? He's upside down. Also, why did the beard filter turn on? What the heck? That's not the button I pressed. He is sleepy. We'll put him down there with you guys. What's the name of the new armor set? It's true something. It's true something. Hang on. That it? True sight. There's the true sight armor. Which is, pretty good. There's the true sight armor. What was the new weapon set? New armor, true sight. New weapon. What was the new weapon? Is True Sight legendary? No, it's not legendary. It's not legendary. What was the new weapon set? Was it that new one with like, there's like mushrooms on it or whatever? Let's see. Where was it? It wasn't in Black Lion Chest. What was the new one? It wasn't the Imperial Everbloom. It was something else. Your character looks so weird without the wizard hat. Fair. The surveys and side stories. Yeah, the new map. Alright, so yeah, there was the surveys, side story content. Like Mersot's game. Mersot's game. See, so, scavenged obsidian weapons. Okay, let's see. Weapon skins. Scavenged. Is this it? I haven't seen these. This is not what I was thinking of. Wait, I've seen that one. I got this one as a drop. No, I haven't looked through these before. Ugh. I don't like that. That's a pistol? Oh man, this is like a kid finds a cool shaped stick and pretends it's a pistol. This is a boomerang. Bro, what? Oh my gosh. I like how that's kind of claw shaped. Oh my god. Dude, I just like this whole set. I just like this whole set. Alright, so Scavenged Obsidian is one of them. Weapon sets. Scavenged. Scanged? Scavenged Obsidian. What was the... There was one that had like mushrooms on it. What was it? Oh my god. Hold on. I know there was a staff. Unless someone tells me what it is, I'll just click through all of them. Was it in the Wizard's Vault? Am I thinking of a Wizard's Vault thing? This is what I'm thinking of. Old growth. Okay, hold on. These are the ones. Okay. Old growth is what I'm thinking of. Like that. Okay, that was the one. Alright, so old growth was another one. So obsidian, old growth. Alright, so there's that. Am I blind? I just found it. What are you talking about? We said old growth. You did not. Alright. Patch. Alright, story. Let's see, map 3. Misburned Barrens. Raid CM. New Homestead decor. 12 new relics. Main thing I know about the new relics is the ones that summon the animals. And there's the one that is like new best in slot for like Condi. Let's see, relic. Relics core set 2. This one. So it's like the Relic of Thorns. That's it. So new relics. Bullet point, Relic of Thorns. Summons are back. Rock Dog, Golemancer, Parrot, Bone Horror. Is it Bone Horror or Jagged Horror? Jagged Horror. Jagged. Okay. New Homestead decor. Seeing the decor books around the world. So twice I've gotten like a book of recipes for my homestead in random locations. Like one was from Dragon's Stand yesterday. Like the Heart of Thorns meta. That was one of them. New nodes. Yes. New homestead decor. New homestead nodes. The 2 currencies from Lowland Shore and the 2 from Janthier Century. Did I spell Century right? How do they spell Century on here? Hang on. Try. Yeah, okay, I did. Alright. I like the old growth ones. My ranger's not using them with a medium woad armor. Alright. I think it's cool we can unlock specific map decorations now by doing events in older maps. Yeah, that is kind of cool. I mean, I think that's a good way of doing it. It also breathes some more life into those if they were dying down. Rollover says, hello, Mukluk. I've never played Guild Wars 2 before. I tried other MMOs, but I found the combat boring. Your guides make Guild Wars 2 sound fun. Is the combat more interesting than FF14 or WoW? Rollover, hello. In my opinion, yes. I did play and enjoy WoW for about 10 years. I have played this for about 7. Some differences, like right off the bat, is you don't have mana bars. There are some advanced classes that have resource management at higher levels, but at level 1, you don't have mana bars, and you can do movement while doing most skills in the game. Like, you can be attacking and moving and casting spells and all of that at the same time. So, WoW and FF14, when you're starting out, you have to watch your mana, you have to do rest breaks, and you have to hold still to cast spells and abilities, unless you're a hunter in WoW. So, like, it feels much more fluid from level 1. But so, yeah, I mean, after having played WoW for like over a decade and this for about 7 years now, very much in terms of combat, I like this is much more enjoyable to me. Talk with Lorraine, I think. Yep, it's in the stream title. I'm going to be doing like a podcast type talk about the patch with Laura. The only question is Laura going to be late to the interview? I mean, maybe. We'll see. I did kind of spring it on her. Like an hour ago, I was like, yo, I just had this idea. So if it's too short notice, I understand. Would you want to do this? And then I went to her chat and I'm like, yo, read your DMs. And she's like, what? And she read it. She's like, oh yeah, sure, that sounds fun. I'm like, okay, cool. So it's going to happen. All right, that's going to reset in 40 minutes. All right, any other new stuff you guys can think of that I didn't write down here? That's what I've got on here for my bullet points. So story, there was mostly like Mersatz, Sears, Mabon, Spectral Agony was a big thing. I'm trying to refresh myself. Let me see, story journal. Let's see, still haunted by Ur's cryptic words. I received an update from Countess Denise. So far they managed to push into the outskirts of Bavanisos. They find themselves unable to enter the city gates. Went there. Oh, that's right, we found like the big door that supposedly the Titans can come through. At Poke. Wait, what is this? This didn't happen in the story. Hold on. I warned him that although he'd been on shorter boat rides around the Isles, this trip would be a trying one. However, he brimmed with so much excitement about the prospect of his first real voyage that I could almost forgive him for signing us up for this unnecessary headache. My patience soon ran thin when he spent the entire first part of the trip singing old lowlander sea shanties. Around his 5th verse of Tap the Cask and Down the Hatch, I threatened to toss him overboard, but that's when the winds began to pick up. I managed to keep us on course, but the increasingly choppy waves made this no easy task. Poised Arrow aided me as best as he could, but grew unsettled by the strength of the storm. To his credit, he held his own longer than expected, then he retired to the side of the boat where he spent the rest of the trip heaving. Yeah, they never mentioned in the part you play through that he annoys the commander with his sea shanties. Okay, so they met a need, avoiding sorrow. Went north for my search, went to scouring. Went to convene, set out again, this time accompanied by Isgarin. Despite Isgarin's protection, the agony began to weigh on me and Pokey. We had nowhere near the level of agony resistance that wizards do. I have agony resistance from fractals, but agony's ache was soon replaced by new concerned whispers. Waves upon waves of ghosts swarmed us. After we finally felt we'd put a dent in them, the worst of them appeared Yagon. She appeared to harbor particularly hostility toward Isgarin, that's right. And she said, you don't want them to know you killed me. And he's like, no, I killed you real good, your whole family too. And we were like, geez, dude. Pokey drew our attention back to the Wisp, and now it took the form of Mabon. Okay, and then Legacy Damned. What are we doing? I'm giving myself a refresher on the story before I talk with Laura about it. Let's see, they basically followed Mabon around. Found a letter. Yep, I remember the letter. Extreme Eastern She told me to go to Golden Lake. Manikaz. Now, Yagon and Manikaz, I kind of have trouble separating them in my head. Like, right now, they're both bad guys. Well, one's a bad guy, one's a bad gal. That's it. That's all I got in my head for those two. Arriving at the Golden Lake is caught off guard by the Ice Storm. I was trying to find myself the very same fate. Titan champion, not in memory but in the flesh, appeared before me and began to close in. Waiting Sorrow, poised arrow on a knee, sprang into action. With a coordinated effort, we went back to beat the beast. Curiously, the Titan seemed to share any kind of resemblance with Uradecima or Greer. I didn't want to jump to any conclusions, but the implications made me somewhat uneasy. There was little time to dwell on the matter. We'd barely beaten the thing to submission when the wisp made its appearance. The wisp floated into the chamber of the ruins, as if goading us to follow it. Accustomed to its game of hide-and-seek, we followed. Now we reached the end of the chamber. It rewarded us with another of Mabon's memories. We looked on as Mabon visited the site of Manikaz's then-recent death. He cursed the corpse of Manikaz, damning his heinous acts. In the heat of his denouncement, he was interrupted by a new presence. He called out, and the vision ended with Mabon in pursuit. Shaken by these revelations, Anise especially so, we decided to regroup at base. Okay, blah, blah, blah. All right, and the last one. Let's see. Manikaz, the Blood Phenom, is the ghost of a Mersat responsible for bloodstone sacrifices. Sealed within a bloodstone shard in Sanguine Crater after his death, he escapes when the shard is destroyed by the Wayfinder. After being freed, he travels north to Mistburn Barrens, where he attempts to resurrect himself at his old forge. Okay, so that was the one that they were like, Commander, you know this guy? And the commander's like, unfortunately. Alright, I visited the Countess after giving her space to process recent happenings. Normally confident and collected, it was clear Mabon's memory pained her. That's memories interrupted, figuring a view. I'm no caginess. Thinking on my feet, I decided I'd been overlooking one of my most trusted allies, my Warclaw. With its refined nose to guide the way, we recovered the scent and were back on its trail. Just as soon as I had the sprite in my sight, it darted off toward the door to Bavanisos. I made use of the time by browsing the Grand Athenaeum. Strict as they could be, the Mersat had a refined sense of architecture based on the ruins. During my visit, I found some historical tomes. One book in particular gave context on Yagan, her role in creating spectral agony, and also her role in killing the seer leader Sidney. This was a major turning point in the war. So, the spectral agony is she basically invented something that was kind of like chemical warfare, but it only hurt the seers. This is a major turning point in the war. Another tome written by another Mersat painted an especially menacing picture of his Garin. Having worked with him the past couple years, it could be easy to forget I'm working with the most powerful wizard in known history. I satisfied my curiosity and cleared out various pests in the process. Afterward, I sought to regroup with my allies. It was then that I caught a final glance at the wisp as it sauntered right through the door to Bavanisos. I chatted with some nearby researchers examining the obstruction, but sadly neither got a clear look at the wisp. As I waited for my friends, I imagined the wisp taunting me from beyond the gate. Okay, I remember that. Soon as Guard Waiting Sorrow and Poised Arrow came to meet me outside Bavanisos, our reunion was interrupted by a chillingly familiar voice. It was a reminder of a menace yet to be dealt with, Yagan. The ghostly Mersat crone showed no restraint or decency, which sowed the seed of her downfall. Tensions between her and Isgarin came to a head when she accused the late Mabon of cowardice. Infuriated by her callous words, we dispatched the wicked remnant once and for all. Wielding the heart, I sealed away what remained of her. With Yagan, not destroyed, but sealed. So sealed implies that she could get loose again in the future. With Yagan removed from the site, the wisp reappeared in the battle's wake. This time, we were met with a scene of Mabon cornering the unseen presence from the previous memory. In doing so, Mabon confirmed the fear that had been in the back of my mind. There was another Titan. We watched as Mabon went so far as to challenge the Titan to kill him. Instead, the Titan fled into Bavanisos and Mabon pursued. The memory ended. There we found ourselves at the entry to Bavanisos, its gate unyielding before us, barring us from the answers awaiting inside. But that was an old memory of his, and we know Mabon ended up with us. So that means Mabon went through that portal, and then at some point later on came back out of there. So did he kill the Titan, and he was happy with that? Or did he make a deal, and like a deal with the devil kind of thing? You know, there could be any of those. Plush Chip. Hey, there's Plush Chip. Pet Chip. He is a very sleepy donut right now. Mukluk Bartholomew, Arizona Scott 4th, how are you this evening? I am doing good. No plushie pin, is that intentional? It's not. It is not. Why don't we fix that right now? Hang on a second. No, that is what's called bad business, Ephilie. Wait, hold on a second. I can't remember my own commands. I did slash plushie instead of plush plushie. Plush plushie? Pin plushie. Exclamation plushie. I cannot talk. Oh my god, I cannot talk. You know what I did today? Hold on, the last hour has been kind of a blur. So what happened was I had this idea of doing this little collab thing with Laura, right? And I was like, you know, when I recently did a thing with Rose, he wasn't able to see my camera in real time, so he had to watch my camera from my stream because my camera was in use by OBS and it wouldn't let me send my camera to Discord. And then I was like, you know, back when I had Snap camera set up, it did let me send it to both OBS and Discord. So, minutes before the stream, I was frantically restoring my ability to turn into a potato. That way, Laura could see me in real time if she chose to do so. Like, this was all very important to the process, chat. Very, very important. I needed to be able to turn into a potato to fix the camera lag for the collab. And because of last-minute potato software, I forgot to set up the Plushie pin. And that's what happened. I think OBS updated and it doesn't like the camera anymore. I have been afraid to update my OBS because I've seen other people having catastrophic problems with it. Hang on a sec. Let me see if I can find one. All right, so this might not be OBS, but this is another guy that another streamer that I know. And he's, ever since he updated his OBS, like the most recent one, he is getting disconnected constantly. And it could be something else. It could be, like, I recognize that. But I have seen, like, he is begging for help because his income is down 80% because he can't stay connected. And it's only streaming to Twitch.
Still waiting for my tea and crumpets.
So, yeah, like, I'm seeing stories like this, and I'm like, I'm afraid to update my OBS. I'm just like, you know what, I'm good. I'm good. So I'm just, I haven't had any problems with my OBS recently. I'm just gonna leave it right there. I'm gonna leave it right there. You know what else was sent to me today? Someone came across this and was like, Muck, have you ever seen this fan art? And they sent me this, and I'm like, no, that's really nice coloring. Who's this from? And I scroll down. This is on DeviantArt, chat. I never go to DeviantArt. And it's posted by Silverfang in 2024. And it says, fan art for Muck on Twitch. He never noticed I sent it to him, but it was great Asura practice. Despite being hairless rats, I actually like their little pointy shark teeth. So I was like, what? So I went through like my Discord, I went through Twitch, I looked at all my unread DMs. I can't find anything that includes this picture. So Silverfang, if you're out there, thank you for the awesome artwork. You're amazing. I don't know where you sent it to me on, but I am sorry I didn't see it. That is some cool stuff. I appreciate you.
Michael.
If any of you know Silverfang, let him know I saw it. I don't like Asura either. Oh my gosh. Step-by-step gamer. You're too cruel. Too cruel. Okay. Wait, what's going on? Oh, that's awesome. The same button that gives me the beard is the one that toggles stuff for me, Muck. I'm gonna have to change that at some point. Okay. Alright. I think I'm ready for the talk. I think I'm ready. Unless you guys can think of anything else that's brand new that was added to the patch besides these bullet points right here. Besides these. Goodbye, virtuosos. Hello,
He makes funny
Mechanist.
noises.
There we go. Mastery updates. Raven Gates, lol. And more loots. And more Homestead stuff. Yeah, I don't mind the masteries. They were pretty fast to get the mastery point that you had to, that was like time gating you. Because you could just like do riffs, but they did feel kind of pointless. Greer and Convergence. Oh, right you are. Convergence update. Greer boss. All right, I should save this somewhere. Let's see. No, not OneDrive. Never OneDrive. Laura talk. There we go. That's a stupid thought. You know how Mighty Teapot always calls his podcast Tea Time? I was just imagining I was like, what if I had a name for mine? And I was like, I don't drink tea, I drink Coke. And then I was like, Coke time? And then I was like, no. Like, that was the train of thought in my head. I was like, da-da, stop. Just stop. It's like, no, and welcome to Coke time. We're gonna talk. Yeah, Coke time, exactly. Rule of thumb for software, if it ain't broken, don't update. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at right now. Guess they're talking real fast on Coke time. Yeah, and then Mukluk talks about that'll be original. That's by the 4th here, and we're back to Coke time. All the news you need. Blah, 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 blah. How'd you come up with the name Mukluk? I have been asked that so much, I have a video for that. There's a link in chat for how I got my name. Right there for you, if you want it. Or look, I and I's Coke time. Hello, Tango. I haven't updated Guild Wars 2 since 2023, and I just fired it up this week. What's the daily rotation like these days? I remember Octavine, Chakrant, DBS, Dragon Stand-A-Lot. I still like doing those. There's some other new ones. They just added a brand new map just less than a week ago. Up here. And this one's unique. They tried something new here, and basically it's almost like instead of one big meta that happens every 2 hours, it's like little meta, 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 just non-stop. So you could just go there and go as long as you want and leave when you're bored. So it's kind of neat. They've never really done that before, so that's a new one. This zone has a meta that's pretty popular every 2 hours. It gives you a chest, and you can choose like 20 of any currency from this expansion from the box. And then this one doesn't really have a true meta. This is just like a cozy zone that they added. Muck could try Bone Zone time. Yeah, imagine like the guest gets on the call and I'm like, welcome to Bone Zone time, and they're just like click, and you just hear like a dial tone because they hang up, and I'm just like, aw. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work out. I don't think it's gonna work out. I work for Coca-Cola. Topher, you work for Coca-Cola? Sponsor me. Sponsor me. I like your drink. It's very moist. I'm grateful they only put 1 heart on the map. True. There's only 1 heart and 1 waypoint. I could maybe use more waypoints on that map, chat. What do you think? Let's see, map. Wouldn't mind more waypoints. Like that there is just 1 heart. It's weird. You know, I didn't have any problem with hearts in the early Guild Wars 2. But it's like, the farther I go in it, it's kind of like the more tedious hearts feel to me. But I don't know if that's just a me because I've played 9,000 hours thing, or if that's like, if it's more than that. Jesus, you type well. Sally sells seashells down by the seashore to buy cheeseburgers. There. I have been typing for a long time. It is one thing I do well. The map is tiny. Another waypoint. Yeah. Well met, my dudes and dudettes. What's up, Papyro Nomon? You backspace, fail. There's nothing wrong with backspacing. So here's the thing. Is it better to type at 100 words per minute and have errors, or 95 and not have errors? I think teachers that teach students to type and they tell you ignore errors and keep going are bad. I think that's bad life training. It's better to slow down a touch and fix your mistakes. I don't want to see an email from someone that's just like full of mistakes. I'm going to think less of their intelligence. LWS and Path of Fire Hearts made me dislike them because they took too long with too bizarre requirements. I have to ask Muck, what's with the goodbye verts? Hello, Max, I'm curious. The joke there is in the previous challenge mode content, people would stack virtuosos. You would have like, you know, 2 boon DPS, 2 healing, like defensive 2 boon supports, 2 boon DPS, and then 6 virtuosos. That's basically what it was. Now it's 2 defensive support, 2 offensive support, and 6 mechanists. So like, now I'm talking about like the top groups, right? Like the top groups. Obviously, vert is fine for everyone, but I'm talking about like the groups that where every member in the group has a max level of every class and spec ready to go. They're stacking mechs right now. Sorry for cursing. No, it's cool. It's cool. It's a. We try to keep the chat PG here, but yeah, now you know. I played Guild Wars 1 when I was in middle school and briefly touched on Guild Wars 2 when it first released. I'm thinking of coming back. It's a fun game. Obviously, everybody in here pretty much likes it. You know, that's what we're doing right now. But if you got any questions, let us know. Something one of my previous teachers had, if I made a single mistake, I had to delete it all and restart, and now I have an unhealthy compulsion to delete everything if I type I notice a mistake. Yeah, mine was never that bad. What is it about Mechanist? It's a few different things. Hang on a second. All right, so let's see. This is Notepad here. All right, so the main mech build is Condi mech, I believe. All right, I could make mistakes here, but this is as I understand it. Condi Mech with Spear, very easy to learn, play, and achieve 40 to 45k DPS. Can also work with dual pistols for fully ranged. Spear is melee. And slightly less damage. Mech constantly beating on target allows for consistent DPS even when running around doing mechanics. Allows you to bring AED, heal skill, which defies death on a cooldown. Let's see, has access to Shift Signet. If you don't know, Shift Signet is a Shadow Step, a Stun Break, movement speed increase, Condi Cleanse, relocates your pet. It's all this stuff on a 20-second cooldown. So very, very powerful single click, which helps you get to the right place at the right time. So it's that's basically it. Also, apparently, the Condi burst is so high, it's out-bursting some power builds. I've been told. I have not tested this myself. On 20 friggin' seconds? Yeah, I think so. It's a longer cooldown in PvP, but PvE, it does like all of that. Fun fact, to get Laura on her stream to be the same volume you use you on your stream, I have to set her to 80%. Yeah, no, I'm not really sure what it is. On my computer, if you look here, do you see how low these bars are? Like, I have most of my stuff at like 10% on my computer, and it sounds at normal volume to me, right? If I, like right now, you are hearing me at 10% of what my computer can do. If I just grab this and slide this up and scream, it's going to kill everyone in here. It's just going to do sonic damage, all right? It's just like, my computer by default was just like, everything was really loud, and so I've got a lot of stuff turned down. Do it for science? Let's not. Hi! What's up? The donut has readjusted, chat. The sonic boom, yeah. She's on a lower latitude, so has to send sound higher up. I don't think it works that way. You are a loaf. Is Virtuoso dead or it's okay? No, Virtuoso's fine. It's just like it's been the #1 build for the tryhards for a long while, and now it's like for the first time in a year I'm seeing the tryhards play something else. No, Virtuoso's still stellar. I'm just saying the tryhards have swapped a new thing to stack, 20 of per raid. Laura's volume is just that loud. Oh, okay. Well, once I can hear her, we'll see. We will see. Got about 15 more minutes. Could you talk a bit about your life before streaming? West Philadelphia, born and raised. No, I've never been to Philly. My life before streaming. My life just before streaming, I was working in tech support. I hated my job, but I was good at it. It's kind of soul eroding having people call you when they're already mad every day. And I was working in tech support for about 7 years, and somewhere in the middle of that, I decided to try out streaming. So I started streaming as a hobby, just like a couple of hours each evening, and I got really, really into it. Fast forward like 2 or 3 years later, I had a pretty consistent viewer base. The YouTube channel was decently successful, and the tech support company I was at closed the department I was in, so everyone in that department, myself included, lost their jobs. So I was like, all right, well, it was in the middle of the COVID scare, like when COVID was at its worst and people were like, staying in their home. I was like, all right, I can go out and try to find a new job during this, or I can go all in on streaming, which I was already making a little bit of money from each month, and try to build that up even higher. And streaming was like my dream job, but I never thought I was going to be able to do it full time, but ended up, trying it. I talked with the wife, and she was like, we can afford to have you try this for like a month, and if it doesn't work out, you gotta go get a real job. I'm like, okay. And combination of hard work and combination of luck, but it worked out. So now I get to do this every day. But yeah, I don't know if I ever would have gone all in on it if it wasn't for just kind of back against the wall there. The light bulb eater says you better check your light bulbs. You know, I know you said that as a joke because of your name, but it's funny you did. I have a box light in here, which is what puts light on the green screen behind me, because otherwise the computer can't register it as green. The box light bulb went out just like 2 days ago, and it screwed up my entire setup. And we had to spend it like, we put a new light bulb in, but it wasn't the exact same wattage, so the light was just different, so the green screen was broken, so I was like melting into the background, so we had to move the lamp a bit, and then we tried moving this and moving that and adding another, and it was like, because you ate my light bulb, like everything was just broken for like an hour or two. So yeah, thanks for that. Come back to support, it's fun, good fun. Oh my god, dude, only if I ever have to. Only if I ever have to. A global epidemic made your life better. You know, it feels awful to say that, but yes. Also, like anyone who was already doing a job that was online in entertainment, those years were crazy because so many people were sitting at home and watching Twitch or watching YouTube or whatever. Oh, I need to update that giveaway command. That is not accurate. That was from the other night. Give me a second here. Hang on a second. Let's see. Yeah, that was from after we did Wonderstone. Oh my god! Hi! Thank you for the jump scare. Appreciate the support. Let's see. Killers 2 themed giveaway every Tuesday after 9 p.m. Eastern time. Okay, and save. And back to YouTube. All right, 1 sec. I'm changing the command on the YouTube side now. Okay, should be good. Should be good. Okay, now that's accurate. All right, Fun Factory's still working that job when he had a bad date. Like, look into the room to stream because it improved his moods. Yeah, that did happen. That did happen multiple times. What's the topic of the talk with Laura? Is on any subjects? The new stuff. The new Guild Wars 2 stuff. All of this. All of this. Tango says, I had a problem pledging for the plushie today. It seems the mobile version of the website is utterly broken and won't let finalize payment. I had to do it at a desktop version. So it worked on desktop, but not mobile? All right. Not asking anyone to try right now, because I'm not comfortable asking you guys to spend money on a test. Did anyone else that pledged for the plushie try with mobile that had a similar experience? I can absolutely go and talk with the IT guys over there, but I just want to see if I can gather any more information. How many hours are left of this stream? 4 to 5, and then I'll raid someone else. So anyone farming drops, I'll move you to another channel. I had to switch browsers to do it. I couldn't pledge on desktop, but I could on mobile. Wait, what? 45? 4 to 5, not 4T5. Who named Gabe and why is he Gabe? I'll be right back. I'm gonna stand in the fire just so you don't get bored. He just am Gabe. Let's see. I cannot verify this, but one user shared this experience if you think it worth checking. Okay. Do you have an EU account? I have the ability to swap between EU and NA servers anytime I wish, so I just bounce between them whenever. Like, basically, whenever I stream in, like, the early part of my day, it's primetime EU, and I just hop over there. Whenever I stream in the later parts of my day, it's primetime in NA, so I just hop back to the NA servers. I'm on NA servers right now. How does swap work with World v World and Pips? For the average player, if you do a server swap, I think you don't earn pips for like a week or two. Now, I haven't World v Worlded in like 6 months or more, but for me, I don't have that restriction. Do raids. I do raids from time to time. The last one I did was when Wing 8 came out a couple months ago. I don't do them regularly. Another user said they couldn't on Edge, but they swapped browsers and it worked. Parentheses. People use Edge? Question mark. Close parentheses. Okay, I've reported that. I'm liquidating a whole bunch of tier 3 and 4 trophies. I keep getting you placed too many sell orders. That's the man. The man is stopping you. Laura Kent says, at Muck, want to say thank you. Because of your guys, I was able to finish getting Maudry and another 2 nodes from the home instance. Nice. You're very welcome. Yo, I'm glad that guide is still helping people. Do you have any good PvP builds right now? I think I should defer to other creators for that. I'm not very active in PvP right now. I could recommend like MetaBattle, Guild Gen, Hardstuck. All 3 of those websites have a lot of PvP builds on them. Let's see. I got about 10 minutes till Laura o'clock. What's going on in the next 10 minutes? Etherblade might be happening. We'll see. If it's gonna take too long, then I'll just wait on her. Zen Daijun Temple Run. I have no idea what that is. Alright, so it's not happening right now. I tried to use your affiliate link to buy on the Guild Wars 2 website, but nothing shows up on the link. How does it work? So the way they do it is just, it's a cookie. So as long as you're not blocking cookies, it works. But basically, it's part of the URL. You use that URL, it opens up the website, you make any purchases, and it says, that you basically use my referral link. It's not like a type in a thing at checkout kind of deal. Kind of wish it was, but I'm grateful for what they gave me. But yeah, that's it. We don't like cookies. I love me some cookies. Mug, do any of your content creation guides cover how to set up alerts and or the panels under the stream? No, because okay, so setting up alerts is going to depend on the streaming software you use. The big 2 are Streamlabs or Stream Elements, and they both have very good guides on how to do that. That's how I set up mine. I just followed their guide. That already exists. As far as panels under the stream, I can show you that right now. Real talk, the panels under the stream are almost never used by people. But, so if you click on my name, and you scroll down, and go to About, and you scroll down, and here's the panels, right? So I've got all of these down here. If you hit Edit Panels, you can just go down here and make a new one, and add text or image. You can add an image, you click that, and you just add an image, whatever. Add text if you want there to be text on it, and where does this go, and then put a link there. And then you hit Submit. You can also then drag this and change the order of the panels by clicking and, moving it around like that. And then I'm going to remove it. But when you're done messing with things, you then just turn editing mode off, and then they go into whatever order that you put them in. That's it. It's super simple. Chocolate chip cookies. My son's favorite is chocolate chip cookies. I have 2 favorites. One of them is oatmeal raisin cookies, and another one is peanut butter cookies. Thank you, Mark. Sure. Yeah, real talk, anything you put down there in the panels, expect less than 1% of the people that see your stream to see them. It's not a highly trafficked area. Hey, Mukluk, happy Friday. Hello, Aisha. Okay, let's go up here. Oatmeal cranberry, great oatmeal raisin. Oatmeal raisins, really? That's rabbit food? I do enjoy oatmeal raisin. And you know what else I enjoy? I enjoy hanging out with people that don't like oatmeal raisin because there's more for me. Oatmeal raisin is peak cookie. It's so good.
Input their instructions and escort them to the front gate. I do it myself, but I use big inventory of our other supplies.
I wasn't paying attention. Was it red? Yeah, it was. Red, red. Red, red, yellow. Alright. Robot, come over here. Oh wait, no, over here. Anyone have advice on picking a main to play? Struggling so hard to settle on something. If you, make like a character, get it to like level 2 so you get out of that little tutorial. You can then join the PvP lobby. And in the PvP lobby, you have all skills unlocked. So you could try out the character a lot more in there in like the first few minutes. So if you've got access to the PvP lobby, you could just go in there, you have everything unlocked, and then you could try stuff out and see if you like it, and if not, then try the next one. Save the golem. I'm saving the golem. Just waiting on Laura.
Oh, another thing. I heard you were looking for old Mersat writings. There might be some fragments around camp.
Amok, which would you want out of the Guild 2 first? Legendary Aqua Breather, Infusions, Gathering Tools, or 32 slot bags? Aqua Breather. And unironically, more underwater content. The underwater systems in this game are phenomenal. And they have pretty much not built upon them in like 10 years. But like the base systems that they made so long ago are better. Like even with like not being touched for 10 years, they're better than many other MMOs underwater systems today. And I wish they would do more with them. Like 100%. Alright, there we go. That's done. I think Aqua Breather is the only realistic one from that list. Yeah. I think it would be cool to have like a legendary meal called like Plate of Ambrosia. And like you put it down and you could pick the stats on it. Like a Ascended Feast, but you could pick the stats. And give it a cooldown, and then it, you know, give it some flavor text, like the food slowly refills the plate or something like that. What mount is that? Warclaw with a plushie skin. So it looks like a stuffed animal. Run one of those golems out of the event area after you reprogram it. Wait, what? Why? I used to play WoW years ago, but I took a break from it. I had to get to Guild 2 and had more fun playing this game. Underwater's no fun. It's hard enough to see what you're targeting on land, but virtually impossible underwater. For many classes, the targeting is easier underwater. Like, for example, Engineer on land, Grenade Kit. You have to click Grenade, click where you're firing it. Click Grenade, click where you're firing it. Click Grenade, click where you're firing it. Underwater, it actually has an auto attack. It will actually just, you hit one time, and it'll just keep throwing grenades constantly underwater, and it doesn't give you carpal tunnel. So there are many professions where the underwater combat for some weapons is better than the land combat. It's weird. Nox says, I've used both Streamlabs and Stream Elements. The biggest difference I can tell with the two is that Stream Elements is an OBS add-on that is great because it runs mostly off their own service instead of on your computer, making it less intensive, and I find it to be much more customizable. Streamlabs is a program on your computer that uses OBS's open source code as its own, but provides a lot of gadgets that are ready-made. Okay, so Streamlabs has a website where you can create alerts and stuff, just like Stream Elements does. Like, you can have alerts, and they don't run a program on your computer. Streamlabs, the website, runs their alerts, just like Stream Elements' website runs their alerts. And then they both go into OBS. Streamlabs, though, also has a Streamlabs locally installed chatbot, if you wish to use that is run locally. You don't have to use it, but it's an option. I used Streamlabs I think the first year or two I streamed, and then I've used Stream Elements ever since. I forget what it was, but there was some feature I really needed one day, and it wasn't on Labs, but it was on Elements, so I swapped over, and I've just been on Elements ever since. So my more recent experience is with Elements, but I have used Labs for a couple of years, but that was also a few years ago. Streamlabs has its own OBS executable. Okay. It would be great if they add more underwater combat, but I think it's risky, and not many people like that, so I think a net won't risk that, like the underwater infusion. Okay. At this point, let me reach out and let me see if she's in the middle of anything. Twitch.tv/Laura.
No.
She's beating on some champion mob right now.
New shiny rod. Yeah. Honestly, the repeatable hearts is so cool.
Alright, so she's just fighting a legendary mob right now. Or not a legendary, champion mob right now. Ready when you are. Okay. Let's do that. And let's just put this over here. And if she doesn't notice in a few minutes, then I'll get into her Twitch chat, and I'm like, yo, you're late! What will you do with Laura? We're gonna talk. What do you mean, what'll I do with Laura? You said make it sound like I'm gonna do a kidnapping. What'll I do? We're gonna talk. We're having like a podcast type thing. What are you gonna do with her? Don't put her in the trunk.
What do you think this building was used for?
Not assassinate? What? Yo, you crazy. We'll force her to listen. I don't think she's seen my message yet. Well, I mean, to be fair, I don't have Discord up in front of me when I'm streaming either, unless someone tells me to look at it. I usually just catch up after. But she has not looked away from this champ mob she's fighting. What is she playing, by the way? She's on some kind of ranger. I recognize the bar. Untamed. Oh, her pet just died. Absolutely noobish behavior. She is on Untamed. What is this? Spear. What's the other weapon? I'm waiting for her to swap. Has she realized her pet's dead yet? She needs to swap it out. She's just running away. She got the mob to 50%. How many plushies left? They're half sold out. We've sold 550, and we have permission to make 1,000 before ArenaNet comes after my knees. So there's a maximum of 450 remaining. And we haven't even gotten to the point where we show the product and say, okay, the store is open. This is all just like pre-orders, which blows my mind. So we're already going way above what I thought we were going to do. She said, I'm around. And I think she's on time, chat. Okay for me to... Oh, she's calling me now. Okay.
Sure, scholar. Just try to prioritize our
Hello!
own safety.
Hello! Oh my gosh, are we doing this full podcast style?
You don't have to, but I turned my camera on by default, but if you're not going to use it on your stream, I'll just turn it off. So you tell me.
Right, I think I might have to like set that up, because I think OBS is.
Oh yes, because a window capture takes us so much time, right?
Exactly.
Well,
no, hold on.
I'm offering it. I offer it, but if you don't want it, you just tell me.
No, it's all good. Oh no, that's not what I mean. I think it's annoying for me to get my camera into Discord right now, because OBS is like claiming it, right? OBS is like, I'm using your camera. And then Discord is
You know what? I anticipated that problem because I had that happen in a podcast I was in recently with Rose.
Exactly.
So to get around it, I spent way too much time today restoring the functionality of this.
Oh no!
For your audience who can't see me right now, I turned into the potato again, which allows me to duplicate my camera.
I'll put it on so they can see it.
I gotta put it back then. Oh. There we go.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
We need this potato on screen.
Yes. So now I can duplicate my camera source and my stream can see it and you can see it. So this is actually a very important potato.
Clever. The potato is like part of the setup, you know?
Yes. Let's see. I guess I could just like window capture your stream and they could just see you with a delay and I'll just say that it's just like we're watching you in Japanese with dubs or something.
Wait, no. You know what I can do? I can probably kit it in my OBS and then just stream Discord. That's the solution. Yeah, I'll figure this out. Hold on. If you give me 1 second, I can fix it.
Yeah, I'll even give you 2. Go for it.
You haven't given me 2 seconds. Wow. So
Wow.
generous. Oh my gosh. Hold on. Let me set this up real quick. So we disable this one. And then I press this button. I think. Hold on. Yes.
Hey, I see you in Discord now.
Let's go. Whoa, it's working. And then now I give my chat, I give them the Discord capture. Hold on, give me 1 sec. I totally would have prepared for this if you hadn't come up with this idea 2 hours ago.
No, I know that's totally on me. Yeah. So you know what? My chat's already impressed because because you're on time. Yeah, because there was a running joke going on, like, will she be ready? And I was like, I'll ask her at like 2 till, and I asked you, and you responded. I'm like, oh snap, she is, chat. She is.
No, it's working. It's working now.
Yeah, no,
but chat. This is a proper podcast. What's the name of your podcast, Mo? If
oh my
you
gosh.
had a podcast,
so
what would you call it?
I was thinking about that, and you know, Teapot calls his tea time. and I drink Coke all the time, and I briefly thought about Coke time, and I immediately threw that idea out the window. So whatever it is, it's not that, because I think we might attract the wrong audience.
Maybe not that one, but yeah, I don't know. I've got some good ideas. We can turn this into the Bram Appreciation Club.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry, chat. She's breaking up. We're losing her. We'll try this again next week. Bram Appreciation Club. My foot. My side-toed foot.
All right. So you just wanted to chat about the patch, right? Just
yes.
Like
yeah. I thought it'd be fun. I was going to usually after each patch, I do like a little kind of a thoughts video, you know, not anything heavily edited, where I just talk about my thoughts on how it was. Because for some some reason people listen to me. I don't know why. And I thought it would be fun to do that. And then I was like, you know what? Lately, because you know we're both farming drops. Let's be honest. Laura's been live a lot. I bet I could get her in here. We could just chat about it. And
hell yeah.
So yeah, and to Laura's audience, in her defense, I messaged her like 2 hours ago. I was like, yo, I just had this stupid idea, and if the timing's too short, I understand. And she's like, no, that's good, let's do it. So here we are.
No, it's all good. I like doing these little spontaneous collabs, you know, just like calling in and stuff. It's always fun. It's a good time.
Yeah, so...
And I'm very curious what you think in general. Like, I feel like because of the Twitch drops, I've kind of just been in my own echo chamber the past couple days. You know, I've just been like live the whole time. I haven't even looked at Reddit very much. Just kind of been doing my own thing. So I'm very curious what you think about the patch, actually. First
of all, the whole not looking at Reddit thing, highly recommend it. Great for your mental health. I would recommend not doing that any day of the week. As far as my thoughts, I mean, I made like a little bullet point list that I have up on my stream right now that is essentially just like, you know, it's like story and then like the new map and then like the new convergence boss. And I figured that if you're okay with it, we could just go through each thing on like a topic by topic thing.
Yeah, sounds great.
Okay.
Wow, this is so prepared. Professional.
Sort of. I basically just went to the patch notes for like the list of new stuff and then turned it into bullet points. But yes, efficiency. So, doing it that way, the first thing on the list is the new story. Just focus on the new story. I assume you've already played it. I don't have to worry about spoiling you. All right, there's a bunch of floaty people.
There's a lot of floaty people.
There's a lot of floaty people.
Okay, so I feel that the story, I feel like it's kind of... So I wrote a tweet about this, and a lot of people are surprised, but I think this is the best story they've done in straight up several years. And I feel like I have to explain why that is. Basically, the story, it calls back to Guild Wars 1 stuff. It's sort of like dealing with the original mysteries that they set up in the original game all the way back in like 2005. And I'm like a lore nerd. I live for that stuff. I've made lore videos about the Mersad like a million times, and like I've done all the speculation. So to me, it's like this patch gave me everything that I've been waiting for. You know, like I've been thinking about the Mersad and the Seers and Spectre Agony and like the Door of Komali and all that stuff. That stuff is like, I grew up playing Guild Wars 1, caring about that story. So to me, this patch was like, there were all these like little books, and every time I'd read a book, I would be like, oh my gosh, they're talking about the Guild Wars 1 stuff. I was just getting minds blown continuously by the story. But at the same time, I can imagine that if you're not a Guild Wars 1 lore nerd, that you might not care as much about that stuff. But I cared a lot about that stuff.
And
so
see, I'm so really glad that you know so much about it, because like, I don't want to say you're at the other end of the spectrum from me on this topic, because I didn't like hate it or dislike it or anything, but I knew that you had done a fairly recent playthrough of Guild Wars 1, and I had not. So I went through this as the eyes of someone just blind on this entire topic. You know, I like the Guild Wars 2 story. I like the lore. I've actually read some of the books, but all this stuff about the Mersat and the Seers and the White Mantle, I knew basically only what they were giving me in the game, like within Guild Wars 2, not within the games. Yeah. So
makes sense. Yeah.
For me, I thought it was good, but like there's we're following Mabon's not ghost around. We're seeing his memories. There was the thing about the spectral agony, and I was like, okay, this is kind of like a chemical weapon that the Mersat basically made against the Seer. And then we met, I believe it was Yagon that made this spectral agony. And then she was like, oh, Asgarin, you killed me. And he's like, yeah, and I did it real good. I killed your whole family too. And I was like, dang, dude. So like that was pretty savage. And then I forget his name. It started with M. There was that other evil Mersat that we chased around for a while.
Manicos.
Yes,
I love
Monica. So
Manicos.
again, for me, the commander character was like, "Oh, you again." I'm like, "Chat, do we know him?" And they're like, "Yeah, you met him in the last zone." I'm like, "Oh, okay, that was months ago. I forgot." So I was kind of blind to it, and like I was digging it. I was enjoying it, but I definitely wasn't getting the nostalgia vibes because I didn't have that underlying information that you had.
I think it was also just pretty complicated. Like there's a lot of lore books, and these lore books they follow like several different like plot threads. There's like books from like a couple years ago. There's like books from like 1,000 years ago. There's books that are like ancient. I feel like you really gotta pay attention to properly follow what's going on. Because there were definitely moments where I was getting confused as well, and that's like as somebody that's like really into this like franchise, right? Really into like the Mersat lore and the Seer lore and stuff. There were definitely moments where I was like, wait, what? Hold on. And then I had to like go back and take a look and stuff. But to me, I've something I quite liked was how they sort of like they intertwined the stories really effectively, I think. Like they did a lot of these Guild 1 callbacks, but then they also had a lot of new stuff. Like Manicos is a new character that wasn't in Guild 1, for example, right? And then they sort of like linked that together. So I think that's part of like my specific enjoyment was seeing them do a story that felt so interconnected with the old stuff. But yeah, it was definitely I think for me the lore was the good part because story there's also of course the
She hates the whole rest of the patch.
right?
We're going downhill after this.
No, but like I didn't think the story gameplay was like incredible or whatever. Sometimes you'll do a story and there's like a really good boss fight in a story patch. I didn't really feel that. Like for me the story gameplay was kind of the usual, I guess. But for me, yeah, it was just all those lore books everywhere and all the ghosts and piecing together everything, right? Finding all the dialogue
you mentioned that it was hard
stuff.
to you mentioned it was hard to follow at times, and
Yes.
definitely +1 that because I did something that I had never really done playing this game, and is after I played it, I hit H, went to story journal, and I went back to 14, 15, and 16, and I was skimming through the block of text they put in there because I was trying to wrap my head around what just happened. And I'd never gone back and read this stuff because I'm like, I just played it. I don't need to read it. And I actually learned, like today, after like 10 years, that the stuff that's written in here is not actually the same as what you play through.
Yeah.
So there's a whole bit about like when you ride on the boat with Pokey that he's singing sea shanties and he's driving you crazy and you're about to throw him overboard, and then he started vomiting and you're like, oh, thank God he's seasick, he'll shut up. And I thought that was hilarious. I'm like, I wish they had actually shown that in the game because I didn't know that happened. And that's only
I
I
wonder if maybe that was gonna be a thing or something. Like if there was gonna be another instance that got cut or something.
Yeah, it kind of struck me that like. Because again, I had never really poked around in here because I have always just thought, oh, I just played it. I don't need to read it again. But now I'm thinking that this is possibly like the original script for what we're supposed to go through. And then maybe it gets sent from the writers to the developers, and then they just turn chunks of it into gameplay.
I wonder. Something I really like though is they're really doing mysteries. Like I think if we compare this to like Nios, in Nios it was very much like, oh, we're doing this thing and we kind of know how it's gonna end, right? Like we're gonna defeat the baddie. We know where this is going. But I like how the story right now is much less like, oh, we're doing this like battle. It's much more like there's a lot of different plot threads going on, and to me it feels like it's working to a reveal, right? It feels like it's working to a reveal, like who is the person who's caused all of this stuff, right? How are the Titans here? Who opened this like gate that the Titans are getting in there? And to me that's very exciting because it feels like it's going to whatever I assume the next expansion is. It feels like it's building up to this reveal, like, oh my gosh, this mysterious character is actually the reason that all of this happened, and then maybe the next expansion will be about fighting that character, which I like. I like that it's a bit more building up to something instead of like wrapping up something.
Yeah, I like that too. I mentioned that in like you said with Interneos and stuff like that. It was very much like book open, book close, very fast. Like because in my opinion, some of the greatest writing the game ever had was Living World Season 4. And
Yeah.
Joko, they didn't just like, oh, here's a mummy. Oh, you got him. Good job. They dragged that out for multiple, one, he was in Guild Wars 1, and then he was kind of in the background of Path of Fire, and then you see him a few times, and then Living World Season 4, and there's build-up. And it's like, guys, you don't have to kill every villain within one expansion. You can let it ride for a while.
Exactly. I like that a lot. I like how, well, there's still... there's a chance that in the next patch they reveal the villain and we instantly kill the villain, and that would be horrible. I'm assuming that that's not what's gonna happen. But I like how it feels like they're okay with doing a longer story arc, right? It feels like they're not just like, introduce this villain, kill the villain, done, move on to the next thing. It very much feels like this is sort of moving towards something. And I think if you look at these expansions, I think a lot of them are very standalone, story-wise.
Yeah.
I don't really think like End of Dragons really leads into Sodo. Like it does some sort of pieces with demons, but it doesn't really lead into it. And then Sodo doesn't really lead into Jennifer Waltz, right? It's more like you wrap up the story and then you wait for the announcements, right? But now I'm hoping that this will be a proper sort of cliffhanger into the next story, right?
Yeah, I've told, because like you, I'm sure that you've gotten people that pop in your chat, maybe they're thinking about buying the game and they're like, hey, which expansions do I need, stuff like that. And one response that I've used a lot is like, I'll basically kind of highlight everything from core to End of Dragons and be like, all right, this is a set of books, okay? And then I'll be like this is a quadrilogy. And then I'll take the other ones and I'll be like, this is like a new side story. If you want to just jump straight over here, you can, and you're not really going to get spoiled other than the fact that you'll know that you lived. You lived through the first ones. But they don't talk much about it.
It's called End of Dragons, that's a thing, I suppose.
Yeah. You mean in the death of Smaug, they kill Smaug? Are you kidding me? Spoiling a 50-year-old book? Yeah, yeah. I had someone suggest to me that I don't know if I've never done this. I don't know if you have. Have you ever used that feature where you merge chats with another streamer? The shared chat thing?
Yeah, we can do the collaboration modes.
I know. Then, this is new for me.
Hold on. Yeah, I've used it like a couple times.
I Googled it and it says type /shared chat. Is it that simple?
Hold on. I can invite a guest. I'm not sure if I'll put it. Hold on. I'll invite you to my stream.
Okay.
Send invite. I'm not sure where you see this now. Maybe in your dashboard?
Oh, you know what? It's a good thing I had your stream open because I see it in your chat.
Really? And then I can also press start shared
Let's see.
chat
Twitch may record video and sound while you're backstage for safety reasons. Wait, did you just invite me to like the Discord call thing?
Yeah, it's like a weird Discord thing, but I don't think we have to use that. But I think this puts our chat together.
Okay, Twitch wants to use your microphone. Allow, but then I'm going to mute it. Okay.
Yeah, I just muted my microphone and the thing. But I think now we're technically a shared chat. And yeah, oh my gosh, the communities are merging together right now.
All right, let's see if this works.
I see your chatters in my chat now.
Let's rock!
Let's see. Test from Muck stream. Let's see if it appears in yours. Oh,
yeah,
snap.
I see it in my chat.
Hey,
oh,
look,
snap.
it's the tree of birds.
Oh, the
How
kids
are
can
you?
play. It's a play date!
I think it also like merged like the view counts and stuff as well. So it looks like we have a lot of viewers now, you know?
I actually found that out the other day when, no offense to them, but I saw, it was like, Teapot was the top of the category. I was completely normal. And then I saw like 5 other people that I usually see further down, and they each had like 8,000 people. And I'm like, what? And I'm like, what is happening?
Scared, right?
I'm like, how do all of these streamers have 8,000 people? And they're usually like around 100 or something. And then I finally pieced together that it was just counting them like the same people across all of it. It's like, oh,
yeah,
okay.
it combines the count and stuff. It's pretty cool though. Like it sort of gets people to collaborate, right? I like that feature. It's a good motivator to get people to do stuff together.
Oh, it's cool. I got to learn a new trick today.
Wow.
All right, so let's see. So, the Mersat Seers, we kind of talked about the general vibe of how we felt like the story went and stuff like that. Some cool, I thought the whole thing of it, because I didn't know anything about the spectral agony, so I thought that was kind of a cool, it was kind of like magical chemical warfare that they engineered for one enemy. And then, one thing that kind of surprised me is there was that one part of the story where you fight off like hundreds of Mersat ghosts for like 5 minutes straight. I was like, At one point I was like, is this gonna end? Like if I was like a newbier player that didn't have a decent build, I might be struggling right now. Like that just kept going and going and going.
I remember thinking like this is what they should have done in Nios. Like, because that actually felt like a big battle, kinda.
Ah,
I thought
yes,
that
the
was
war in
really
Nios.
cool.
There was 3 people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, this feels more like a war than the Nios thing felt like a war. But yeah, all in all, I think for me the story was a big step up. But also there's sort of the Guilders one. Like there was a lot of sort of fan service, and I'm the kind of fan who loves that, right? I love like the Guilders one callbacks and stuff.
Yeah, and then I would say for me, as someone who did not have any threads of nostalgia there, I thought it was good. I didn't hate it. I didn't love it. I thought it was good.
Makes sense.
Okay, next category is they added a new map. The Mist-Burned Barrens. And I think the number one thing to talk about on the new map, and I got a few bullet points here, is the surveys thing. They tried something new. Instead of having one big meta, they kind of have 3 mini ones that just keep going rapid fire over and over and over. What do you think about that?
Yeah, it sort of like repeats over and over, doesn't it? I like how you sort of pop into the map and there's just always something going on. I like how I've just been playing it a bunch while I've been chatting, right? During drops. I just pop in there, there's always something going on. I don't have to like worry about timers or whatever. I like that part. I do think that there something I find strange is they're sort of random. There are like multiple different versions of them. I didn't really catch on to this at the start. But there's like, for example, when you do the North one, there's one that ends with a really cool boss fight. And then there's also one that ends with you
With a nuke.
sort of causing a nuclear explosion.
Yeah.
And there's also one where you like buff it up.
Yeah, I think there's 2 or 3 for each lane, and
Yes.
then it either rolls a dice or it rotates through them. Yeah, and that threw me off the first time too, because I was like, okay, it's time to go in and start the fight, and then I was like, get nuked, and I was just like,
Exactly. I was like, well,
by the way,
there's
there's
no
an
fire
achievement
right
for
now?
getting nuked. Yeah, so that definitely caught me by surprise that there's different ones, but it's kind of
I
cool.
think
You know, it's a little refreshing.
Yeah, it's different. I do like that it's different. I like how they tried something new. The one part I don't like as much is that I kind of want the fun one. Like I thought the boss fight North was really cool, but then very often I go there and I'm like, oh, we didn't get the boss fight, and like that's my favorite, right? So it's a bit random whether you get the enjoyable one, I suppose. I thought the Sovereign Chain was really fun. It was like well written, I think. It was a fun boss fight at the end. I thought the mid chain was kind of mid, and the North chain I feel like
You thought the mid one was
sometimes
mid?
yeah. Well, the North one is like, if I get the cool boss fight, I'm pretty into it. But if I don't, then I'm like, oh, I'm just kind of like throwing orbs all the time, and I don't like it as much.
Did you do the one that ends with you tranquilizing animals and then studying them, and then it's just like, here's a grand chest, and I was like, wait, that's the end?
Yes.
That one very
I do
much
feel
surprised
that,
me.
I think that's what I like about the South one, because that one just ends very clearly with a cool boss fight every time, right? I think I'm pretty okay with the change, but I want them to end in a cool boss fight, and the mid one kind of doesn't, and then the North one only does some of the time. I really wonder what the gold rewards are like, because I haven't really measured it. I don't really know what the gold per hour is looking like. So part of me is a bit scared that it's going to be one of those things that's really active right now, but a year from now, are people still doing these events all the time? You know?
I would anticipate it will at least have a bit of traffic, because I think the stuff from the zone is required for the legendary backpack that comes out in the next update.
Makes sense, yeah.
So I think it will forever be a little bit trafficked, just kind of like how people still do Dragon Stand. Well, I mean, Dragon Stand is really fun with awesome music, but also it's used for a generation of legendaries, so.
Makes sense, yeah. I feel like it's a fun experiment, and I'm pretty okay with it. Right now, I'm enjoying playing it a bunch. I don't think it set the world on fire, though. I don't think it's like, whoa, this is the coolest event ever.
Yeah. I like that they tried something new with this like rapid fire mini metas thing, and I would not mind if they did it again. I also kind of wonder from a programming angle if it's kind of like, you know how the way they set up convergences, they can like, after they've set it up, they can put in more endings for it. Like they just added Greer and Decima, and then of course the Soto one, there's like 6 different ones or something at this point. Makes me kind of wonder if they wish to, could they just add in more surveys to the pool now that they have got the groundwork set.
Right.
Now, I don't know if they would ever go back and spend resources on that, but maybe.
I reckon they're busy working on the next map, right?
Probably.
I'm busy getting that ready. I'm
Yeah.
kind of hoping the next map will be a big sort of like meta event style experience. Because they used to do that like all the time. In like EOD and then Soto, they did a lot of those like Giada Delve, Drizzlewoods, Dragon's End. They did that stuff a lot, right? But then in Gen 4 Boss, they kind of haven't been doing that. So I could kind of go for that again. I could kind of go for a big meta event with a cool boss fight at the end, you know?
You mentioned Jaladel, and it made me think that there's an achievement, and it's to fully explore all 4 of the Janthir Wilds maps. I forget the name of the achievement. I don't know if you've seen it. But even when you get full map completion on Mistburned Barrens, it doesn't check off Mistburned Barrens on the fully explore achievement. And so people were like, wait, is this one of those maps where they're doing it in halves, like Biora Marches? I'm like, no, they said they were releasing the whole thing at one time. And someone said, maybe we're getting a tunnel later. And I was like, you shut your mouth. I was like, you shut your mouth.
Like in the corner of the map, a little tunnel.
I do not want a tunnel. Oh my god. No, do not bring back the tunnel.
Yeah.
Okay, next thing. Have you seen any of the side stories that they added into the new map, such as Mersat's game?
I've done all of them.
Oh, you might have done more than me then. I've done one or two.
I've got all the achievements now because I've just been playing this map the whole time. I think like sort of to get back to the thing, I think that the events we just talked about that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I like a lot of the other stuff in the map. I like a lot of the like little logs that you can find. I like a lot of the side stories. I think the adventures are really, really fun. And the one highlight is what we're talking about now. That there's one side story. Do we spoil this in this video?
Are you about to talk about Mersat's game?
Yeah. Do we talk about this?
I mean,
It's so cool.
we can be kind of vague about it.
Yeah.
Like, you don't have to
okay,
go into excruciating detail, but we can talk about
They
it.
went really high effort. They went high effort with it. It's more than just like, hey, you go and you collect like a couple coins or whatever.
Yeah.
They went pretty hard on them. That was like a special instance sorta, and it was really cool. And I like the storytelling. I like the just what they did with it. I
could
didn't
be
expect
wrong,
it,
but I
right?
think that it was the same instance. Do you remember there was a part in Living World something where you and Bram get thrown to like the other end of creation on like a flying rock? I think it was that same one.
Yeah, I think so too. It's in season 4, right? Season 4, episode 1.
Yeah,
or
I think
episode 4
I think
something.
it's after you meet Bug Boy.
Mhm.
Later on from that. But yeah,
So, yeah,
I had
maybe
the
not a
experience
brand
kind
new
of
map, I suppose. But
yeah, I had the
I don't know, I
experience
like
kind
the
of
traditional
soured
stuff.
because my game crashed like 3 times in that there's some kind of bug. If you go in there as a ranger and your pet's out and you're not like a soul beast with it merged, but your pet's a separate entity, the Mersat's game crashes after like 5 minutes.
Oh no.
And so it took us like 4 tries. So that was like, over 20 minutes of trying to
It's
get this
pretty
thing to
long as
work.
well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just watching the pieces fight.
That does
but-
sound pretty frustrating.
It was.
I
It
got
was.
pretty, I got pretty lucky, I guess. It just worked on the first try. But yeah, I thought it was cool. And again, just I love like looking at all the little lore books and stuff. I think something I like about this map is it's not super big, right? It's kind of like Lake
Yeah, it's got
Northside.
one waypoint and 1 heart on it.
Mm-hmm. Like if you look at the map itself, it's pretty small, but at the same time, to me, it's felt pretty dense, right? There's not a lot of like empty space. There's very much like this is where this is happening, this is where this is happening. It's also very vertical. That's something I really liked about it. Like I like getting on the rock claw. I sort of purposefully told myself that I wasn't going to use the sky skull my first playthrough, and I was having so much fun just using like those launchers. You know, like those updrafts. You can jump into those with your rock claws. So I
Yes,
was,
the
like,
not updrafts.
yeah, so I was like running around on the roofs and then jumping and finding another updraft and like just going around. I thought that was really, really cool. So yeah, I think they did good sort of side content in this map. You know, fun little collections, fun little side stories, fun little adventures and stuff like that. I thought it was pretty good. But at the same time, it is a bit smaller, right? It's not quite the same size as something like Lowland Shore.
Yeah,
But
it
at the
kind of
same
feels like
time,
if
I think
you're doing the metas, like at any given point, you kind of care about 1/3 of the map, and then
Yes,
like the other
that's very
2/3, you're kind of just tuning out.
I agree.
Okay. Let's see. Next thing that they added. Have you tried Greer in the Convergence with all the puggies?
I did try it.
What'd you think about that?
I don't
She
really
hates
care
it,
that
chat.
much.
Did you hear that long, awkward silence?
No,
Oh
I
my
don't
god.
hate it. I don't hate it. I think it's pretty okay. Actually, I thought it was a lot easier than Career and Open Worlds. Like Career and Open Worlds is kind of rough, I feel. There's a lot of like boon corrupt and stuff. In the Convergence it felt a lot more chill to me in comparison. But it's not. It's to me, it's not really like a mind-blowing thing. It's like, oh, cool. There's not a boss you can fight at the end of the Convergence.
Yeah.
But it's not really like, oh my gosh, I'm really excited to do the Convergence because the boss is different. You know, it's still the Convergence.
Yeah, I
So
mean,
I think
it's
it's a nice
still...
addition, but I don't care a huge amount, I guess.
Yeah, you're still probably gonna 100% success rate on these things.
Yeah.
They're not that bad. I will say it's definitely, I think, more challenging for the puggies than Decima. Is like I go in there on Untamed, and I usually have Spirit of Nature, and every single time it comes off cooldown, I'm like, res 10 people. Like, there's always a pile of bodies on the floor when I fight Greer. Not so when I fight Decima. Decima, it's like a rare fluke. So I do think that the less hardcore audience are probably feeling Greer to be a little bit more frustrating. I don't mind it,
Right.
but yeah, there is absolutely a lot of boon corrupt, and it's not like you get hit and it's like 2 boons corrupted. It's like no, all 11, they're all gone. You're feared,
For
your legs are
sure.
broken. They stole your wallet, like everything.
I'm very curious what the challenge modes will be like because that's coming in the next patch, right? They're doing Convergence challenge modes for if you make like your own group. It's not going to be in the public instance, but like if you're making a squad, you can turn on challenge mode and get slightly more
Is
rewards.
that the next one? Yes, Convergence Challenge Mode, Fractal Challenge Mode, Fractal and Fractal Challenge Mode, Convergence Challenge Mode are in the next patch, and sometime between now and then is Legendary Raid Challenge Mode.
Yes. I'm really curious what that's going to feel like. Like the Greer and then even more boon corrupts? I guess we'll have to see.
I think the big curveball is if you can't block his projectiles anymore, and just that first wave of heralds just getting obliterated.
That would be a little bit scary, just a tiny bit scary. Speaking of challenge modes, though, have you looked at the raid challenge modes they released?
I haven't done it firsthand, but I have lurked in many of the chats of other people that were doing it.
Same.
If I could take one sentence away from it, it's goodbye virtuosos, hello mechanists. Every group I watched was like 6 mechs and some supports.
Only Mechanist, it's really strong. Easy to play as well. Feels like the new virtuoso for sure. No, I'm the same as you. I actually haven't done it yet. You know, I was kind of focusing on other things so far, wanting to do like the map a lot and stuff. From all the raiders I've talked to though that have been doing it, they seem to quite like them. Like apparently they're pretty different. Instead of just like taking the same raids and then you add some more damage, you add some more health. Like apparently the mechanics changed pretty significantly.
Yeah, like
So they seem pretty cool.
I remember one of the things, I don't know the mechanic in depth yet, but I was watching the challenge mode of Decima, and there's a moment where like everyone gets thrown into the air, and there's like 3 lightning cages, and they have to glide into different cages, and everyone in each cage has different jobs, and you can't go help the other people because you're all basically locked in. I mean, maybe if you had like shift signet or something, but for the most part, they're all locked in. So I don't fully know what's going on there, but I was like, okay, there's nothing like this in the normal version of the fight. This is a completely new thing.
It looks pretty neat. I'm excited to try it out. Decima CM to me definitely seems like the most fun one. I think Greer CM is supposed to be quite tough. You know, Greer in general is quite tough, but then the challenge modes apparently makes it even worse.
Yeah, apparently there was a lot of the groups. There was this one streamer, and I wish I could remember their name. I would plug them right now, but I can't recall it. They had this dashboard on the bottom of their stream during that first 24 hours that had like Snow Crows and their progress, and then like, you know, RDO's group and their progress, and Teapot's group, and you could basically see, and it was updating with all of them. It was really cool, and you could see every group that started with Decima finished Decima in like a few hours and went to Greer. Every group that started with Greer was there for like the next half a day. So Greer was definitely like a stumbling block, you know, like a speed bump, and like everyone was getting snagged on Greer. And then if they got through Greer, they seemed to take out Ura pretty quick.
For sure. Yeah, that was like the official like Void Lounge. They're like this big community that does like Harvest Temple and Sarah's and stuff.
Chat says that's
And
the one that had the dashboard at the bottom.
yeah, it was pretty cool. They were doing like a proper like coverage stream, right? So they
Yeah.
had some casters and they were like keeping track of all the streams and stuff. I was kind of sad I was streaming myself because like I watched the Vault after and it was a good time. I like seeing the community sort of rally around a race like that, and I think they did a really good job with the challenge modes. And then the legendary mode's still coming, right? Like that's gonna be really exciting to watch. Like the supposedly even harder boss fight that's coming. But
Yeah.
from what I can tell, I haven't actually done the challenge mode, but from what I can tell, they did a pretty good job with the challenge modes.
Yeah, it seemed like because like the top players in the game were not just going in there and one-shotting it.
Yeah.
It took them some time. You know, some of them it took them like a play session on Tuesday, Wednesday, and then they got it Thursday. You know, and you know some people were like, "Oh, doesn't that mean it's too easy?" It's like, no. Keep in mind, there's one above this that hasn't come out yet. There's another one that'll kick them in the teeth, and then they want to wipe on that for a week. They've still got that coming.
And like if for anyone watching that's like thinking like, oh gosh, the best players in the game, it will also get a bit easier as like, you know, the strategies are figured out and stuff, right?
Oh, absolutely.
You gotta keep in mind that people are going into this blindly. They've got like no clue what's going on, but there's gonna be guides and stuff, right? So it should hopefully be a bit easier to get into it.
Yeah, that's like when I joined that Sarah's Challenge mode group recently and I tried it for the first time. The group I joined, it took them weeks to figure out all the little things to do. But once I was there, they already had a script and they're like, here, read this. And I read it. And then it's like, okay, we got to kill in 2 hours. And, you know, but the hard part was learning all of that stuff to begin with.
Yeah,
that was much more
sure.
time consuming than execution.
Absolutely.
Okay, well, we Raid CM was absolutely my next bullet point, and we've already just blasted through that. This is something I think you'll have more to say about than me. The new Homestead stuff.
Yeah.
Now, I use my Homestead as just a money factory. I don't really use it for decor. However, they've added these new decor books that I've had a few of like drop around the world that give me just like a pile of new recipes. Have you seen these?
Yes, it's so good. I really like what they did here. So they just added like more decorations just in a new patch, like usual. You can like get another tier, you can buy some recipes from the art vendor. But they also added these achievements called the Home Sweet Homestead achievements.
Yeah, I've seen those pop
And
up.
basically, they added like a whole bunch of them. And if you do events in certain maps around the world, you get like a recipe, or sometimes you even get a recipe book. So they basically added a ton of new decorations, which all the Homestead fans are really happy with, just having more options, right? But I love how they sort of put them in the game, right? I love how it's like, hey, you want to get this decoration? Go play some Omnitas. Go play the Desolation map a little bit. I think it's really smart because some people are really into the homesteading thing. Some people are not, and that's totally okay too. But for those people that are super into it, it's kind of fun having this sort of world tour you're going on to like get different decorations and stuff. So we were doing this on the stream yesterday, and I was playing all these maps that I haven't played in a while. Like I haven't really played the Desolation very much, and we were like doing the meta and the Desolation to like get achievements. You can also skip them. If you don't want to do this stuff, you can also just talk to the bear NPC, and I think it's like 10 gold for each recipe. So like you can just brag the bear or brag. You can like bribe the bear instead of doing achievements. You
Just
can
pay him
bribe the
off.
bear too. But yeah, I think it's fun. I'm not gonna bribe the bear. I think it's kind of fun to just chase all the little achievements and stuff. It's something that's really, I imagine, kind of low effort for them to do, right? They program one achievement and then they just put it in different maps. But it's,
No, I agree with you, because plus it's a way of, not that we have many maps that are dead because of the whole horizontal progression thing, but it is a way of breathing more life into maps that might have been dying down. Like I found out about this, and again, because like, you know, when I see patch notes, other than when I'm reading them for like a news video, my brain just kind of, my eyes just glaze over when I hit Homestead stuff until I'm past that section, because it's just not my jam. I enjoy looking at some of the final products, like that guy that made Naxxramas, the flying citadel inside his homestead, or like that shaman who made the underwater homestead. I'm sure you saw that video.
Yes.
I enjoy seeing those final products. I don't usually go in there and do that myself. But I was in, I think I did a Dragon Stand the other day with chat. And I got like Book of Dragon Stand. It gave me a bunch of homestead stuff. And I was like, what? And that was when I found out about it. And then I started looking at the achievement. I'm like, oh, okay, that's pretty cool. So they're getting people to visit these other zones. And I like the execution there.
For sure, me too. Also, for all the Homesteader fans that are watching, you might have missed this, but they said on the forums in like a buried forum post that they're looking into increasing the cap. So right now you can
that's
have
been a
only
common
1,000.
ask.
Yeah, you can only have 1,000 decoration in your homestead, which is quite a lot, but it's pretty easy to hit because it's a big instance, right? The homestead map is actually relatively large if you want to decorate the whole thing. But they said that they're looking into ways of increasing it. So hopefully, maybe the next big Jennifer Watts patch in 3 months, maybe the cap will go up, hopefully, pretty significantly. So I'm pretty excited for that one. That's going to be good.
Yeah, I would say on the homestead topic, that's one of the most requested changes I've seen from community members is like, I just finished detailing my kitchen. I haven't even started on the living room, and I'm at the cap. And I'm just like, how much did you put in your freaking kitchen? You know, so like I'm gonna crash just walking into this guy's kitchen. Yeah. Let's see. They added the new nodes. Not much to say about that, but it's pretty cool. Getting passive income if you get those nodes in your home instance of the 2 resources from Lowland Shore and the 2 resources from Janthier Century, which means we could probably expect nodes at some point in the future for Mistburned Barrens, which will have the 2 resources there. Right now, you gotta do it the manual way. And then, of course, it's worth mentioning that if anyone didn't notice it, there is a Mistburned Barrens Mastery that rewards a backpack that says it is required to make a legendary item later. So it's almost certainly the precursor for the future legendary backpack or like gift of type of thing. So you can go ahead and work on that and get that done right now. When I first realized that, I was at like 15 out of 17 progress. Like I was almost done just from playing the map normally and not really trying. So it's not that bad. It's not like a star to guide us, which still keeps me up at night.
Oh my gosh, that was a long one, yeah.
Yeah.
No, it was pretty easy. Like, I even got all the achievements on my first story playthrough. I didn't even have to replay the story to get any of the achievements this time. So in a way, I kind of feel like I'm, quote-unquote, done with the patch. I've gotten all the achievements pretty much at this point. But like I also played a lot though, right? They were like Twitch trolled. I must have played the map like 40 hours at this point or something.
Oh yeah. I mean, your average player that might just have like an hour or 2 to play a night it's still going to take them a couple weeks to do what we've done in this 1 week.
Exactly. But it's pretty fast, I think, in the grand scheme of things. All in all, how would you rate the patch? Not to take over from your Google Doc.
No, you're fine. Wait, this is just to remind me some stuff I wanted to ask about. This is not like a we have to follow the list. How would I rate it? Again, so like adding Greer to the convergence, I thought was kind of nice because I do a lot of pugging. I don't have a static group, so I do a lot of just public stuff with the community, and Greer is a nice like step up in challenge, but while still being totally doable. So I'm kind of enjoying the Greer convergence just for those reasons. Homestead stuff didn't really affect me. I've enjoyed watching the raid CMs, so just other streamers do it, although I wasn't doing it myself this week. The story, again, I just thought it was good. It wasn't like, again, I had no connections to Guild Wars 1, so for me it wasn't excellent, but it wasn't bad either. I just thought it was good. I like the Mistburned Barrens. It's not that I love Mistburned Barrens, but I love that they tried something new here. This whole triple lane thing, because I wouldn't mind seeing more of this and then, polished even more.
Yeah.
Like for example, Giala Delve was an experiment. I think, like in my mind, this was way more enjoyable than my first Giala Delve.
I agree. And also, I've kind of just been comparing it to those patches, I guess, because to me it's felt like ArenaNet has had a pretty solid track record with the expansion launches, but then the patches have been received pretty negatively, right? Like, there's a lot of criticism around the Nios patches, the Giada Delve patches. So to me, I was pretty happy that I enjoyed this patch more than those. I enjoyed the map more.
I agree.
I enjoyed the story more. I don't think the map is like the new best map they've ever made, right? I don't think it's like, I think Lowland Shore was like incredible. It's not that. But like, to me, it did feel like a big step up over those previous patches, and I'm really happy about that. Feels like stuff is moving in the right direction.
Like,
to me.
I really love Soto at launch, but like what you said, the later releases in Soto were definitely... I remember them less fondly than the launch of Soto.
Yeah, same. Although there was
Um,
some good stuff in there, like Sarah's challenge modes, which you just did.
yeah, for sure. Dude, like, Saris is one of those examples where I was saying they did the book open, book shut thing too quickly. I wish they had dragged him out a little bit. He was such a well-received antagonist. And
Yeah.
people were like, oh, that guy looks badass. You know, when they saw him in the trailer and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're like, oh, you see the demon? Oh, you got him. Good job. Okay, next demon. I'm like, no, don't kill him that fast. He was cool. At
Look,
least they
it's-
brought him back for that one fractal that everyone hates.
But then the challenge modes, and you feel like you're fighting him for like a month, you know?
Yeah.
And then he doesn't die as quickly.
But yeah, I really like him as an antagonist. That one trailer they did where him and his sister are sassing each other. Like, we got so little Sarah stuff, and I loved all of it. He was really
Let's
cool.
go.
Who was even the final villain of that expansion? The Demon King or whatever. I don't even remember his name. That's how little I care about him. Saris was #1 for that expansion.
For sure, for sure.
Let's see.
And that's kind of the weird thing, because in Janfir, we don't even know who the villain is yet. I think that's what I like about the storytelling. Instead of like, introduce a villain and then kill them off, it's like,
yeah,
you sort of get the idea that there might be a villain in behind the scenes, and like, to me that makes me excited for the next one, because like I've got all these theories, right? And I'm just sitting here like, oh, maybe it's Menzies, right? Maybe it's the fallen half-brother of Balthazar that's like doing stuff in the background. And then there was like the gate, and the gate there's like fire and shadow, and I'm like, yo, that looks like Menzies stuff. I'm here for the speculation. You know, as somebody who loves like going full conspiracy theory,
Yeah,
I'm having so many conspiracy
I
theories.
also like that. Maybe not for the same reasons as you, but I do also love that when we went to Janthir, it wasn't because of a new, bigger, badder bad.
Mm-hmm.
It was just like, all right, you know, there's still fallout from this demon problem. We're gonna go meet the residents here, let them know what's up, and try to help them. And then we get there, and they're like, "Oh no, we kicked their butts, but we got this other thing." And we're like, "Wait, what other thing?" And you know, I kind of liked how it led into that. And like, also, like, a good story doesn't always need a bigger, badder bad. Like, in my mind, that's a trap that WoW fell into. It's like, you know, oh, you know, it's the Lich King. You know, oh, it's Archimonde. Oh, it's the Burning Legion. Oh, and then they just kept going up and up and up. And now we're fighting a guy that farts planets. And it's just like, dude, you gotta chill out for a second. And it's like, I recently played Avowed. And a lot of people hate on Avowed. I enjoyed it, and that's as much as I'll say about that, because that's not the point. The antagonist in Avowed, as far as you know it for most of the game, is what's called a spirit plague. Like, it's killing people, and it's contagious on the spiritual level. And it's like, that's the bad. You're trying to find a way to deal with this. It's like a pestilence. And it was a really cool story. Like, you don't always have to have some guy, you know, villain stroking a white cat in the background every single time. You know, it's sometimes it works, but it's not required. Rant over, I promise.
I feel like they are moving towards that, though. Or at least that's my guess. Like, I keep thinking like that there's gonna be some big reveal in the next batch. But to me, it feels like they've earned it a bit more. You know, instead of like,
Yeah,
villain
true.
comes out of nowhere. It feels more like, yo, we've had a slow build up, and then we have a satisfying reveal of the next villain. I hope. I mean, I'm just kind of like
Oh yeah, I hope to.
dreaming about the next.
As long as
batch,
it's not
right?
just like, here's E-Park. Oh, you got him. You know?
Exactly.
Chat reminded me of his
So,
name. I didn't remember his name.
I'm
Oh, there's
very
your
excited.
there's your
Like,
evil there's your cat to pet menacingly.
Exactly. No, but I it's been a while since I've been excited about where the story's gonna go, and that's kind of, I am feeling that feeling right now. I'm like, oh, I gotta know what happens next. You know, I gotta count down the days and wait for like what the next patch is gonna bring story wise. And
Yeah.
again, it's also because I'm so into all the Guilders 1 stuff, and all the big reveals and stuff. But yeah, I'm feeling good about this story. And the map was pretty solid. I enjoyed the map. The raid CMs look kind of awesome. The homesteading stuff was cool. So all in all, I'm pretty happy with this patch. I think it's one of the better ones they've done in a while.
That's good. Let's see. We don't have to cover these. I only had a few more things on here. Did you see the new relics? Actually, I know you did partly because I remember in one of your videos you were talking about, oh, the parrots are coming back. You were hyped for the birds.
That is true. Like they've added some new relics, which I actually haven't looked at yet.
I think
like
one of
brand new
them has
Glenfield.
become like meta, like best in slot. Did you see that?
Oh, I've not
It was
looked at
Relic
that
of
though.
Thorns, and it's whenever a poisoned enemy hits you, you get a stacking buff to your condition damage. So if you're fighting an enemy like Bone Skinner that pulses damage in the room, so he's constantly hitting you, you get like 500 condition damage. It just stacks up like that high. And so on any fight, I believe, I've been told this by others, if you're Condi, on any fight with pulsing damage, that's like new best in slot.
Yo, that's pretty cool.
As long
I
as you
like
can
that.
apply one poison.
That's pretty neat.
But yeah, besides
I
that,
haven't
there's
looked at
like
any
all
new ones.
like the parrots and the golems and stuff.
Yeah. So there used to be runes that would give you sort of a summon, right? So you could have a parrot if you had like the pirate runes. You could have like a golem, or you could have a flesh golem, or like a little flesh minion, or like a rock dog. And people really liked those. But then they went to relics, right? And they never made relics for those summons, so they basically got deleted from the game. And then they brought them back with this patch. So you can have your little parrot friend again, like following you around. And it's not meta, you know, it's not like gonna...
Yeah, I
set the world
tested
on
them as
fire.
DPS, and I couldn't beat my old numbers. And of course, then there's the added risk of it. If it gets killed, it'll be even worse or like knocked
Yeah.
away. But my favorite memory of it was the rock dog, the golem, the parrot, and a jagged horror. My favorite memory with those was there was a time period where a guild in World versus World, they all ran Runes of the Golomancer, which is now Relic of the Golomancer. And so whenever they got in a fight, and it's like when you enter combat, once per 60 seconds, it's like a 60-second duration, 60-second cooldown, you'll summon this golem. So it's like 50 people, they get into combat, and suddenly there's 100 targets. It's even worse if there's any Reapers in there spamming Rise. And it's just like all of a sudden the enemy, you know, they're doing, you know, barrage, or they're firing, you know, long-range weapons, but all these weapons have a target cap of 5. They can hit 5 targets. Well, suddenly your 50 enemy targets just became 100 plus
Oh my
enemy targets.
gosh.
And it was just like a wall of golem meat was protecting their army. And I'm just like, as soon as I saw the Golomancy relics coming back, I'm like, I hope this ridiculousness returns to World v World, because I
Let's
want to see it.
go.
I want to see it.
I just like the flavor, you know? It's just fun. Like, if you're doing like your pirates cosplay, you can have a parrot. I think that's sick.
Yes. It's decent too.
You know, it's not
I
just
parsed
about what's
them. I
meta,
parsed
right?
them.
It's
It's
also-
decent.
It's also about you know, just your parrot friends is back, you know?
Yeah.
Now we just need a cat relic, and then I'll be happy.
Yeah, I checked. The Rock Dog, the Golomancer, and the Parrot each do like 1 to 2k DPS. For some reason, the Jagged Horror does like 100. It does like a tenth of the others.
Oh no!
But the other 3 did like 1 to 2k DPS. So for some noobs, that'll be like doubling your damage.
Wow! But yeah, it's cool. I'm glad they brought them back. There's also some like just general Volt v Volt quality of life coming. They announced in like this patch in 2 weeks. Just some like improvements, just some like fixes and stuff. That's pretty neat, I guess, for the Volt v Volt fans.
I'm not sure if I've seen those patch notes, or I've already forgotten it. One of the two. I'll have to.
They mentioned
I'll
it a
have to
bit
dig that
in the roadmap. They're tweaking some of the numbers and stuff like that. They made it so that you can now see in your guild who has picked your guild as their Volt versus Volt guild.
Yes, I did see that. It's like if you open the guild panel, I think it's like the second or third column. It's near the beginning. There's like a marker there. So if you got someone that's not paying attention, you'd be like, Bobby, represent!
Exactly.
And then, yell at the person who didn't do it correctly before they're out of time.
Exactly. You can warn them beforehand. But I think we've kind of gone over everything now, haven't we?
Yeah, pretty much. That was most of the new stuff. Besides that, they added some like, you know, weapon skins, armor skins. There was like a Wizard Vault refresh, but not much to say about that stuff, I imagine. And the masteries, which were they weren't really much of anything. It was like Raven's Gates, more loots, more Homestead. That's it.
I kind of wish they would have made the new like super updrafts a mastery, because I thought those were so fun. Like on getting on your rock claw, and then like you get to do the really high jump in the sky. Like if that was a mastery, I would have been like, yo, the masteries are cool, but that's just like anyone can do it. It's not locked by the mastery.
I admit,
So
when
I'm
I
like-
first saw the new not updrafts, I was like, oh, come on, this is just an updraft with another name. And then I went to the hidden Sacrarium, and it has like sideways ones and diagonal ones, and you like ping, ping, ping
Yes.
off of it. And I'm like, okay, this is kind of neat. All right, I grant you that. I grant you that. But until I went into that little area, I was like, ah, come on, this is the same thing. You just renamed
But
it.
you can use them with the Warclaw, which is cool. Like you go in them and then you go like woo, you go like really high in the sky. Feels like Elden Ring.
You got to
You know, like in Elden Ring, the launchers that you could get on with like torrents.
Yes.
Feels a lot like that.
yes,
not like that.
your goat horse.
Yes, exactly.
All right. Well, I think we have completely covered it. It is we like to see them try new things out of 10. And yeah, I think I've exhausted everything I had to say. You have anything to add?
I'm excited for the next patch. It's like the eternal cycle, you know? It's like I'm waiting for the patch and it comes out and I'm like, oh, I need the next one. I gotta wait 80 more days.
The next
I've got,
one,
like, the number
I
in
mean,
my
the
head.
next one should be pretty major. I mean, to be vague, this one in the story ended with us staring at a very important location, and maybe next time we're going to step into that location, or something's going to come out of that location, which is equally terrifying. That whole bit about Mabon, like you mentioned, I'm gonna backtrack for a second. You mentioned parts of the story were kind of hard to follow, and it almost was easier that we were following the memories of someone that was dead, because that helped me put the timeline in order in my head. I'm like, okay, well, he's dead here, so this had to happen before this point. That almost helped me. But yeah, the part where he went through, I'll say, a door and then came back is kind of scary based on what we know. Like, did he defeat something over there and then come back and lock the door? Did he make a deal over there and then come back and shut the door quietly? You know, like there's a lot
There's
of what ifs
something
there, and
going
I don't even know
on.
half the story.
There's something going on and I need the answers, you know? It's like I'm watching Lost. I want to know what the smoke monster is right now. And also, you know, it's kind of exciting in general because it's the final patch for Jennifer Waltz. So reasonably, the next expansion announcement will be a little bit after that. Right, that's what they've kind of been doing. They've been doing like final patch, and then 2
Yep.
weeks after the final patch, that's when they do the big expansion reveal.
Yeah, unless they're
Um,
stepping away from their annual cycle thing that they started,
Yeah, that could be
which
phase
they've
2, I
not
guess.
yet mentioned. That would be it.
Yeah, I'm kind of like expecting. We got like the 80 days and then 2 weeks, and then we know what's next, which I'm excited about. Should be good.
Someone in your chat is saying that you're outdoing me by showing off your cat, and I'm not showing off my cat. Mine is just this orange lump over here right now, chat. That's an ear. That's all I got right now. I don't want to mess with him too much at the moment. There you go. Briefly, there was an ear of 2 of the most famous Guild Wars 2 cats on stream at the same time.
Let's go.
Remember this day.
Good content.
All right, well, this was super short notice, so I really appreciate you being willing to do this. I thought it was fun. I hope you did too.
Yeah, this was cool. I always like doing these little chats.
All right, well, I will let you get back to it, and I'll talk to you next time.
All right, sounds good. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
And yeah, we should totally do this again in the future. Good times.
Definitely.
Have an awesome stream.
See ya.
Bye bye.
Okay, there we go, and ending that. All right, that was fun. That was fun. Hope you guys enjoyed that as well. And, you know, I was feeling a little bad about it, chat. During that whole talk, my chatbots were working in her chat. I was seeing people doing like exclamation Plushie and exclamation YouTube, and my bot was actually spitting stuff out into her chat. And I was just like, oh God, I kind of felt like I was a guest in someone else's house. And I felt weird about it because I just kept like, my bots just kept firing huge paragraphs of text into her chat. And I was just like, oh my God. Good night, folks. Good night, Niels. Yeah, I think what it was doing is just like anytime any messages were sent into my chat or her chat, it just copy pasted it to the other one. But mine was like way more because of the bots. Now that you know it works, you can do dual stream content. I hear like raids of PvP. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that program, or not program, but that service is essentially to kind of get into a Discord call, but we got into the Discord call and then just muted it and deafened it because we were using Discord. We didn't need the we didn't need that part of the service, right? Oh, hold on a sec. I need to. There we go. Mute that. But yeah, I think merging the chats was really cool because you guys could talk to each other and answer questions. I occasionally would see someone in her chat ask a question and my chat would answer it, or vice versa, and that was pretty cool. Can someone let me know how much gold more or less it is to get a full home? It's a lot. It's a very long-term project, and keep in mind, if you're trying to build a full home, you can farm other people's home in the meantime while you're working on that. I gotta take my hoodie off, hang on. I cannot remember the last time I took my hoodie off while streaming, and it's largely because we've added this extra box lamp in here, and it's like another heat generator, which I think was partly why Chip is in here, because it's nice and toasty. And he's like, yeah, I'm down with this. Let's do it. Okay. Slightly more naked Mukluk. Alright. Pretty sure there's a way to merge stats without activating the other stuff. Maybe. We could tinker with that in the future. I don't know. But we got it working for that, so that worked out. That worked out. What's that? What is it that announces your in-game location on screen? It is Regions of Tyria. Here is a link to a bunch of guides I've made for the Blush HUD team. One of them is called Regions of Tyria, and that's the one you want. Hey, Mike, only 500 left until 100k subscribers on YouTube. You deserve it. Stay awesome. Hey, Birkin, thank you. Yeah, I know. Very excited. Because that's when you get the play button. You get the play button from YouTube. Yeah, we are at, let's see, 99,581 subs on YouTube. On average, I get like 500 to 1,000 per month, so I'd say probably within 30 days. Interview over? Interview is over, Bananas. Not really an interview, it was kind of more like a podcast. We're both talking. Muck showing his arms. PG stream. Ooh! Yes. Muck, something I don't think you guys noticed. This map is clearly going to get expanded. Look at the right side of the map. I don't know if it is. They never mentioned that it would. So, and keep in mind that there was a very long time that people were saying, clearly this is going to get expanded. Look at the shape of it. Clearly there's going to be another chunk right here. Clearly. And they were wrong. So this map, rather than it being expanded, it might just be that the next map is right there. Which, you know, the next map, the fourth map, might simply be right there. So, you know, we'll see. We'll see. Red herrings, yeah. Let's see. They said the fourth map is standalone. Yeah. Well, they said that they were not releasing any of the maps, like, in halves. So I don't think... Like, I think what we have for this map is the whole thing, but I'm not sure. Unless they're going back on something they said, which has happened before, so that is absolutely possible. I'm like, I pre-ordered the plushie. Yo, Master Liu, thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. Yes, I see the counter has moved. We're at 524 supporters. Dude, that's so insane. And I know at least 35 people ordered more than one. So we are at 559 minimum sold out of 1,000 we're allowed to sell. So at that point, we have to turn it off. Like, we turn off the buy button, essentially. Like, you know, it'll still be there. We have to turn off the buy button. Very hype about that. But yeah, they have begun work on the prototype, but it might be 2 to 3 weeks before I see the final version of the prototype, and then I tell them if I'm okay with it or not. Let's see. I'm okay with them doing a second half of the map. I'm not okay with what happened with Neo's 3 patches for it to be complete was too much. Yeah. When do they start production? So let me get over here against the wall and I will show. So if you right here on the page, you can hit details and there's the petition ends on this day. Petition enters design process to become a real product. This has already begun. Then after they send me one that I finalize, a campaign launches for 3 weeks where people can see pictures of the final product and order it if they want it. For example, here's one right here. So it would be like this, where you can look through all the different sides, yada yada, and then you can order it. Now, obviously, anyone who's already pledged is already pre-ordered. But if anyone else wants to order it after they see what it looks like, that will be during that 3-week time. Then they basically close sales, and they're like, okay, we sold 602. So then they produce 602 of them, and then they ship them out. And I believe they do it this way so that they never end up with extra stock. They essentially take all the orders first, then make exactly that many, and then send them out. And they're aiming to have them out by... it was in here somewhere. The product launches June 14th is what it says here. But yeah, so right now they're working on the prototype. And then after the prototype, it goes into the 3-week-long campaign where anyone can see the prototype and order it. And after that, they get made and shipped out. But it'll take a little bit of time, but that's how they do it. At Muck, it's over 9,000 gold for a 100% home instance, including gem conversion and achievement-only chest. Woo! Yeah, if you're going to build up a home instance, it is a long-term project, and I would definitely recommend starting with things like the Aurelium node, which is free. It's just an achievement reward. You just go do a very easy achievement, and then boom, free Aurelium income. Then you do like the Exalted chest, which just requires keys, which you could buy with the free Aurelium income. I wonder if I can open this, because I did not help with this event. Nope. It says I am a naughty child. I am not allowed to. What about a plushie of a Norn? I mean, if it's air... I think people would buy a chibi air. I don't know how many chibi Brams I could sell. As long as it's a chibi air in her canonical outfit, I think it would work. And by that I mean a lot of thigh. Now I want plushie Canuck. Give him the Giga Chat jawline. Send you a Discord message about the share chat stuff for later if you're interested. Oh, right on. Thank you, Zadtrax. Yeah, I'll check that out later since there's no rush. Way more will be sold, but they won't last long after that. Wow. Thing is, I doubt... I don't know. I kind of doubt I could get permission from ArenaNet to make an Air Stagalkin plushie. It seems like they would want to keep that close to home. Like, there's a big difference between my character in your world and a main character from your universe. That'd be like contacting DC and be like, hey, can I sell a Batman plushie and say it's a Batman plushie? They'd be like, what? Hey, Mike, fun fact about Bram. Did you know where he got the catchphrase Kabram? Yeah, Living World Season 1. He was saying Kabam and Rocksmith heard it. How about Chibi talking salad? We were already talking about Canuck. Air would be banned on Twitch as a VTuber. Because she shows her hips. Rox convinced Bram to use his catchphrase. No, I think she thought he was saying that, and then he was like, that's stupid. And then later he did it. And then, you know what? He left Rox to die, so that's how he thanked her for it. Do you guys see this NPC just gliding?
Lost tallies. I didn't realize.
Oh, she's walking now. She just like glided over to that door.
Light persists in our lands. Rest.
What do you think this building was used for? Sure doesn't feel welcoming.
Oh my gosh, step by step.
Facility? Maybe.
No.
A lot of places to go.
All right, let's see what's going on. What is going on in here? That's not it. That's what I wanted. To rear. Ooh, that's a good one. Let me see if I can still get in on that or if it's too late. Going back to the map expanding, what are your thoughts on the glowing wall completely east of the map of Mistburn Barrens? I'm not sure. Again, I don't know a lot of the lore between the Mersots and the Seer and stuff like that, so what's going on back there? I have no idea, unless that's just supposed to be the other side of that, like, Titan Gateway. But I'm not sure if the Titan Gateway is supposed to, like, open and then you could physically go past it, or if it's simply, like, a teleporter to another realm or something. Heart of Thorns, Auric. South. Let's try this one. There's a split second where Mug read that, stopped himself. Yeah, I didn't want to say that one out loud. I'm allowed to choose what I say and don't say out loud. And I made a choice. Gotta go to bed 2 a.m. here. Good night, Mug. Good night, Aisha. Only lore about Seers and Mersot is what's presented in Guild Wars 2. Yeah, what about, like, the Mersad and like the White Mantle and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure the White Mantle were in GW1. Actually, wait, no. I don't want to do that, so I'm gonna just skip that. I haven't done anything past EOD. Has Bram reunited with Air yet? I think in Living World Season 4, he met Air's ghost. And he's like, oh my god, Mom, finally we could talk. And she's like, no. Good luck. And then she just walked away. It was really funny. But no, I think that's the last time that they sort of spoke. Like, even she doesn't like him. What do you recommend for add-ons? If you're new to the game, none. I don't recommend any. If you're experienced and you already know the game, if you want it, there's Arc DPS, which can give you access to a damage meter. You don't really need that before max level. And there's Blish HUD, which has a lot of nice overlay stuff. If you want Blish HUD, here's a list of guides for that. But Blish HUD is basically an overlay program that has like 75 modules in it, and you can just turn on or off any that you want. Is it a part of Blish that highlights your cursor? No. Press F11, cursor contrast, it's right here. That's part of the game. Will the new map be a good farming map like Reba, Dragon's End, or Jizzlewood Coast? I do not know what the gold per hour is for farming this map. That would be a question for somebody else. I'm not sure. When I say this map, I mean the new one, not the one I'm on right now. Why am I not getting any drops? Because you did it wrong. I'm just playing. I don't know. Did you do the setup? If you do exclamation drops in chat, there is a block of information that'll appear that teaches you how to set up drops. Make sure you've done everything on that list. Hi, Muck. Hi, Jamaican. How you doing? About the only lore between Seers and Mersad is what's presented in Guild Wars 2. There was only one Seer, if I recall. There wasn't anything special between it and the Mersad at that time. Okay. How's the population health like? Worth coming back? What's up, Dan? Population's good. Pretty much every piece of content I do, the queue times are usually instant or a couple of minutes. Population is still solid. I don't have exact numbers for you because ArenaNet hasn't released that anytime in the last couple years. But the last time they did was a couple years ago, and at that time they said they broke their all-time record. So it's not like the game's been on a downward trend for 10 years if they just broke their all-time record like 2 years ago. But I don't know the current numbers. Thanks, Muck. Sure. What new weapon type would you like to see, if ever? You know, for a very long time, like for 8 years, when people ask me what new weapon would you like added to the game, I would say some kind of polearm. Because at the time, there wasn't land spears. And I was like, you know, spears, glaives, lucerne hammers, halberds, like anything, pikes, like all of that would be polearm. And then they made land spears, which is kind of that. Not really what I was anticipating, but it's kind of covered now. So at this point, it's like, okay, well, we could start getting into weird territory. I think the most common weapon that's not in the game would be a two-handed axe. People saying all kind of weird stuff. Nunchucks, whips, sais. Main hand shield win. Yes, dual wield shields, let's go. I want to whip people. Flute, come on, you're a hammer person. They need to do sides. Yeah, a lot of people want sides because in Guild Wars 1 there was a class called the Dervish that used sides and they loved that. So a lot of people yearn for the sides. I like whips also. Of course you do. Of course you do. Flails, please. That would be good. I think there might be like one flail skin in the game for like a focus, but not as like a main hand weapon currently. I kind of miss in this was a long time ago and obviously the game was more archaic, but back when I played EverQuest, the way that they did weapons was one hand piercing, one hand blunt, one hand slashing. Two hand piercing, two hand blunt, two hand slashing. So a one-handed blunt weapon could be a club, or a mace, a morning star, or a flail. All of those were one-hand blunt. One-hand piercing could be a short spear or a knife. You know, either way, it would use the same animation. It would be like that, you know? So they made an animation for each of those weapon types that I just listed off, and then, you know, they could do anything within that category. Like, this game has a chain whip sword, but, or sorry, what is it? Like a sword whip? But it's just a cosmetic. It's just a cosmetic on a sword.
Here it comes! Get your tails in action! Move!
Well, Mike, I'd love to see ship battles overworld collision, but Ignet is not ready for that discussion. No, they're not. They're not. That might be too much for the old Guild Wars 2 engine. Ow. Guys, the training ground that Muck uses videos, is that a gem store thing? No. Nerd Sario, that is in the southern end of Lion's Arch. You can absolutely go there without spending anything. That is called, the southern end of Lion's Arch has the Lion's Arch Aerodrome, which has raid portals, and it also has a thing called the Special Ops Training Room. The Special Ops Training Room is what you're asking me about right now. I don't really have anything planned after this, so if you need it, hang on, and after this I will... Wow, 5-second knockdown. After this, I'll show you where it's at. Have you played through the new maps? Yes, I have. I actually just spent an hour talking to Laura about them. Home sweet homestead, J High Bluffs. Dervish is already in Guild Wars 2. Oh god, what are you sending me? Oh, just someone's cosmetic. Yeah. Let's see. Are the new story part and map worth the wait? I mean, it's just one map. It's, you know, compared to the 2 that came out as launch, so it's gonna have less than what the launch had. But I thought it was alright. Where will the story go from here, do you think? I have no idea. Like, at this point, all this stuff about the Titans and the Mersod and the Seers and the White Mantle, I don't know anything about any of this, so I'm just kind of consuming what I am fed at this point when it comes to this story. I don't know where it's going. Okay, so someone asked about how do you get to the testing area if you've never been there before? Hang on, I'll show you. Is it your bedtime or are you just visiting? Okay, so this is the southern end of Lion's Arch. This is right here by Fort Mariner. And we're just gonna run over this way. Alright, and there's two portals. The left one, right here, leads to the Special Ops training area. That's where you do, like, the testing and stuff like that. The right one goes into the aerodrome, which has another waypoint, so if you haven't gotten that before, you can grab that waypoint while you're doing this. Additionally, inside the Lion's Arch aerodrome, there's a whole bunch of portals on the south wall. You can see them on the minimap. Those are the different raid wings. And this portal over here, up on the high ground, also leads to the Special Ops training room. Same place as the one from outside leads to. If you're in here, you can come over here. Bye-bye. And there's a golem spawner and a console. The golem spawner, you could say, give me a golem that is average size, average enemy. And if you want, you could even be like, add conditions to it so you can, you know, for example, if you're beating on a golem and you want a realistic result, you want to give it like vulnerability, for example. You could pick what conditions you put on it. Console, you could add boons to yourself if you want to see how much damage you would do if you were in a group where you're getting all the buffs. And then you can just practice. And anytime you want, you can go back to the golem spawner and respawn it. And there's a lot of advanced stuff you can do in here, but that's the simple version. Ogre says, wait, I was wrong. In Guild Wars 1, Seer and Mursat were mentioned in the Iron Mines of Moladun cutscene. No details, though, other than it happened and the Seers lost. Gotcha. Hey, Mugga Chat, I'm just coming back to Guild Wars 2. Is there a monthly sub? No, there is not. No sub. The game has never had a subscription fee. Muck, setting DPS aside, which boon DPS can bring most utilities to aid healer or rest of squad? I know you did a big tier list, but what would you recommend? There's a bunch of different utilities. Like, my favorite current one is Quick Untamed. It provides quickness, it provides a whole slew of other boons. It has an emergency button that can revive the whole squad. You know, stuff like that. So, as far as, like, utilitarian, this one is my #1 pick. Other examples would be, like, a DPS Scourge. Still helps put barriers on the party, even though it's not the healer. It puts shields on people, making the healer's job easier. DPS Scrapper has a thing called Function Gyro, which you can send out to res people. Kind of like the mass res that Untamed has, but it's a shorter cooldown and less targets, so you can use it on less people, but more frequently. Function Gyro is very cool to have. And there's many others. DPS Burnbrand, that's a Firebrand, it's a Guardian, has the ability, you know, a lot of the same utility that a Heal Brand does while they're doing damage. So they can put up, like, reflect walls and things like that to, you know, or stability to help the group when needed. So they've got a lot. But yeah, there's a lot of them. There's a lot of them. Good old play and game system, best system to come back and spend time into. Yep, it's very much respects your time. Like, there's no monthly sub, and also they never raise the maximum level. So if you quit the game and you come back like a year later, your character is just as powerful as it used to be. You just have to remember how to play. You know, you might be rusty, but as long as you can kind of get the dust off, get the cobwebs out of your head, you can just pick back up where you left off last time. Let's see. Career done, Juggle Worm, DBS done, Dracar. Try Dracar. How hard is Healer Firebrand for a new player? I think if honestly in this game, if you focus on learning any build, you can learn any build. I would say Healer Firebrand is more challenging than many of the other builds because it has a lot of buttons. Your average build in this game, you've got your character right, and you've got a weapon with 5 buttons, and you hit weapon swap, and you have another set of weapons with 5 more buttons. Currently, for me, that's 2 maces and a hammer I'm swapping between, okay? So there's 5 buttons and 5 buttons. That's 10 total, and I got 5 over here. A Firebrand, their F1, F2, and F3 swaps these buttons. So they have 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. They have 25 buttons down here. And then they also have 5 over here. And some of them have multiple charges. Like, sometimes it's like, okay, well, I want to fire my 7 off and I want to get it fully taxed out. I need to hit it 3 times. So the Firebrand has a lot of utility. I think your biggest challenge as a brand new player is just going to be memorizing all of it. Because you have more tools than most players, But you got to remember where all those tools are. You know, like, oh, I need to hit F2 and then 5 to put up this button, you know, or F3 and then 4 to put up this thing. Stuff like that. Not impossible by any means, but you got a toolbox with a lot of stuff in it. Dracker. Awesome, thank you. Sure. Picked up Factorio 2 weeks ago after seeing you play it a while back. A check DM for hours played. Probably in the hundreds or something. 112. Ah, you could do better. That's awesome. I'm glad you're enjoying it. It very much is a addictive game, for sure. Minimize my Discord. Ooh, Drakkar is at less than half health. I'm just going to use Signet of the Hunt to get there a little faster. Is Druid useful in raids? Yeah, absolutely. It definitely is. Druid is... There's two builds of Druid in raid, pretty much. One is pure damage. There is a trait for Druid that turns a lot of their heals into dots. So they can just do... focus on doing, like, poisons, like, you know, dot damage. And there's then the default way of playing Druid is a really good healer. Hi, Mukluk. Hi! I am here to save you. Thank you for the info. That's what I'm here for. Questions welcome is in the stream title. I am happy to do it. And if I don't know the answer, I probably know someone who does.
It's gonna try to surprise us again.
Mike, did you try healing with Renegade?
Look out!
Last year I did. And it was... I did a video that's called I Tried Every Healer in Guild Wars 2. It's been some months since I did it, and I haven't played Heal Ren since. At the time, it was kind of clunky,
The gate's open. Now get in
but
there.
not impossible to play. How named this beetle which you using a minute ago? I think we might have a language barrier here. I think you're asking me, like, what beetle skin was I using? The branded. It's the branded beetle. That's the one that leaves, like, the spiky trail behind it. What build should I play as a solo Guardian player in open world? Main Condi Willbender, but in open world I'm super squishy. I'm gonna, hold on, I'm gonna AoE res here. That's gonna get all 5 of these people up. Boom, done. I tried to give myself stability, but it was too slow. I mean, honestly, you have a ton of choices. Like, Dragon Hunter and Willbender both do huge burst. Firebrand has more buttons than the other two do, but it has a ton of utility. So if you can learn all that utility, you'll have a lot of tools at your disposal. Also, one thing worth noting, Guardian is actually one of the classes with the lowest health pool. It has, like, it is one of the squishiest classes for passive defense, but it has some of the highest amounts of active defense. Guardian has the ability to give itself Aegis with a million different abilities, and Aegis blocks one hit. Now the trick is either continuously putting up Aegis or putting up Aegis when a big hit is coming and not wasting it when a small hit is coming. So yeah, that's something to know. But if you're like, you know, not trying to like hit buttons to defend yourself, you have less health than other classes as a Guardian. I think Guardian and maybe Ellie are tied for lowest hit points or something like that. Pet ship. You spooked him. See, he complained. He didn't like that. He didn't like that you just threw the door open like that.
No, he just said hi.
Did you see how startled he was, chat? That was Gabe's fault.
It's not my fault.
That was Gabe's fault.
No, it's your fault.
Also, Guardian has heavy armor, so lowest health, highest armor. Yeah.
I can't believe you did that.
Oh my gosh. I heard a meme that Guardian is Zaynet's favorite son. Is that still true? It's less of an issue now, but it was very much an issue for about 5 years. There's about 5 years where Guardian had the largest access to stability, and the other classes had hardly any access to it or zero access to it. Guardian had the largest access to stability and also Aegis. So there was 2 boons in the game that Guardian was one of the classes that got, like, the only access to them. And so Guardians were, like, welcome and almost required in almost every group. And if you tried to join a group during that time period as a healer and you didn't play Guardian... Hey, is it your bedtime? Okay. If you tried to join a group as a healer, like, Druid or a Tempest or something, you often weren't welcome unless you made the group. So the whole Guardian being Anet's favorite child was very much a thing for, like, half of this franchise. I would say now it's less of an issue because they have spread around the buffs. Like, even when I play Druid, I can give stability now. Not as much as a Guardian, but more than enough for 99% of the fights in the game. So it's less of an issue now, not because they finally nerfed Guardian, but because they buffed everybody else. I don't play Guardian, so I don't remember exactly. Condi's probably fine. Just look at your tracers out. Prime chip loafing on screen. Yeah. Gabe kind of pinned him down to make him stay when he thought he was getting up. Gingerbread right there. Yeah. What's up, dude? There we go. I follow Snowcrow's build, so that's probably the mistake there. Snowcrows are excellent, excellent math nerds that can teach you how to get the absolute most damage out of any build. Not survivability. Those builds are basically, if you are playing perfect and avoiding everything that is avoidable, how much damage can you dish out? The problem is when you're not good at avoiding damage, which is a blunt way to put it. But if you're not a perfect player and you make mistakes, you may find it better to swap a couple of things out. Maybe change out a utility skill or two. Let me give you an example. I'm playing Untamed in open world. If I get hit with a stun, I'm stunned. That's all I can do about it. If I am routinely having that problem, I would swap out one button on my bar for this, which gives me a nice barrier, and it breaks me out of stun and gets me up. So this would be like, this is my I made a mistake button, and it fixes it. If I did not trust myself in most content, I would run that as a undo the mistake I just made key. So you do not feel bad. You could take a Snowcrow's build and make a few alterations, right? Example, Berserker's gear is glass cannon. Marauder's gear or Soldier's gear is a bit less damage than Berserker, but much more survivability. You know, stuff like that. You know, you can make tweaks to it. Talk with Laura, what was that about? Bram. We were screaming at each other about Bram for an hour straight. No, we were reviewing the patch, Charmon. We were talking about the patch. Heisen's builds are great for open world. It's true. It's true. Lord Heisen on YouTube. Hang on a second. Let me do a, let's see, YouTube Lord Heisen. Okay, I'm gonna link it in the chat. So this guy, he makes a lot of meme videos, but also a lot of builds related to Guild Wars 2. He is known for making builds that can solo things that should not be soloed. For example, here's him soloing a raid boss that no one had ever soloed before, to my knowledge. Took him 13 minutes. But yeah, he makes builds that are not necessarily the most damage you could possibly do, but really freaking high damage while also being unkillable. Damn, yeah. Yep. Recently discovered it myself. When you couple it with the good crit rate's actually quite decent. 100% agree with you to make great guides, but skill names suck. I recently discovered, gotta check those builds out, yeah. Yeah, he's good at what he does. He still hasn't soloed Samurag? No, he still hasn't soloed Samurag. Etherblade, Tower Nightmare. No, I don't want to do Tower Nightmares. I could check out Etherblade. Heisen loves Sully gear. I mean, Sully's good gear set. I hear this guy purring, chat. He doesn't purr that loudly. But I'm a foot away from him, so I can hear it right now. Under the chin. Headbutt. Thanks, I need to check him in. I used to main Revenant, and then I watched Muck and I changed to Guardian. You watched me, the #1 Guardian hater, and changed to Guardian? Oh my gosh. What is this? Maybe he's trying to get me to join his map meta. He's like, whoa, this guy hates Guardian. I should swap to that.
Would anyone like to guess the main material used?
Is there anyone doing it? I don't see any tags. Active map. Red tag. I don't. Oh, okay. I see it. Thank you. Yeah, it blended in. Okay, cool. All right, thank you for the invite. Is Celestial Gear better on Conti DPS than on Power DPS? I hate saying this. It depends. It depends. Let me give you an example. Celestial Gear has a bit of Conti damage, a bit of expertise, a bit of concentration, a bit of power, a bit of precision, a bit of ferocity, a bit of toughness, and a bit of vitality. And it can do a little bit of your taxes. Alright? It's a bit of everything. Can your build use all that? Is the answer. Right? If your build is like 70% Condi and 30% power, then that 30% of your damage that's power is what is going to utilize all of the precision, the ferocity, and the power that your build has. I'm getting chomped. But if you have, like, if most of your damage is power and hardly anything's Condi, then it's probably a waste to not just go Berserker at that point, you know? So it really depends. Let me give you an example. Engineer Spear has a decent amount of power scaling on it, despite the fact that after a few seconds it's mostly doing Condi damage. So it can decently benefit from Selly gear. But I will tell you, if you take any build in the game and you put it in Selly gear, if you take any end game build in the game and you put it in Selly gear, its tankiness will skyrocket and its damage will go down a bit. So if you don't mind killing things a little slower but being a nearly unkillable god, it can make open world a very chill experience, and there's nothing wrong with that. It depends, emote win. Yeah, I know. Maybe I can get Banana to design me one. He designed me a few emotes in the past.
Have you scoundrels considered an honest living? I'll return later to check on the rest. But for now...
I know a ranger main that uses cleric stats. You know, back when I was maining Scourge, Heal Scourge has an insane amount of freedom with the stats it uses to support groups. You can run Harriers, you can run Givers, you can run Minstrels, you can run Magi's, you can run Shamans. Like, there's a lot of stats that work with Heal Scourge while still being the main healer and keeping all your boons up.
Device unlocked. One moment while I delete the evidence.
Mike, I tried short bow NG. What did you think of it, Barry? I find the idea of an engineer that uses a short bow kind of offensive to my imagination, but I'm curious, what did you think of it as far as gameplay?
I'll take this and meet you up ahead. We shall disarm those cannons at once. Ah! I'm fine.
What the heck?
Everything's perfectly fine. Reboot required. No. Calm down. Use the cooling protocol Master showed you.
If anyone wants to join, I just joined a random Seitung map meta. This is one of my favorite ones. I am on NA servers. You're welcome to join if you want. There's currently 26 slots open in the squad. If not, I will continue with the violence on my own. Have you ever failed a Su Wong meta? Are you talking about Dragon's End? Alfarian? Yep. The first 16 I went to, I failed. When that map came out, it was extremely difficult to get a win on it unless you were in an extremely organized squad, and a majority of them failed. And so to get my turtle mount, I had to fail it many times. Yeah, it kind of is unfortunate because now it's a pretty cool experience if you do it for the first time. However, like when it came out, it was just like, it left such a bad taste in everybody's mouths because it was just like, fail, 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 fail. And it was just like, it would take you like 20 hours to find a map that would win. But now if you like experience it now for the first time, it's probably amazing. Is it nerfed now? I mean, it's still capable of failing, but it's much more doable than it used to be. Again, in the past, you know, it was countless failures between successes if you were in pugs. Now it's more doable and has a chance of failure if you don't kind of know what you're doing. So I guess you could say at launch it was overtuned. Like, it felt less like an open world map meta, and it felt more like a non-consensual raid. Like, let me give you an example. There was a mechanic at launch that if, like, 5 people got chosen to do a thing, if any of them did not do it, the whole map failed. 50 people suffered because of Billy. That was something at launch of that map. So, you know, they've tweaked it a lot since then. It is no longer like that, which is good. Darn it, Billy. Dude, it's always Billy.
What do we have here?
Ow, I stood in that because I knew I had stability, but that freaking hurt. I have stability.
Run home to your master. Snobby bot. Bet you're not even programmed for labor. You're pampered.
Nice, not too bad. Swap back to my hammer and then mount. Try fail it. Yeah, I had a few Suwons that failed at 1% or 2%, stuff like that. Let's see, shortbow. I tried shortbow NG, interesting but felt underwhelming. Shortbow really only felt good on Mechanist. Yeah, so shortbow is basically a support weapon on Engineer. So you would either be a support scrapper or a support Mechanist if you were going to use it. I like the mace shield more, but the shortbow skills have definitely been buffed since launch. So it's absolutely viable. It's just not my favorite. Yo, 525, chat. We are bringing, now counting the 35 people that ordered more than one, we're at 560 Asuras are coming into the three-dimensional world. It's crazy. I believe the Heisen build for that was Sword, Torch, Longbow. Sword, Torch, Longbow. Are you sure that's 35 more than one? So Faraday, I asked... So basically the counter shows individual orders. It doesn't show individual purchases. So I sent a message to the company yesterday, and I said, hey, can you tell me what the exact count is toward the 1,000 we're allowed to make? And at the time, it was number on website plus 35. So I know it's at least that. Hey man, would you recommend doing map comp before doing the storyline or after? I would just say during. Like, let's say you're doing, okay, hang on a sec. I'll show you. All right, let's say you're a new human character, right? You start out in Queensdale. I would just say, like, you're leveling here, you're doing some story stuff here, and then the next step of your story is in Kessex Hills. If it were me, I would finish map comp of Queensdale, then go to Kessex Hills and continue the story. So basically, like, when you start on a map, I would finish that map before I leave it. But that's me. You don't have to do that. You can come back and do it later. Do you main Ranger? Yes. I have 9,000 hours in Guild Wars 2, and 6,000 of them are on Ranger, and the other 3,000 are on different characters. How many Ellie hours, though? At least one. I learned my lesson. I don't even know who I'm rezzing. There's just like someone invisible here. Mesmer hours? At least one. I don't know. The game doesn't tell me that. Unless I swap through all my characters, it's not going to tell me. How many hours being a dead Ellie? At least one. I would say most of my hours that aren't on Ranger are on Engineer or Necro. And then there's a very small amount of time that's the other 6 classes. The Thief, the Revenant, the Ellie, blah, 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 blah. It's a very small percentage of time as the others. Dude. This guy has the Jormag infusion and the Primordius Eye infusion. And he's wearing them on a character that looks like... some Asura pimp that just went to the beach. It's Florida Man. We found him.
Drat, the entrance appears to be sealed via keycard access.
I'm sorry, what?
Swiped it from their officer. Seemed useful.
Go on soon. If the bureaucrats I work with had half the sense you do...
They wouldn't be bureaucrats.
Well, that was rather sharp, Kwansoon. Shall we?
Better be on guard. If it's one of their leaders...
Mark, where's the Mesmer gameplay you said we would see? I miss your enjoyment of Heal Chrono. Heal Chrono was good. I didn't like it more than Druid, but it was good. It was a lot more fun than I thought it was going to be. I will tell you, if you only want to see some like Chrono gameplay, I would recommend me.exe, who's another Guild Wars content creator who plays a lot of Mesmer.
Just where are you taking our things.
What's it to ya? Figured you wouldn't mind sharing. A little hospitality. Oh, only what we... You snitches take yourselves too seriously. Should consider yanking those sticks out of your butts.
What are those things? Drones?
Gyros. We'll get nowhere with those shielding him. Aim for them first. I've been meaning to do some target practice.
This boss sounds more like a dredge. Yeah, it's funny you say that. I think the guy that voiced this one also voiced a dredge character.
When life doesn't give you what you need, you just gotta take it for yourself. Life's not fair, so why play by its rules?
Of course it's not fair. Doesn't give
I'm gonna AoE res here, get a few people up.
Lightning! Stun him before he attacks! Monsoon, watch out!
Focus on the gyros. That should help us destroy his shield.
You tried all healers. Do you think Healer Wheelbender can clear tier 4 fractals? Yeah, absolutely. Like, if you get to tier 4 challenge modes, it's going to require, I mean, you can't just, like... Okay, hold on. I want to make sure I give you clear, good expectations here. Heal Willbender is stupidly powerful just by auto-attacking, and it pumps out, like, some damage and a lot of healing around it just by going bonk, 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 bonk. That will work for, like, 75% of fractals. The tier 4 ones, you need to know what's going on. It can absolutely still heal those, but you will need to put in more effort than just auto-attacking. So if you were wondering about that, I hope I answered that well.
If we break those gyros, that should break his shield as well.
AoE resing here, there's 4 people down. Didn't have to avoid that because we had stability.
Focus on the gyros. That should help us destroy his shield.
Dude, gyros again? What?
It's no use.
CC time.
Him unless we break that charge of his.
GG. Nice. Yo, ended 3rd on damage as Boon DPS. Feels good. Feels good.
I'll begin repairs. Sooner I start, sooner my village will
Let's
be
see.
back to normal.
Next spec for Guardian should be the Virtue version of Necroshroud. Will you ever do a similar video to the I tried every healer Boon DPS for straight DPS specs you think? Enjoyed watching those. I've considered it. The main issue with that is it would be an insane amount of time.
Thank you, Mr. Potts. We would all appreciate that.
So, like,
my friend
hang on. So let's see. There's where's Notepad? Okay. So there's like 9 base classes. Each has 3 elite specs. So 27 elite specs total. All right. Let's say Each elite spec has a power and condi DPS build. And that's lowballing it, because some will have sword builds and longbow builds and staff builds. We're not even talking about different weapons here. So we're talking like 54 builds, right? So that'd be like 54 DPS builds, and that's just trying like one for each one, right? That's not even counting like, let's say I try power sword warrior, and then someone's like, why didn't you do axe? You should have done axe warrior, you know, or whatever. So it's like, that's not even counting like the different weapon options. So they could possibly reach like 100. So there's a lot. It would be a lot. And even doing just trying all the healers was like a 6-month-long project. And by the time I was done with the last one, the first one was slightly out of date. So I don't know. It's something I've thought about, but because it's just such an overwhelming idea, it's not something I've ever, you know, pulled the trigger on. Divide them like I tried all Meta Guardian DPS builds. I could. I'd much prefer a summoner type of elite spec like Mechanist, but you summon Hero of the Virtue or something like that. The closest thing to summoning heroes from the past is Renegades. Renegade summons ghosts from the past. I tried to hit all Snowcrow's benchmarks. Yeah, and I failed every single one of them. Dude, I can't. Like on this, like, well, I'm not even using, I'm using Mace's hammer instead of Spear Hammer, but Spear Hammer, Untamed, can break like 40k while providing quickness. I could break like 30, so I can hit like 75% of the benchmark. Easy, easy. Is it your bedtime?
Mm-hmm.
Chat, I'm gonna tell the boy goodnight. I'll be right back. Okay, back. Renegade is still the only elite spec I enjoy. My current long-term project is reaching 95% of all Snowcrow's benchmarks. All of them? Oh my god. That's crazy. Good night. Sweet dreams. Ah! Iberka says, you're the master of slowly doing everything. I mean, you always do legendaries by just playing it. Maybe just do one build class that you feel most interested in. Yeah, I mean, I could. I would say in terms of most interested in, I've already done it. Because to be honest, if we're talking about interest, I'm not interested in playing DPS. Those are a dime a dozen. Like, there's a reason that each group is like 4 important people and then 6 DPS. Yeah, like you just find those anywhere. I'm not interested in playing that at all. It would be just doing it for like the learning and the video. That's it. Kind of guess you say that. Yeah, high DPS. Yeah, exactly. It's like typically in any MMO, I like finding an important role that gets me in parties, whether it's the tank, the healer, the buffer, the debuffer, depending on the MMO, stuff like that. And like, I'll just do that. So I get into groups and then like I'm doing something important. And then the rest of the group is just like, okay, fill up the rest of damage. Let's see. Wait, what was this message? I think the worst thing I've ever heard is you'd never be accepted into an endgame content guild if you don't hit 95% of the benchmark. I can only imagine that being a problem for like legendary challenge mode fights. Because for those fights, they have, it's not that the guilds are being toxic. Now, they might act toxic, but it's not that. It's that the fight itself has such an insane enrage timer. It's like, if you don't kill this boss within 6 minutes, he one-shots the whole room. And to get through his hit points within 6 minutes, all 10 people have to be doing like 40,000 damage per second, right? It's the design of the fight that requires the insane benchmarks, not just some guy being an a-hole because your damage is low. No, they might still be an a-hole, but I'm just saying that's a whole separate topic. So there's not many fights in the game where that's an issue.
But everyone's here. She won't grow up with her cousin.
Muck, what do you think of quick DPS?
You know how she loves her grandma.
What do I think of it? I mean, it's a role. Like, typically each group has an Alack healer and a quick DPS, or a quick healer and an Alack DPS. That's it. That's what I think of it. Now, as far as the quick DPS Untamed I'm playing, I'm very much enjoying it, which is why I'm playing it a lot. But I can do DPS and I can do it fast. Oh, that meme. I don't know if that's what you mean. I can try.
To guess the main material used in constructing the Jade Heights recreation area?
Do you still have the potato? I do still have the potato.
Should be a manual off switch under its left armpit.
I'm sorry. All manner of power settings, including manual, have been temporarily disabled. Would anyone like to guess how much water is required to fill the rooftop pool and adjoining hot tub?
That was a weird conversation. Convergence. Sure. I could do that. Spudvergence. Where is it? Where's Lowland? I keep meeting a core guardian guy in T4 Fractals because he has no DLC, but he outdamages a lot of people. If you've got someone with a weird build, but they know how to play it really well, they're going to do better than everybody that doesn't know how to play no matter what they're playing. Do you think quickness and alacrity was the proverbial shooting yourself in the foot by a net, or do you think they benefited the game long term? I wish they didn't exist or were weaker. So, here's the thing. I don't think I've ever played another MMO where me standing next to the correct people in a group would triple my damage output. I think that is silly. I love this game, but I think that's silly. I don't think my damage should double or even triple based on me standing within 10 feet of other people. Like, that is pretty insane. Additionally, like, quickness being a permanent 50% increase to speed is wild. Like, in WoW, we had Bloodlust, which was a 10-minute cooldown, which gave us 45 seconds of, like, 20% speed boost. But in Guild Wars, we're accustomed to a permanent 50% speed boost. We're all basically addicted to crack. Hi, I love your YouTubes. Thanks. Okay, if anybody wants to join, here is the squad join command for a North American convergence in Janthier. ANET said that if they, well, no, one guy at ANET said if they could go back and not add a lack of quickness, they would, but now that it's so ingrained into the game, it's too late. Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's too late. I think if they like reduced it down to like, okay, quickness is a 50% speed boost, make it 40. And next patch, make it 30. Just like slowly phase it down to like, I don't know, put it at like 20 and then leave it there. Is it mech only? No, not that hardcore. You can play anything you want. Why do you always do convergences when Marionette is up? Because no one does Marionette. No, I'm just playing. I don't know. I didn't look. Do you have a suggested solution to the quick and a lack necessity? I think quickness should be 20. Okay. God, this is a whole talk. This is a whole talk. Okay, hang on a second while people are joining the squad. All right. Quickness is plus 50% to action speed. And alacrity is plus 20% to how fast stuff cools down. Or is it 25? It might be it's 20% reduced cooldown. I think it's 25% faster cooling down. And then the net result is a 60-second cooldown becomes a 48-second cooldown, for example. Anyway, whatever. So that's what they do. If it were me, this would be like plus 20% tops. Plus 50% is insane. However, and then alacrity, honestly, I think alacrity is fine. But you could reduce it, but I think overall alacrity is fine. You don't feel cracked out of your mind when you have alacrity. It's just, you can feel it at the end of a fight based on how many buttons you got to press. The problem, early fights in-game were balanced before perma-insane boons. That's why we can completely skip phases of Wing 1 through 4 raid bosses. Late game fights require all boons. That's why people can barely beat Legendary Cirrus even with all boons in game. If you nerf boons now, we have to revisit fights like LCM Cirrus and rebalance it because it will become impossible. If we leave boons insane, raid wings 1 through 4 remain kind of a joke with skippable phases because our DPS, our DPS is triple what the average DPS was when those fights came out. So right now, we've got some fights in the game that require us to be cracked out of our mind, and we've got other fights in the game that are a joke because we're cracked out of our mind. So whether they choose to leave it, or if they choose to change it, they honestly should revisit some of these raid bosses and make some tweaks. Increase the radius on all boons on all classes to at least 600 easy. I've actually heard them say that they don't want to do that with everyone because it is, like, every time they increase the range for boon application, it is more of a burden on the server. Because basically anytime I emit a boon, it's scanning everyone around me in that radius and then picking who gets it. Now for that, I have a solution too, which is basically instead of a firebrand farting out 1 second of quickness per click, and they have to just click 27 keys to keep quickness up, give them one button. Okay, this is like the really lame solution, but it is a solution, is the Renegade solution. Have a button that gives 30 seconds of alacrity with a 30-second cooldown. Hit it when it's up. Boom. The drag on the server has just been reduced. But when the server is measuring pulses and stuff like that every second, it's harder on the systems. Okay. Focusing on this, let's see, we got 35 in here. I'm gonna go ahead and zone in, and then I'll work on groups. I'll pay for the thing. Renegade yawns as far as I like, yeah. They should have given classes specific buffs that they can contribute and leave boons as more rare generic buffs. We had class specific buffs. Warrior Banners, Ranger Spirits, they decided they wanted to move away from that. They actively phased those out. So whether that was a good or bad idea, that they did that in the last few years. If you provide quickness, please move to a new party alone. If you provide alacrity, please pair up with a quickness person. If you are pure DPS, well, actually, if you are high DPS, please fill the groups of 2 until they have 5 each. Also, thank you for the ascended food. Appreciate it. All right. And everyone who's still in group 1 isn't listening. Let's see if they pay attention. Could you agree with the idea that a warrior in Guild Wars 2 is like a warrior in WoW? It can be, yes. A warrior in Guild Wars 2 has builds that are like a warrior in WoW. But there's also warrior builds in Guild Wars 2 that are like a drill sergeant. Get up, soldier! You're weak, you maggot! Rub some dirt in it! It builds character! Walk it off! And you're just like, yes, sir! And you get up, and suddenly your wounds don't seem so bad. It's like being home with dad. There's many different builds of warrior. The thing with the way they do build diversity in Guild Wars 2 is there is so many ways of building your character, and there's many crazy, cool, and effective things you can make, and there's also the worst build you've ever seen. You know, so unfortunately, there's so much freedom that, like, for example, the worst hunter you've ever seen in WoW is not going to be 1/5 of the damage of the best hunter you've seen in WoW, right? The disparity is not that large. But in this game, the disparity can be that large because you can have people that just make abominations of a build.
As most do, with deceptively humble
The Wii build of warrior, yeah.
The Wayfinder.
All right, I'm just going to take the people in group 1 and throw them into other groups to try to get them some boons as best as I can. Mook, what's the command for that build? Quick Untamed. Exclamation, quick Untamed.
When do we get to the exciting part?
All in good time, young ones. A distant memory.
But yeah, class-specific, you know, there was a time in Guild Wars 2 where the only way you got quickness or alacrity was a chrono in the group. And the community made a term called chrono jail. Because there was lots of people that played chrono because that was the only way they would be allowed to go with their guild groups. And they were like, oh, if you don't play chrono, then you can't come. We have to find someone else to play chrono. And so, chrono jail. Then there was a period of time where firebrands were the only sources of, or the only good sources of stability in Aegis. So, you know, every group got a firebrand, and if you didn't play firebrand, you didn't necessarily get into the group. So yeah, that did happen. And they moved away from that. Like, for example, when they gave Druid and Tempest the ability to do stability on demand, that was a good thing. That was a good change. And now you have the option of playing those in serious content. That was a step in the right direction. Firebrand is no longer the only support that can do, what is it called? Stability and Aegis anymore. The no Necro LFG days. Yeah. Now, when I play Path of Exile, people try to join groups. People still say no Necros, but that's more because I have 99 minions and it lags them out. The infamous duo of Heal Brand plus Alucren. Who, yeah, this is like, when I played Heal Druid the first time, it wasn't allowed in Fractals because it didn't have stability, but it was allowed in Tin Mans, but you were a Might bot. Heal Druid at that time period could give Might to 10 people, not 5. So you could have them handle the Might application for the entire rate of 10 people. What about Scourge Necro? Scourge Necro is great right now, but it had periods of time where it wasn't a great support because it couldn't give its group stability. Now it can. Mini Mutt needs Chip Blush? Okay. That's done. That's done. Give it a coffee, sure. Okay, let me bark some orders here. Alright. This is for after you get supplies. Group 2 go west. Group 3 go east. Group 4, Maw of Balrior. Group 5, Cavern. Group 6, all the way north. Group 7, keep this camp alive. 8, 9, 10, help anywhere. There we go. With that, we should have easy win.
An Astral Ward lieutenant approached the Wayfinder. Her name was Visha Foeraiser, and she was...
I hope one day they bring back water PvP. Yeah, the only time you really see water PvP now is if a World v World massive battle gets dragged near a body of water. Which healer do you hate playing the most? Which healer do I hate playing? Okay, I want to really stress that this information is slightly out of date. When I did the tour of all the healers in the game, there's been a few patches since then, and that's very important to remember as I say this. At that time, I hated playing Catalyst heal and Spectre heal the most, I think. They each had some major problems. I believe many of those problems have been addressed since then, but I haven't played them since then. But at that time, they were an absolute flipping nightmare. Like, Spectre would occasionally stealth its party members. When you get stealthed, it turns your attack off, which means a Spectre healer actively lowered the damage of its teammates by turning their attacks off constantly. It was the stupidest thing in the world. Also, you had to target a teammate, target an ally, target a teammate, target an enemy, target a teammate, target an enemy, target a teammate, target an enemy, and it was tedious. It was tedious, because you didn't have mouse over macros like in a WoW, so that actually felt awful. And then Catalyst was just really rough. But again, I've heard good things about it since then. What about Herald? Herald was fine. Herald has some of the easiest boon application in the game. It's just, Revenant is all about planning ahead. Revenant can swap between two legends, which play very differently. If you're a heal Herald, you're probably using Glint, which is the dragon one that applies all the boons, and the Centaur, which does the healing. The question is, when do you switch out of the healing one to go into the boon one, and vice versa? Because if you swap from healing to do buffs, and then your party takes a lot of damage, you can't heal very well. You might have one or two buttons that you can use outside of that. But, so it would, it very much... A player that already knew the fight, and they knew, oh, big damage when guy gets to 80% or whatever, could excel at Herald. But someone who was new and playing reactively would really be bad at it.
That's odd.
Like, you know, the good Heralds knew what was coming. Where do you recommend me looking for updated heal builds? If you want to heal endgame content like PvE raids, Snowcrows is really good. There's also Guild Gen. There's also hardstuck.gg. Metabattle has some. Those are all websites. Now, All of those websites except Snowcrow's also have like PvP and World v World builds. Snowcrow's is just math nerds beating on dummies. I've always thought about trying Guild Wars 2, but like WoW, it seems really hard to get into if you've never played before. Barrier of entry seems really high. I would say it is a very easy to learn, but challenging to master. For example, this game, the open world is so chill that you can get to end game and like not really know what you're doing, and you don't even realize you don't really know what you're doing. Like, you don't know how dumb you are. And then you get to endgame and you walk next to someone else and realize they're doing 20 times your damage. And you're like, wait, that's possible? And then you start learning more and more and more. So it is not like you start playing and you can't kill anything because you don't know what's up. It's not nearly that strict. Did I miss Muk playing PvP? Nope. We did like a chat with Laura for about an hour. Like right now, for example, like I'm third on damage and I'm a boon support. So I do a buff around me. That's my main job. And then as much damage as possible with my leftover resources. That's my secondary job. But I've gotten really good at playing this build. So I'm sometimes in open world, I'm doing more damage than people that should be doing, like anyone who's pure damage and they're not focused on buffing teammates should be doing more than me. But frequently that doesn't happen in open world just because I've practiced my build a lot and other people have not. But if all they do is open world content, it's fine. It doesn't matter. It really only matters for stuff with strict timers, like strict and rage timers, like raids and fractals and strikes, stuff like that. Let's see how long we got on this one. 15 seconds till the mini boss spawns here.
Packs of Titan spawn patrol the mountain diligently.
They're not so tough. The Wayfinder can handle them.
On their own, perhaps, yes. But if allowed to grow in number, they can overwhelm the camp. Potentially very troublesome.
Try to res this guy. Alright, got him up. Aren't there like multiple expansions to buy if we want to continue playing? So, the way you phrase that, you said if we want to continue playing. So there's 10 years of content in the game, right? You can download the game for free, and free does go to max level. You can download the game for free, play for hundreds of hours before you get bored probably, and then decide if you want to buy the expansions. So yes, each expansion adds new ways to play the game, like classes or specs and stuff like that. And each expansion also adds new lands to go to. So if you want to go to those areas, yes, you would need the associated expansion. But for example, the first 2 expansions, which is Heart of Thorns and Path of Fire, which were both very large expansions, you can get both of them combined for $7.50 right now. That's like hundreds of hours of content for $7.50. Because they do these massive sales very frequently. There's one happening right now. So it's truly like you get a lot of playtime for your buck if you choose to do that. And again, there's no sub fee. Like, hold on a second. I'm totally going to plug my referral link here. This is a link to their standalone client store, and you can see the sales happening right now. You can buy the latest expansion and get everything before it, like WoW. Sorry, trying to figure it out. Volts, you're totally fine. I put questions welcome in the title because I like talking with you guys. No, it does not do that. So you do not buy one expansion and get all the previous ones, but the previous ones go more and more on sale. So like originally the expansions were like $30 each, right? And that gets cheaper and cheaper over time. So the first 2 expansions combined right now are $7.50 because they're on sale. And then the next one was End of Dragons, which I think is currently $15 down from $30. And then after that was Soto, which is short for Secrets of the Obscure, which I think that expansion was just last year, so it's only 20% off right now. And so on and so on and so on. But no, it does not do the buy one expansion, get all the previous ones thing. How many expansions are there? There's 5. There was 3 that were quite large, and then 2 which were cheaper but a bit smaller. We're in the middle of the second of those 2 right now. And then there was some DLCs called Living World in between them. Now the DLCs you can buy with in-game gems. So if you want, you can just like play the expansions or the non-expansion, play the core game, see if you like it before you think about getting all that other stuff. But you can pick those up later on, and those can be bought with in-game money too. Alright. Okay, time to fight Greer. So the main thing with this guy is his little purple smoke corrupts boons. They take away a buff and give you a debuff at the same time. It'll for every buff you have, you get more debuffs. So they'll turn a heal over time into poison, things like that.
And I will grind the earth below yours.
Red circles are bad. I spent like 1K hours in the game when it first came out without any expansions, still having fun. Oh yeah. I played it for a few hundred hours at launch. I did eventually get bored and I went on to something else, came back a few years later, and then I've been stuck here ever since.
The yearning I arrest feast to the delicacy of your world is immeasurable.
Need to CC him? Use your CCs if you got him. Okay, he's stunned. Good. Alright, mount up. Sniff! This way.
The frozen soil melted away, allowing the fallen
Hey, will you stream until the end of drops, do you think? Well, first of all, drops end tomorrow night. You've got 22 hours until the end. No, sorry, 26 hours until drops end, something like that. So, no stress. I'll be streaming for another almost 2 hours. And when I finish my stream, I will raid someone else and move everybody in my chat over to the next channel so you can still keep getting drops. But drops end Sunday night. so trying to stay out of the red stuff as much as I can. Okay, that dude's done. Okay, that dude's done. I'm just going to insta-res this guy with one of my cooldowns. He's up. Hey Mike, what materials do you recommend to get and start saving for the legendary backpack as soon as it's released? The new zone, Mistburn Barrens, has a Mistburn Barrens Mastery achievement, and one of the rewards for it is a backpack, and it hints that it is used for the legendary backpack, so go ahead and get that. Also, I'm guessing there's two types of zone currencies in Mistburn Barrens. Oh, I'm dodging out of that. The legendary spear required the zone currencies from the first two zones. So it is very likely that the legendary backpack will require the zone currencies from Mistburn Barrens and the zone after it. So you're probably gonna want to save a stack of Mistburn Barrens currencies. I forget what they're called, but those things, as well as the currencies from the following zone, which come out in 2 to 3 months. Did you enjoy Janthier more than Soto? It depends. In terms of ways to play the game, Soto added more. Soto added Weapon Master training and expanded weapon proficiencies, offering new ways to play every existing class and build in the game. Janthier, the counterpart to that was in Janthier, is Spears. Also very cool, but did not offer as many options. So if your favorite thing in the game is build crafting, then Soto probably was more enjoyable. If your favorite thing in the game is making a home instance, well, that's Janthier. If you like fishing parties, again, that's End of Dragons. So it depends on, like, when you say your favorite, are we talking like story or features? In terms of story, I really enjoyed the first chunk of Soto. I think it fell off pretty hard. I think that the writing could have been much better for the second half. Like, the first half was kind of like a horror movie. And then it was just like we won with the power of friendship. And it's like, ah, come on. I'm gonna AoE res these two just to get them both up at once. Oh, okay, so that resed one of them because the other one got up from somebody else. Okay, that guy's done. And whoa, that is a lot of bodies. Holy crap. Lots of people were sipping the drink. They sipped the death juice. Oh, shoot. There's two attacks with this guy I really hate. This is one of them. When he just blargs out these purple wandering clouds that just corrupt everything, and you cannot block them. Like, but with projectile blocks, I mean, that's what I'm referring to. Is your DPS meter our DPS? Yes. Yes, it is. Ah, dang it. See, there we go. All of them gone. That last cloud got me. CC time. Use your CC. Sniff.
The Titan fled once more.
Yeah, if you desire ARC DPS, if you do ! add-ons in my chat, there's a link to a webpage I made that has a bunch of add-on guides, and ARC DPS is on that page if you want it. It is an older video, it still works.
Rise once more.
Muck recently played an entire game that amounted to tens of hours at $70. Guild Wars 2 has hundreds of hours of gameplay for only 50. You're referring to Avowed. Yeah, I just to be very clear, because I think Avowed has gotten a lot of unfair negative press. I had a lot of fun playing that. I do agree that it is overpriced. I played it for free on Game Pass, and if you're interested in playing it, I would say play it, you know, either on Game Pass or play it when it goes on like sale or something, because it was a very fun $50 game, but they charge $70, which I think is where a lot of the everyone's like, okay, you want to be a $70 game? We're going to analyze you as such, and then, you know, most insane reviews ever.
Your confidence has become.
Are you doing Dragonstorm tonight? You know, this entire squad was made from people in chat, so if you guys want to do Dragonstorm, just stay in the group and we'll go there next. Usually I make a new group if I was in the group finder, but we didn't use the group finder this time. Oh, here comes the cloud, so we want to dodge these as best as we can, or we lose all our boons. I'm gonna AoE res those 3 people over there. Got him. GG! Nice. Didn't get 4 Supreme Runes of Holding this time, sadly.
One that I'm honored to have fought alongside. But it was not their strength alone that won the day. It was
If we're heading to Dragonstorm next, stay if you wish to. If not, thanks for coming. Alright, so once it, can I just teleport out of here? Yes. Alright, so I'll head over there now. Hey, Mike, I have a question for you as a gaming adult. You mind? No, it's fine. I get you do it for work, so it's a bit different, but I don't think it'll hurt to ask. No, I mean, as long as it's nothing like rated R or something, go for it. Or like, you know, on the back of your credit card, what are those 3 funky digits, if you don't mind? I am 30, and over the years, my gaming tastes have changed. I find myself in a lull right now, and I know I want to game, but having trouble finding a game to satisfy that itch. Any tips? Okay, so I think everyone's gaming tastes change over time, right? So, like, when I was much younger, I played Chippendale Rescue Rangers on the PC. I don't think I could play that today for more than 5 minutes. It was a bit of a wreck. So your gaming taste is going to change over time. That's normal. As far as what to do about it, some ideas I have is if you, for example, I did a video at the end of 2024 and it said reviewing the 110 games I played in 2024, and I talked about 110 different games. If you wanted, you could watch videos like that and get a kind of a synopsis of many, many different games back to back to back to back to back, and maybe see if anything makes you go, oh, that sounds kind of nice, you know? On the flip side, you could go to Steam and search like the free trial area and find lots of cool stuff. For example, I often recommend Riftbreaker to people. I love Riftbreaker. Riftbreaker has a free trial. So I don't recommend they go buy Riftbreaker. I recommend the free trial, and then if they like it, they buy it after that. So those are some things that pop to my mind hearing what you're talking about here. Is free trials and watching videos where they review games you're thinking about trying.
Good. Destroyers are crawling all over.
Try exploring
There's
genres
no
outside your
dragons.
wheelhouse. True.
Clear out the firebugs,
I
make way for
recently as in like, you know, comparatively to my stream. In the last year or two, I started taking, you know, basically people could do like game recommendations to me, and they would recommend me lots of stuff. And I learned a lot of stuff. Like one, there are some games outside of the genres I like that are pretty cool. I also learned that some people have terrible taste in games. No, I'm just kidding. You know, some people are like, oh my gosh, play my favorite childhood game, and then they're like, oh shoot, this didn't age well. There's been quite a few of that. But like last year, I played Cyberpunk 2077. I was not ever intending to play that game. It didn't appeal to me. I tried it and I was like, oh my god, I am having a blast. Like, it was really fun, and I ended up doing like an almost 100% playthrough. And by that I mean like I did every quest I could find. I'm sure I missed stuff. But that was a game I was never planning to play, but I tried it because I got bullied into it. And then I couldn't tear myself away.
We break the champion's connection to
Fable.
the
Well, Fable, Chrono Trigger, those were like games that I was like, okay, I'll play it because people are asking me to. They were very old games, and I was like so ready to be done by the end of it. But then there were others that were, you know, that was not the case. My favorite childhood game is Guild Wars 1, so we can get Guang. There you go. Cyberpunk is so good now. Yeah.
You look like you grew. All that Jormeg energy can't be good for you.
You picked a weak dragon you knew you could control. Coward. I'll show you.
By the way, to the chats, we have got 13 slots open. If anybody wants to get in here and mooch some dead dragons,
You must
exclamation squad in the Twitch or the YouTube chat will pop up the thing that you copy paste into the game to join. If you want it. I'll ask again, Muck Windog. Dude, you just gifted me that game the other day. Yeah, like, there's so many games I've been gifted. I will say, for those that don't know, like, I mentioned trying many different games. Like, we're currently, like, I love me Guild Wars 2. Most of my brand is built off Guild Wars 2. Typically, I stream Guild Wars 2, like, all day each Tuesday, and then the other days of the week I try other things. That's been my schedule for the last, like, year and a half. So, after the Drops week is over, I will be going back to that schedule. So, like, Monday, I'll be playing other games. Tuesday, I'll be on Guild Wars 2. Wednesday, I'll be on other games. So, hopefully, many of you that have met me for the first time this past week will join us, but if not, I understand. Just letting you know what to expect.
In the meantime,
Our morning streams, right now, we're currently playing through Dragon Quest XI, another game that was recommended to me by the community, and you know what? I'm having fun with that one. I'm enjoying that one. I'm happy to be doing side quests and not just speeding to the end, things like that. That one's been pretty enjoyable. I've only played maybe one other game that's like that. You know, it's 4 dudes in a line turn-based, kind of like Final Fantasy, the early games. But the only other game I played like that, I think, recently was Octopath Traveler 2. And I'm really enjoying this one. This one has, like, Octopath Traveler was a wonderful game, but this one has a lot of QOL. This Dragon Quest XI has a lot of QOL Octopath did not have. Don't let him start on stars. Yeah, there's a bunch of community people telling me that I need to play SWTOR. Apparently, even though it's an MMO, the story is like ridiculously good, and a lot of people are saying I should play that one. Did you play Dragon Age Veilguard? I did. We got really hyped for Dragon Age Veilguard coming out, and we actually played Dragon Age, every single Dragon Age game. We played Origins, the DLCs, Dragon Age 2, the DLCs, Dragon Age Inquisition, the DLCs, then Veilguard. Boy howdy, it was like stepping off a cliff. Like, God, especially if you had just played the other Dragon Age games. Veilguard was like... So yeah, that was a pretty big disappointment. But yeah, we did do a full playthrough of Veilguard. We did.
Will teach you to fear the frost.
They're drawing on the ley line. It'll shift the power into your mech's favor. That's bad.
Not a huge fan of bad. What do we do?
Woo. Look at me, Ma. I'm a sub in the 30s. Mukluk bobble, Mukluk bobble.
Hey, Arcadian, thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. Welcome back. The subs and primes are a huge help. I heard Veilguard was a big disappointment to Dragon Age fans. Was it a good standalone game at least? Okay, I would say that Veilguard was fun combat at the beginning. The problem was it never changed. From the first fight in the game and the last fight in the game, I was using the same type of weapon and the same skills. So it got very repetitive and it was dull and boring by the end of it. Because I was doing the same thing the whole time. Like, it was fun at the beginning, but it never changed. Like, you never unlock, like, it's like, imagine a game where you play a mage and you start and you're shooting little embers, and then you scale up to like little fans of fire coming out of your hand, eventually fireball, and then eventually you're firing magma boulders, then eventually you call down meteors from the sky. That never happened. There was never any skill growth or anything like that in Veilguard. You're doing the same thing the whole time, and it was fun at the beginning, but it never changed. Did you ever have to pull a barf? Dude, I can complain about Veilguard for 45 minutes before I get to the woke riding part. Okay? It's like, dude, I had someone in one of my YouTube comments yesterday. I had like a YouTube short about a funny moment that happened in Avowed. And they're like, oh, it's that woke game. And I'm like, no, it's not. Dude, Avowed lets you choose whether you're he or she if you care at character creation. That's it. There's nothing else about it that you could even pretend to call woke. All it is asking you how you want to be called. That's it. There's not even romance in that game, so it's not even like you're being pressured into anything. I miss Tash? Oh man, I don't. We got 18 seconds. We should be fine. We're doing okay on the timer. Stop jumping around, Bram. We gotta kill you. Oh man, he's trying to run while the timer ticks out. Oh my gosh. Unlike Veilguard, where every NPC has to remind you of their status every day. Yeah.
Champions are hanging on to dragons by a thread.
I don't use the word woke these days because of grifters. I just call it cringe stupid. Yeah, it's almost becoming slang at this point. It's kind of like... It's kind of like when people on Twitter, they don't like someone and then like they call them a Nazi. And it's just like, I think you just don't like that person. You know, it's not because of like the belief system or anything like that. They just throw it. They throw the word around too much, and it's like it's losing its meaning. And no, I don't want to go into some deep political talk here. I'm just using that as an example because I see it way too often.
This might take a couple rounds. Stay strong.
Was Rook any good in Veilguard? I loved his voice actor. Rook. Let's see. It's information centered around Rook. The big problem with Rook was like at the very beginning, he joins the party, and they're like, yeah, you know, this is Rook. He's like our #1 guy, and it's like, why am I your #1 guy? They don't, you know, the rule of storytelling is show don't tell, right? They never showed it. They never showed how he joined. They never showed how Varric picked you up. They just show you start out in a bar, and even if you pick a weak mage as your character, you are in a bar fight and you're 1v10ing people with your fists, which makes no sense if you're a mage. And doesn't explain why you beat these people up or anything like that. You just needed to, you know. So, and then one big issue, I mean, this is both with Rook and with everyone else, was that when people would ask you a question, your options would be like, yo, yes, yeah, uh-huh, you okay. And then, like, even the mean option was not mean. It was just like, well, that's not how I would do it, but fine, let's go. You know, like, there was no actual mean options throughout the game. Which, again, was huge disparity from the other games in the series. Dude, you know what I'm reminded of right now? In Baldur's Gate 3, that quest where a woman's husband died, she tried to bring him back, and he came back as a zombie. And you kill the witch, and you get the control rod that controls the zombie. And she's like, you know, give it to me, that's my husband. And you can go, no, I'm gonna keep him. And she like swears and screams at you, and you could just walk away and keep her husband. And then you can summon him in fights going forward if you keep him. And I did.
I feel it, champion. The connection's weak.
It's sometimes funny to have games where it lets you be bad. Like, I did a good playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3 that took me 100 hours, and I did an evil playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3 and it took me 100 hours, and both were very, very different. But it was like, in Veilguard, they were so afraid to hurt people's feelings all the time. At Mukluk, how long is the sale going on for the X-Packs? I want to say the 20th. If you go to the Steam page, it says it right on the Steam page. I think it's 20th. You can't even make your companions leave in Veilguard. That's true. You can yell at your companions and tell them to get out if you disagree with their methods in the other Dragon Age games, but you cannot do it in Veilguard. Everyone's mandatory. They join you and you can't get rid of them. And it's also mandatory that you hear about how Tosh identifies herself. That's a required quest. It's not even a side one. Which is part of why it was so weird.
Get to the prisms.
A lot of big studios aren't bad. They're just way too safe nowadays. Well, I think if Baldur's Gate 3 and Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 has showed anything lately, it's that you can have very bad options. And it's just like people just want, like, for RPGs, for big open RPGs, people want the freedom to make choices. Not have the choices be yeah, yes, and uh-huh. Like, if you want to do a story-driven game that doesn't have choices, that's fine. We're in the middle of Split Fiction. My son and I are in the middle of streaming a playthrough of Split Fiction. Incredible game. It's a story. It is a railroaded story. You're not making choices there. It's just a story and gameplay. That's totally fine. But don't pretend like your story has choices, and then the choices are yeah and yes. Sweet Home Alabama. I know, I did. Now Kiss. Yeah, I missed it. You guys did awesome. Thank you to the teammates. We did that on full autopilot while I was ranting. Have you played Mass Effect? I played ME1 and I don't even remember it. It wasn't that memorable. But a lot of people saying that ME2 is really, really good and I should pick up ME2 and play from then onward at some point. But I haven't yet. Didn't you hear, Muk? Twitter says Kingdom Come 2 is woke. Dude, I can discount that right now. That was so stupid. So, okay, there is a character in the story named Hans, who your character is Henry. Henry is kind of like Hans's bodyguard. You're supposed to keep him safe and alive, but Hans keeps getting into stupid trouble. Hans, in the game, is like, he's in his mid-20s. Like, he is flirting with and sleeping with barmaids all over the kingdom, right? He's an adult. It's very clear he's an adult if you played the game for more than 5 minutes. So someone basically Googled the character, the real-life person that Hans was based off of in history, and they got the date wrong. And they were like, oh, this is based off a 15-year-old. If you play this game, you're having with minors, and you're a pervert. And so this game is like woke and blah, blah, blah. And the whole thing was based off this person couldn't do math. That's literally it. The entire basis of that complaint was this person couldn't carry the one. It was ridiculous. And like the whole thing was like, dude, if you play the game for more than 5 minutes, it is abundantly clear this is an adult. Like this is a grown man having all these problems. It is not some kid.
You shame yourselves.
They did shame themselves, yes. And then the other complaint was people were like, oh, you know, here's a picture of this scene where Henry is kissing Hans. You're forced into this. And no, it's not. I played the game. There is 42 moments you can sleep with the opposite gender in KCD1. And in KCD2, there's like 17 moments where you can sleep with the opposite gender. Then there's one time where, as an option, you can develop a relationship with Hans. And there's also an option where you could just go, ah, I love you, buddy, and give him a fist bump. And it doesn't develop the relationship, and you just remain bros. So the person on Twitter basically went down one route out of 43 that was building a gay relationship, took a screenshot, and complained about it on Twitter and said, this is a required quest in the game. This is so stupid. Which was a complete lie. It wasn't. It's an option. Just like in Baldur's Gate 3, you can sleep with a bear. And that is an option. It's like, look, it's there if you want it, and if you don't, that's fine. There's like, your character is a freaking looker. You got women all over you the whole game. You can do what you want to do. Not liars on my internet, yeah. Sleeping with a bear is 100% optional, and I 100% did it. Yeah, that's my point. I mean, honestly, look, like I'm no man of mystery in these games. I usually play a straight dude when I play these games, all right? But I got no problem with the fact that in Baldur's Gate 3 or in Dragon Age Inquisition, you can get with freaking anyone pretty much, you know? And I got no beef with that. Lay out the options. That's fine. Give people their choices. Whatever. But I do have a problem with people just saying stuff that's just not true. And every argument I've seen for KCD2 being a woke brainwashy game has just devolved to someone was lying. And then the word spread like wildfire. Muck went for Iron Bull. I didn't, but I have seen the YouTube video of that. Dude, like, he makes you sign a waiver. He's like, I will destroy you. You will not survive. In BG3, you can interrupt an orc and a troll doing a deed. I think it was a bugbear. I think it was like a bugbear and a troll. But yeah, you were right. And you can laugh at them. Saying something as woke is the way stupid people describe anything they don't like. I'm over it. Yeah. Like, look, don't get me wrong. Like in Veilguard, they approached this whole like in Veilguard, the I'm non-binary thing from Veilguard. The problem wasn't that they added a character that was non-binary. The problem was that the person was an insufferable annoyance, and the quest was a required quest before killing a dragon. You had to attend the dinner and find out she's non-binary before you could advance the quest line. So it wasn't a side quest. It was shoved in your face and down your throat. And then there was the whole push-ups thing where you had, if you misgender someone, you have to do 10 push-ups, and then you could fight the dragon. And it was just like, she was insufferable. Like, honestly, I think that she probably did more damage to whatever cause they were trying to do than helped. Because all it showed was just like, hey, here's someone that identifies this, and they are insufferable. The push-up thing isn't real, you're lying. No, that happened. The pulling a barf thing? Yeah. Oh, Barv is someone that if he misgendered someone, he would do 10 push-ups. So now I'm going to do 10 push-ups because I ate your last cookie. Yeah, that actually happened in the game. The same thing happened with Pal World. It wasn't woke, but it was where the dude who was reporting that the Pal models were ripped from Pokemon and AI generated admitted to making it up and doctoring the evidence. That's great. Okay, you know, that's interesting. So Two-Toned, I have not been following that. I did see that, and I totally believed it. I haven't been spreading the word on that, but I believed it because many of the Pals do look similar to many of the Pokemons. But I mean, let's face it. The whole game was catch monster in ball. That was very much, similar to Pokemon. But it is what it is. They did Isabella dirty with that scene. They've changed Isabella so much in every single game. Yeah. Like for example, the person who was saying pulling a barv and if you misgender someone you have to do push-ups was a pirate who slept with anyone she wanted. She was a girl boss, and she murdered people in Dragon Age 2. In Dragon Age 1, she would teach you how to be a duelist if you helped her win a bar fight and beat the living shit out of people she didn't like. Like, they just made her a completely different... Which, again, this is part of the reason Dragon Age fans didn't like Veilguard, is they took characters we knew and just brainwashed them into these completely other things. I don't remember her in what. Wait, was she in? Hold on, where was she? I'm pretty sure she was in 1. Hang on a sec. Dragon Age Isabella. Oh, it's 1L. I misspelled it. Isabella. Okay. Yeah, and she looked very different through the game. Yeah, she is in Origins. I just confirmed. She is in Origins. She's in Origins, and she teaches you she's one of the subclass trainers. And then she was a pasty-looking lady. In Dragon Age 2, she was a tanned pirate, and she kicked butt. And then in Dragon Age Veilguard, she was don't misgender people.
What now?
Yeah. That was Isabella. Sorry for AFK during DS. Got up to hijack. No, you're fine, Changeling. I'll be honest, I didn't notice. We were having a conversation. She was in the big city after you go back before the court scene. I didn't realize it when I played 2. They did change her. They've changed her looks in every one of them, yeah. Sounds like Dragon Age Riders games too. Well, I would imagine either the people who wrote the first 3 Dragon Age games did not work at the company for the 4th one. Or I would imagine that they were under management that made bad decisions and forced everyone to go along with it. But yeah, but anyway, we've gone, this topic has gone all over the place at this point. The bottom line is it's okay to have this stuff in games. Look at how successful Baldur's Gate 3 is, and you can sleep with the women, you can sleep with the men, you can sleep with the bears, whatever. People don't care. You know, in Inquisition, half the characters were basically swing whatever way you wanted them to swing, and you could romance anyone you fancied, and they didn't care. And it was fine. Sometimes they would have tastes, like the what was her name? There was a girl elf in your party in Inquisition, and she was a lesbian. If you played a male character, she would not entertain the idea of going on a date with you. But if you were a female character, she would date you and give you a chance because she had her own preferences. Totally fine. Everyone's fine with that. The problem is when it's just like this ridiculous preachy thing and it's just like, you know, jammed in your face. That's the issue. Sarah. Thank you, Sarah. You know what the main thing is I remember about Sarah is she made grenades by filling them with beehives and then she threw bees at people. Yeah, she was a keeper. She invented bee-nades. She was a keeper. Do you have to PvP in this, or can you turn off PvP? PvP is not an open world in this game, Volts. So in this game, like, there's the whole open world, right? There's no PvP here. There's 2 forms of PvP. You click on this, and this will take you to the lobby for Conquest, which is usually played 5 versus 5, with some exceptions. It's smaller games where individuals matter a lot. The other option is World versus World, and World versus World, you can go here. It looks like it's doing a reset right this second, so you can't do it right now. But World versus World, if you go into... oh, wait, no, it's not doing a reset. I'm not on the team right now. Sorry, ignore that. If you go into World versus World, there is basically a whole new world map in there, and there's 3 teams. There's going to be red, green, and blue. And anyone who's not on your team, you can fight. So it will result in like 70 versus 70 versus 70 massive battles with siege machines and keeps and stuff like that. But there is dedicated areas for PvP. If you don't want to do it, you don't have to do it. The problem is when someone's, well, I'm gonna change the words here. The problem is when someone's orientation is their entire personality. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, it's like, the whole thing with Tosh is that she was like non-binary, right? That's it. That's all there was to her. But if you're talking with like Varric, he doesn't walk up and go, "Hi, I'm a straight white dwarf." Like he doesn't. It doesn't do that. You know, Varric has a very interesting past and stuff like that, and he talks about it, and you help him through these problems. But you know, he doesn't just introduce himself and like, you know, here's how I swing. You know, the problem is when that's like the only trait remaining. Are we talking about Dragon Age? We were talking about Dragon Age, yes, and like Avowed and Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, and some misconceptions that I was able to clear up because I've played all of those games. Tosh didn't like to be judged, but she herself loved judging others. Yeah, dude, that was so stupid. When you first meet Tosh in Veilguard, you're like, "Oh, are you Kunari?" And she goes, "Why do you ask?" And you're like, "Oh, you've got the Kunari armbands." And she goes, "I can wear what I want. That doesn't mean that's who I am." Okay, well, anyone can wear a police uniform, but if I run up to them and say, "Police, help," they better be able to help. Like, what do you mean? You're wearing the uniform. And then minutes later, she makes fun of another party member for wearing a dress. I'm not even joking. It was like 10 minutes later. She made fun of the way someone else dressed in your party after she tells you not to judge her based on her outfit. I was like, did two different insufferable people write this character and they didn't talk with each other? Because it wasn't even the same flavor of insufferable. It kept changing. Yeah, it was weird. It was super weird. Okay, let's see. What do we got? Terrir is repeatable. I'll do Terrir again. That's fine. Would you recommend Dragon Age as a good game? I haven't tried it. Dragon Age Origins, Dragon Age 2, and Dragon Age Inquisition, I would recommend all three of those. Veilguard, I honestly can't. I can't in good conscience recommend you that. All of those are fantastic games. They are the type of game where your choices matter. And also, there was this really cool system with the first 3 Dragon Ages where your choices would carry over between games. Let me give you an example. There is a guy that wrongs you in the first game. If you kill him, he's not in the 3rd game. If you spare his life and convince him to try to reform, he can be in the 3rd game as an ally. Like, it will import your decisions and tweak the world. Like, you can have one person be king or a different person be queen who never married based on what you do in the first game versus the 3rd. Which game is this? The first 3 Dragon Age games. Like, they were very good story, very good writing, the decisions mattered. Gameplay changed a bit over time. In the first game, the gameplay was you control a party, well, in all of them you control a party of 4. And you could, you would design the characters, you could like pause and issue commands and unpause and then pause again, do stuff like that. And that's kind of the case for all of them. Veilguard was the first one that you couldn't do that. That was another key feature of the franchise they took away from Veilguard. But yeah, really good story, fun gameplay. I see someone in chat saying I don't like 2. I actually really enjoyed 2. I think 2 is actually the one I played the most. I think I did 3 playthroughs of 2 and I did 2 playthroughs of the others. But in any case, that'll, beauty's in the eye of the beholder and all that. But I thought 1, 2, and 3 were all really good. I finished Veilguard and it was, I don't recommend that one. First game had the most options. That is true. That is true. It's kind of like if you go from Morrowind to Oblivion to Skyrim. They reduced the number of options to appeal to a larger audience. But it was, that issue didn't really get bad until Veilguard. Dodge all that. Okay. Does this map even have people doing it? I don't know. I don't see any tags on this map. I might need to swap to another one. Nope, that's not working.
Here's another.
Okay.
Make it count.
East 88. Okay, filter minus 88. Don't show me maps from IP 88. North 55. That one's full. Okay. Don't show me maps from IP 55. North 240. What is this and why is it not working? Ah, this one's going. There we go. Is that new, the no don't show me maps thing? Nope, it's just a feature most people don't know about. If you do minus and then something and then space, it will not show you anything with that in it. So it will effectively filter out things you don't want to see. So if you're looking for an Octovine and you know that map 55 is full, you could say don't show me 55, don't show me this, don't show me that, etc. Does it accept reject? I don't know what that is. How do you see the map number? You type /IP enter, I'm gonna hide my camera for a second here. Boop. Okay, look in the bottom left. I typed /IP enter and an orange text. And then everything after the last dot. So this is map 240. I have a video about the IP address thing in game because it's one of those interesting little things. NA did IP addresses all the time, which is very helpful in the group finder, but EU never did it. And one day I made a video that said, EU, please do this. And I convinced some people to start doing it. Oh, dodge roll. Oh, AoE res. I got you guys. There we go. Easy. Now I get to open, like, 27 treasure chests. Eh. Loot Goblin activated, that's right. The one time I ever looted a 2,000 gold item in this game was in one of these boxes. The one winning lottery ticket I ever found in 9,000 hours. What, did you ever have a precursor drop? There was one time I tried that, you know that whole thing where if you throw 4 oranges in the Mystic Forge, you get another orange out? One day, I just decided to go for broke, and I bought like 100 oranges and threw them in. And I got 2 precursors, and it was like the Energizer and an underwater one, like the spear or something. And they were both like worth like 20 gold. So I lost a ton of money that day. I've never had one just drop, no. Did you get the infinite contracts from Chess? I bought all of them. I've never just gotten one. The one you didn't see dropping? Hey, chat didn't see it either. We had hundreds of people here that day and no one saw it. Found it like 15 minutes later. I've gotten 3 from chest. But the contracts come from Black Lion chests. I don't open Black Lion chests that often. Like, I've never bought BL keys. I've been gifted some, and I've used them, and then, you know, I use the rare one I find. But I don't open many of those because I don't get keys that often. Muck isn't into Gamba? Dude, I've beaten the game. BLTs? No, Black Lion chests. Not bacon, lettuce, tomatoes. One bank and 2 upgraded ones. I think I gave you one to give in the past. That sounds right. I think you did. Michael, you try Wing 8CM like you did with TOF. Maybe. Like I said, I don't relish the idea of joining a group and wiping on something for weeks on end until we figure out every mechanic. There was a time in my life I loved doing that. I'm no longer in that time. So the idea of joining a group that already knows what to do, they tell me what to do, and then I do it and we kill it, not opposed to that, but I don't really want to do a progression group, you know? We got so many other things we wish to do and see if we could do, like... It's just so, like just during this stream, what have you guys told me to play? SOTOR, the entire Mass Effect series, finished Dragon Quest 11, like, there's, like, that right there, that's like 50 to 100 hours. Like, there's so much stuff that, you know, people want to see. I don't want to just slam my head into the same CM for like 80 hours. I do enjoy watching it, though. I do enjoy watching other people slam their heads into it. Mike, I've looked around on YouTube a lot, but I'm a bit lost on what to do in Guild Wars 2 to keep me engaged a bit. It seems to be super repetitive. Any advice? Yeah, I can try, Mesmer. Guild Wars 2 has 10 years worth of stuff they've added to the game. and they do horizontal progression. So rather than raising the level cap stays the same, and they just keep adding more things to do here. So dungeons, fractals, dragon response missions, strikes, raids, open world bosses, legendaries, PvP, world versus world, conquest, mini seasons. You know, there's tons of stuff. Now I have a video that's kind of on this topic called I just hit level 80, now what do I do? I'm overwhelmed. There's a link to that in the chat if you're interested. But I mean, honestly, my first instinct is to tell you to try everything once. Like, try World v World, and you might be like, yeah, I don't like this. Or you might be like, oh shoot, this is better than I thought, you know? Like, spend one evening in each of the activities you haven't tried and see if you actually like them. Because you might, and then you just didn't realize that you would. That would be the first bit of advice I would give you. Would you consider playing Hello Kitty Island Adventure? The one that Butters played in South Park? I mean, I played Chrono Trigger. It's basically the same thing, right? Best server for new players? Doesn't matter. You're basically just picking a North American server or an EU server. Pick the one that you think you're going to get the best ping on. Let's see. See if anyone's doing this. I'm on the correct map, they're just not here yet. This is probably a newbie question, but is identifying equipment worth it? No, it's a good question. So Alpha, if you've got a stack of unidentified equipment, let's say this right here. You got two options of what to do with this. Option one, you leave it unidentified and you sell the stack on the trading post and you're going to get guaranteed some money. Definite. Option two, you identify all of it and occasionally, look, this was a green, this was a green, this was a yellow. Occasionally things will jump in value. Okay? So I got a yellow item from that unidentified blue item and I got a green item from the unidentified blue item. There's another green right there. So it is possible to get some insanely rare and expensive things from identifying stuff. To give you an example, this is an exotic item. You can get this from identifying things super rarely. This is worth over 100 gold. Things like that, okay? So anytime you identify stuff, there's a chance that you can get something worth a lot of money. Typically what I do is I identify it and then I salvage it. So this is just an expensive salvage kit. So I'm going to use this right now, salvaging all the blue things. And look on the right hand side of the screen. I'm getting logs, luck, ore, cloth, leather, tons of materials, essentially, right? I'm getting just tons of materials. All of that, boop, deposit into my material storage. And then if it ever gets to the point where it overflows out of my material storage, I will then take it and sell it on the trading post. So, you have two options. Sell stuff while it is unidentified, or identify and then salvage it. Identify, see if you get anything good, salvage the remainder. Only 108 gold, signed Gabe's. I recognize that reference. Thanks, sure. Hey guys, I'm just unga-bunging world bosses right now. You're welcome to ask me questions. I got another 45 minutes with you, and then we'll raid someone so that the people getting drops still keep getting more.
That's right. Good. We can use the extra firepower. Get into position.
Are we getting a major expansion or new game in the next 5 years? So Chainsaw, year before last when they announced Secrets of the Obscure, they said they were going to do a small expansion every year rather than a large expansion every 5 years. So they did Secrets of the Obscure. 1 year later, they did Janthier Wilds, and we're in the middle of Janthier Wilds. So if they're continuing that schedule, then 3 months from now, we'll get the last update to Janthier Wilds. Maybe a couple weeks from then, we'll get a preview of the next expansion. And then about 6 months from now, the next expansion will come out. The question is, are they going to continue doing yearly small X-Packs, or are they going to take a break from that to start building up something greater? But that's the current situation. Hot Fudge says, how hard is it to get into Guild Wars 2? I tried a few years ago without success. Hot Fudge, nice name by the way. I think this game is easy to pick up, hard to master. So I don't find it that difficult to get into it. If you are thinking about trying it out, this is a guide I made for new players to break them into the game. If you like video guides, that might help you. And if you have any questions, I'm here literally every day. I haven't missed a day in 6 years, so if you want to ask our community any questions, you're welcome to. You can come in and ask me anything even while I'm playing other games. Gladius says, can you unlock weapon proficiency via World v World instead of the achievement?
But we're here to fix that, aren't we?
I think...
Corsairs. Keep your chaos controlled.
Chat. Soto added weapon master training and expanded weapon proficiency. One of the two of those is unlockable in World versus World, and I cannot remember which one. Does anyone recall? Gladius says, I think both. Expanded as World v World. Some talk says, okay. Some people are saying it's one, and some are saying it's the other, so it might be both. I got mine from story, so I don't know. I don't know. I hope they do leap year, like 1 year big-ish expansion, then 1 year something small or something, and next year another expansion. I wouldn't mind that. What's the difference? Okay, so essentially in the game, there is there's elite specs, right? So let me go. So let's take Ranger. Ranger can become a Druid, a Soul Beast, or a Untamed. If you don't know what these are, it doesn't matter. Okay, Druid unlocks Staff for Ranger. Soul Beast unlocks Main Hand Dagger for Ranger. Untamed unlocks a 2-hand Giant Hammer for Ranger. Okay. However, you cannot be a Druid that uses a hammer. All right. If you get Weapon Master Training, your elite specs can use your other elite specs weapons. The other thing, expanded weapon proficiency, simply added new weapons to every class. Necromancers got swords, Guardians got guns, etc. That's it. That's the difference between those two things. Now I get it, thanks. Sure. But both of those things that I just described were added in the Secrets of the Obscure expansion. And what that did is that made a lot of builds that did not exist suddenly pop into existence in the game. I was playing Phantom Pain at Metal Gear game. The only Metal Gear game I've ever played was Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance, which was really frustrating controls at the beginning, but I mastered them by the end and was able to parry everything, and it was really fun for me in the second half. Great story. Nano Machines, son! That's the only Metal Gear game I've played so far. Would you go back and play other Metal Gear games? Sure. I've been playing just whatever chat recommends me to play lately, which is sometimes a terrible idea. But yeah, we've been playing tons of different games. We played 110 games in 2024. You know, some of them were months long, some of them were just like a one-day thing. But yeah, on this channel, we try a lot of different stuff. Whatever. Bananas. For you, Bananas, I believe I played Slime Rancher and Spider-Man and Miles Morales. I believe you individually pushed those 3 games on me. Maybe more. And currently, you're crying about SOTOR and the 3rd Spider-Man game. And we'll get there when we get there. You enjoyed them all? Slime Rancher was okay. My kid enjoyed Slime Rancher more than I did. It was fine. Like, it was cute, but that kind of wore off pretty quick. It is basically just do chores 10 hours. Too many anime games? We've played a couple of anime games. Like we are in the middle of one, Dragon Quest XI. But I'm honestly having a lot of fun with it. It's a turn-based game, like the old FF games, but it's, I'm gonna throw a res to this guy over here that died in the corner. But it's got a lot of QOL. Like Doki Doki Lit Club. To be fair, Doki Doki Lit Club is a game that it's a psychological horror that is disguised as a dating sim. So it's like you're playing this cutesy game where you're the only boy in a club full of girls, and one hates you, and one likes you, and one's shy, and one's your childhood friend, and that one wants to bake muffins with you, and she's dead. What happened to her? Why does no one remember her? And it just goes off the rails. So that was an extremely memorable experience that I was not expecting. And yeah, I played it because chat told me to. Another one, was it Misai? Oh my god. What was the recent game that people are comparing to Doki Doki? It started with me something. Me-side. Thank you. Misao. It's like a soup. Me-side was kind of the same idea. You know, it was like a cutesy little game, then oh god, she's psycho. That was kind of the same idea, but it was entertaining, and it took us like a day to clear it, and you know, it's memorable. I am going to remember Me-side more vividly than Monster Hunter, because it was more entertaining to me, you know? But that took us one day to finish that. What were some other crazy ones? Like a month ago, we played a game called 10 Bells. 10 Bells was kind of a spoopy game, but it was like a paranormal thing, and it took us one day to beat that. And it was really cool. Dude, it was made from this like small-time indie dev, and he was so glad that we played his game. He popped into the chat and was like getting really excited watching us play it for the first time. Dude, sometimes it's really rewarding to play games from like little devs, because like they could be very appreciative that you're playing their game. 110 games and 365 days of streams is crazy, and trusting chat for recommendations is bold. Well, Alpha, sometimes y'all have terrible taste. Sometimes people will be like, you know, Muck, play Monster Hunter. I'm like, I'm really not into Monster Hunter. I don't think I'm gonna like it. It's $70. Muck, here's $70. Buy and play Monster Hunter. Fine, I play it for a day. Dude, I am sorry. I know you paid $70 for this. This is awful. I don't want to do this anymore. So, okay, there's games like that I tried it, and I'm just like, look, you wasted your money. I'm sorry. I do not like this. It happens from time to time. I think I said in advance you wouldn't enjoy Wilds. You did, but you've been wrong about other stuff, so it's fine. Then we have Thank Goodness You're Here. Thank Goodness You're Here. I don't even know how to rate that one. That was just British out of 10. That was just like I've never done hallucinogens. I think that game is like how to experience doing hallucinogens without doing hallucinogens. I'm glad that was a one-night thing, because that was a trip. I wouldn't want to like stop in the middle and go back to that. That was weird. You know another wild one I played because of chat? We did a charity one year, and one of the stretch goals for charity, I was like, look, if we raise more than $1,000 for the kids, I'll play a dating sim.
Thanks for the years of entertainment. Much love.
Thank you, Blind Demon. I appreciate that. Welcome. Also, Prime sub, huge help. Thank you. I told chat I'd play a dating sim, and I let them pick it, and they picked the Kentucky Fried Finger Licking Good Dating Sim. Chat, I thought it was going to be the cringiest thing ever. I thought it was going to be absolutely awful, and I was going to hate it, and I was just going to be cringing my way through the whole thing. And it was actually one of like the funniest things. And I was laughing until my sides hurt. Hold on. Finger licking good. Oh, there we go. I love you, Colonel Sanders. This was it. This was it. This stupid thing. I was laughing until I was crying playing this dumb thing. And the whole thing is just trying to get you to go buy Kentucky Fried Chicken. And like, the whole thing is you go to culinary school with a young, jacked, hot version of the Colonel, and you're trying to seduce him, but he only has eyes for his chicken. Like, he's like, yo, I'm trying to be a chef, and I'm like, please love me. Like, the whole time. And it's hysterical. And I gotta tell you, the whole idea is just get you thinking about KFC. It's a free game, chat. It's free. It would be like afterward, dude, my wife and I had KFC the next night. It worked. It freaking worked on me. Yeah, yeah, I named my character Daddy Mukluk in the game so that everyone addressed me as Daddy Mukluk, and it just made it even fun. Dude, it's part of our intro. Hold on, it's like 10 seconds in.
Mukluk Douglas Bartholomew Reginald Esquire IV and Sir Chauncey Vance Snuffles III welcomes you, dear viewer, to the lab.
When Daddy Mukluk sweats. It's not gross. It's beautiful. Look at that shimmer. Yeah, so that was a line from the KFC dating sim. He doesn't sweat, he shimmers. Yeah, dude, oh my god, I was losing my mind playing that. That was 2 hours, and like my jaw hurt from laughing so hard at the end of it. It was genuinely, that is something I would have never played. And you guys just like bullied me into it. I was just like, okay, shoot, this is amazing. Do you remember KFC console? I don't know. I don't remember that. That was that where Ashley was? Yeah, Ashley with her horribly spelled name, Ashley Egg. Yeah. When is the Outlast replay? No. Dude, I don't know if this says anything about how scary that game is or how chill my life has been, but Outlast 2 and Visage, those games were some of the scariest moments of my life. I do not ever want to look at that footage again. It is on Mukluk Plays if you want to see it. I ain't going back there. Those are like sealed tapes in my mind. Please replay? No. No, I will not be doing that. We need a new Outlast Visage game. No, we don't. We don't. Dude, every other, like, there's tons of horror games that have scared me. I don't even like horror games. I play it because of y'all. I don't even like horror games, but there's tons that have scared me. Those ones scarred me. Those were messed up. How about this Muck Amnesia? Dude, I want Amnesia to forget that I played those games. I played a couple of the Amnesia games. Which Amnesia games did we play? You have it recorded? Yeah, look, here's links to my 2 YouTube channels. One is called Mukluk Plays, and Mukluk Plays has a playlist for every game we do on stream. And you can watch any of them. So, Amnesia... we played Amnesia the Bunker, Amnesia Rebirth, and Amnesia the Dark Descent. Those were all scary. I jumped a few times. I was not immune to the horror in those games. They were nowhere nearly as bad for my psyche as Outlast or Visage. Those were on a whole nother level. Alice is really high in the game recommendations list right now. My only concern is will it run well, because that game is old. So this is our game recommendation page. Wait, why am I not logged into it? I should be. Hold on. Okay, so this is the game recommendations page. You can add things to this list or upvote things on this list. And Alice is actually very high on there with 90 votes. And yeah, my only concern is will it run well, because it's an old game. What's at the top of Game Rec? Mass Effect Legendary Edition, which I've heard has tons of issues with copyright claims because of the music. Witcher 3 Wild Hunt Blood and Wine. Alice. So that's where we're at right now. But yeah, Monday morning we'll be back on Dragon Quest XI. Monday night we'll visit Skyrim with the huge pile of mods again, with you guys having the chat integration, so you guys can break the game while I'm trying to play it for a while. And then we'll look at probably starting another short game. We could do a... There was that one indie dev that we met recently that was really nice, and I was thinking about trying his game. It was called Tower Dominion. I was thinking about trying his demo for his game, just because he was like really nice. And this is Tower Dominion, so I might try this for like a day. It's a little tower defense grid game. And then we've got, in terms of horror, we still have freaking 4? No. Oh, no, these are Friends Passes. We still have 2 other Dark Pictures Anthology horror games that are like 1 night each, maybe 2 tops, that we could do. We've got Little Hope and Devil in Me, whatever that is. So we've got 2 more of those, because a while back someone gifted me a huge pile of Dark Pictures Anthology games, and there's 2 that we haven't done yet. Someone recently gifted me Okami. This is one of those games that when I looked at the trailer, I was like, I would never play this if I wasn't getting pushed to do so, because like the graphics of it looked like it would make me like get a migraine after a while. However, everyone who was in chat that day freaking freaked out about Okami. They were like, I want to see Okami. Also, Wanderstop. I did a sponsored stream for Wanderstop a few days ago. It was cozy. I had fun. I would not mind finishing this. Probably spend like one more day on this in the next week to finish that, knock that out. So those are all things that you might see on my channel in the near future. My roommate loves Okami. Okami is a 30 FPS lock. Ooh. Have you heard or seen of the Dagoth mod for Skyrim? I think yeah, I have. He's like a companion and he says some really vile stuff. Yeah, okay, so look, I have a sense of humor that goes outside of this stream, right? That's pretty broad. However, on stream, I try to keep it PG. That Dagoth mod is not PG. Now, when we play like a horror game, it puts a warning on the stream like, yo, he's playing a rated R game tonight, you know, don't let your kids watch. But Dagoth Dagoth is a whole different thing. I kept the mods PG. Yeah, I knew there was some sussy Skyrim mods, and I specifically said, guys, don't recommend to me any of the sussy ones. Monkey ruins people's childhood? No. Doom Eternal, family-friendly slaughter? Yes. Doom Eternal was great. Yo, Doom Eternal has the tag, though. Doom Eternal has the warning. Let's see. We've got about half an hour. Tower of Nightmares? Maybe. Could PvP. Go to bed angry. Forget PvP. I love hate it. Are you interested in playing Enderal Forgotten Stories after Skyrim? I don't know what that is. I haven't heard of it. All I can say for now is I haven't heard of it. If you're doing Alice Madness Returns, do you want to try American McGee's Alice the first game? Oh, shoot, I got here just in time to get killed. I don't know the difference between the two, Martina. So, maybe? Hey, Mike, I want to get into Ranger, but the fact that my F3 button on Druid is Come Here, Buddy, but on Untamed it's Fart Cloud throws me off, and it makes pet management cumbersome. Do you have some advice? I know I could change the keybinds, but doing it every time I swap spec is unbearable. Yeah, I agree with you. It is annoying. It is definitely annoying. Yeah, on my Untamed... So, chat, for those of you who don't know, let me show you something. On Druid, F1 is pet attack, F3 is come here. On Untamed, F1 is a pet ability, F3 is a pet ability. And then your pet skills are up here and you give them separate hotkeys. So, you might be able to bind these keys up here as secondary key presses for the first things. But... yeah, I'm honestly not even sure. I just made a separate set of buttons, which is not what you want.
Sublime!
I buy Plush, you buy SOTOR, yes? Look, I am willing to play SOTOR at some point. I'm just not there yet. I'm just not there yet. Like, for example, you guys have told, like, I'm in the middle of Dragon Quest XI. You guys have told me that's a very long game. I don't want to start another very long game at the same time. So, right now in the evenings, I'm kind of knocking out smaller stuff. I'll also say, you guys have told me there's many awesome stories in SOTOR. I'm only going to play it once. Like, one playthrough, okay? So, I'm not going to see, like, all of these stories. So, I gotta figure out what I'm going to do. Let me see if anyone's doing this map. If they're not, I'm wasting my time here. One sec. Oh, look at this organization. Oh my gosh. And I'm on the right map. Oh my goodness, I love it. So there's some guild here that's in all 3 lanes. Just play Agent Class and SOTOR, have the best story and everything.
Has some damage, but looks salvageable. Keep me safe.
I will break you.
I guess it is the weekend. Yeah, it's Saturday night.
Drat. The Calamatrix is damaged and the ley energy has escaped. We need to recover.
How much longer on drops? Drops go until the end of Sunday.
If it does, we have to kill it to reclaim
So
the
you've got tonight. Well, it's Saturday for me, so you've got tonight and tomorrow.
Now, to bring the
Plenty
energy
of time to get the, what is it, 5 or 6 hours for the bag slot, which I assume is your goal.
Fantastic. I've reconfigured the defenses to destroy nearby fortresses.
Bananas, check out Reanimal on stream. I think we have. Isn't that the one that's like a zoo or something at night? It's like a little spooky game, and then it got a lot of negative reviews because of a... it wasn't at all like what the trailer looked like. Or am I thinking of something else? Nope, this is something else. I'm thinking of something else. I don't know what I'm thinking of, but it's not... Dude, this looks like Limbo. Wait, no. No, it doesn't. What am I thinking of? Little Nightmares. This looks like Little Nightmares. Yeah, I'd play this. This is one of those, it looks like a spooky game that I could tolerate and I could play it for you guys. This looks like Little Nightmares. There's a good reason for that. I mean, is it made by the same people? Yep, it is. It's developed by the same company that did Little Nightmares. Nailed it. Where did my group go? I got separated. Are they in there? I didn't even look. When does that game come out? It just says coming soon. You know what, chat? I don't know the difference between wishlisting and following, and I've been too afraid to admit it until now. I always just hit both buttons. I don't know which one does what. I know one of them sends me emails. I'm a professional streamer that plays video games for a living. I don't know what those do. I just know they help the developer and they send me an email when it's on sale. Wishlisting sends the email. What does follow do? Maybe following sends the dev my emails. They're like, what the hell is Mukluk Labs? Follow gives you notifications when they post those messages on the game page. I don't know. I think Chip was having a dream. He just went behind me. He's right there. He's on the second floor of his castle. When is Chip's birthday? We kind of celebrate it in August. Most of my family... Yeah, let me tell you something crazy. My mom's birthday is August 21st. Mine is August 23rd. My dad's is August 25th. And we know Chip's is around August. Chip was a rescue. He was rescued in a sewer. But his estimated birthday is around August. So we just kind of celebrate his birthday around mine. How old is he? He's like 6.5-ish. He'll turn 7 this year, I think. Chip's age is almost the exact same as the stream streak that's in the title, which is like 6 years and change. Yeah, huge birthday week. We did up until my parents got divorced. And I'm not really broken up about it or anything like that. They needed to. They were not having a good time. But keep in mind, you could be any force class or gunner class. Sith the warrior or is you becoming the big bad. Imperial agent is evil James Bond. Being a spy sounds super boring. Being a spy or a thief or anything like that sounds super boring. I'm going to tell you that right now. Usually, okay. I've enjoyed the Star Wars movies. That's kind of the end of it. I also enjoyed KOTOR in the past, a long time ago. Typically in Star Wars, I look at those games and I'm like, wow, every single person has either a lightsaber or a blaster. That seems really dull. You know? And except maybe like Bounty Hunter might have a flamethrower. But everyone's a lightsaber or everyone's a blaster. The end. So typically, I think when I played KOTOR, I played like a Force Consular, and they were able to like heal and shoot lightning and stuff like that.
Your blood will nourish my master.
But that was a very long time ago. Vibro swords? Vibro swords were just for poor people that couldn't afford real lightsabers. That was just like low-level equipment in the games I played. Mug, I'm returning. I'm wondering if heal mech is still meta. It's still quite good, yeah. There's really no healer build that's like unplayable right now, and that is a still fully functional and operational Death Star, yes. The Mandalorians had an ancient vibro sword that always beats lightsabers, more or less. So they had just one. Hate me more, I also think Space Marines are boring, there's no lie. Space Marines are very one-dimensional, but most guys love that one dimension. So it's okay. Did you guys hear their I think they got greenlit for Space Marine 3? Ooh, I'm gonna put it in my eye holes. Looking forward to it.
Kill those vine tenders. That will break the shield.
Oh no! Oh man. There is a lot of lava lines on the ground. AoE Rose over here. Got two of them. One guy died. Hi, hello, Uberman.
If you can drive the chalk out, we can get our creatures back. Then we can show you just how valuable we are as allies.
I'm not enjoying the spicy lines this evening. I'm good. Need yours ready to come out so I can spend another decade being single. Oh man, if you like being single, can I recommend to you Factorio? All your future relationships will know that they are the other woman.
Ha! Take that, you stupid chalk.
Being single is the best, I'll tell you anyway. Yo, at certain points in my life, being single was great. I'm happily married right now. I am not knocking it though if that's where you're at.
Take that, you stupid chalk.
By the way, Mike, I'll go ahead and say some of the SWTOR X-Packs are like Living World Season 4 level for story. That is very high praise. That is very high praise. So, at this point then, my thought is, I hope I enjoy the gameplay as much as you're selling the story. Because, you know, a game can have good gameplay and good story, or bad gameplay and good story, or you know, opposite, whatever. You get my meaning.
Excellent work. Find more of them.
I'll hit 15 years with my wife in September. You've been playing Factorio for 15 years? Yo! I bet your factory's huge.
Creatures. I'm sure they're down there.
Did they start playing Jumble with SWTOR abilities, like any class could have other classes' abilities? What? Jumble? Sith Inquisitor is the fun, I dislike you, so I'm going to Force Lightning you class. Also has elements of I kind of don't like you, so I Force Lightning, and I just met you, so Force Lightning. You guys ever seen the crap guide to D&D for Warlock? And like every single problem, he's like, Eldritch Blast! Just like literally every single thing. Eldritch Blast! Over and over and over.
Another
You remind me of that
rescue.
right now.
Keep it up and we should have enough.
Or the wizard one where he just fireballs everything. I haven't played in a long time, but the story's amazing as you progress. Not everyone plays games for a good story. Well, no, like, okay. Let's see, what's an example? When I first played Guild Wars 2, the first time, story was like my first playthrough of the story was good. I don't regret that time. What keeps me playing Guild Wars 2 is I enjoy the gameplay. I would not play the same story for 9,000 hours just for the story. Like, I'm just not that kind of guy. But the gameplay in Guild Wars 2 is what has me still here after so long. But if we're talking about me playing another game once through, I'm hoping it's got a good story, you know? That's what I'm talking about. Hope you're well, man. I hope you're well, man. Hey! CJ, what's up?
Hope you are well, man.
I am well, man. Thank you very much for the visit, chat. Look at that guy. He's got a first next to his name because he was one of the first people on this entire channel that gave me a pity prime. He was one of my old co-workers. And yes, I know it was a pity prime. I still relish it. Thank you. Appreciate you. Yeah, we're doing good, buddy. Yeah, we got a lot of people here tonight because Guild Wars 2 is doing drops. They're giving people free in-game goodies for watching my stream. They're being bribed. They're being bribed to be here. There's like 5 viewers and 1,200 bots in here, but it's good. It's good business. Exclamation drop. See, there's another one. That free bag slot was Spock. Dude, it was. I had the opportunity, not before these drops, but the last set of drops, to talk with ArenaNet, and they kind of had me do like a little like Q&A thing, and they're like, hey, what do you think about these drops? And it was the ones that had, do you guys remember the drops that there was like the pirate outfit from the gem store, like you could get the hook hand to the peg leg? And I was like, I think this will do well. And they're like, why? And I said, when you guys do boosters or something, like, yeah, that's nice, but some people, they just sit in the bank forever, right? I was like, when you do something that's like a permanent unlocks that collectors can get excited about, or like a bag slot that helps everyone, those are the ones people go nuts over. And I was like, those are the ones that get people really excited. And it's like, oh shoot, they're giving us something that's got gem store value. That's amazing. But, you know, when you do like the, what is it called? The boosters, it's just kind of, okay. Thank you for the bag, Muck. You're welcome. I have no idea if it was my advice that made them do the bag this time, but that was a conversation I had with them like 6 months ago. I was never excited about boosters stuff, but permanent unlock that maybe watch your two strings again. Yeah. Like, sometimes I don't even work, like when I'm playing games that have drops and you guys are getting drops from me, I don't get the drops automatically. I have to go out of my way to get them. So sometimes I don't even bother. This one, I freaking, one night after the stream, I raided Iron Maiden and left her stream open all night so I could get the bag slots. So thank you, Ian, for my bag. Easy. Muck, why not just watch yourself?
That one seems to have calmed down. Keep at it.
So, okay. So what you're saying is why not, while I'm streaming, have a tab open watching my own stream? I could do that. That would eat up more of my bandwidth at my house, right? And a little bit of processing power on my computer, which is already doing a lot. So I would rather just open someone else's stream, give them another viewer before I go to bed. I'll get what I need, and also it helps someone else in a small way. So it's and it's easier on my system.
Get a beetle close to one of the nodules.
Like you're not wrong that that works. I don't think that's the best solution for me.
The nodules are working. The beetles are returning.
Mutt gets my wait. I get my bag of drops. Mutt gets his bag with ads equivalent exchange. You know the craziest thing I ever saw related to what you just described that I just read is okay. I've never played Tarkov, but there was a Tarkov streamer that was really big a while back, and he was streaming Tarkov, and they did drops. And he was already a decently sized streamer, so, you know, he kind of had the snowball effect, kind of like I do in the Guild Wars category. So he was at the top of the Twitch page, and he was running, chat, he was running like 11 ad breaks per hour. And he had a thing on the stream that said, feel free to leave my stream open and farm all the drops you want. In return, I'm farming ad revenue. I gotta pay my mortgage. And he's streamed for like 8 days straight. Like he even did like Tarkov sleeping streams and stuff. He streamed for like 8 days straight with this message about his mortgage on the stream, doing 11 ad breaks per hour to thousands of people. And like, chat, I did the math once and I'm not gonna do it again, but it's like okay, today you could just like, oh, Muck has 1,200 viewers, he usually has 300. So he's making like 4 times ad revenue today. I didn't change my ad breaks though. I did not go from like, you know, 1 ad break to 2 or to 11 or whatever. So he went from like a small amount of ad breaks to a large amount of them, and his viewership went up by thousands, and he never turned the stream off for like 8 days. Chat, he made like, in a week, he made like 6 months of income or more. It was insane. It was absolutely bonkers. That was the most extreme case of like working the system with the drops that I'd ever seen. Now, his stream was a nightmare to watch if you weren't like a sub, because of all the ads, right? Like he wasn't getting any new follows or anything, but everyone got their drops and he got the bag. Unrelated, but could you explain how a Prime sub works? Sure. So if you have Amazon Prime for any of the listed benefits, you also get a free Twitch Prime sub each month, and you can use it on any streamer you want. If you use it here, for example, you will basically, you hit like, I want to subscribe to this streamer, and then there's an option to like pay with $5 or to use a Prime. If you use your Prime, then you use your 1 free sub for that month here, and you get no more ads on this channel until it runs out 30 days later. So that's the first thing, is no more ads without having to use like an ad blocker or something. The second thing is you get a bunch of little perks on the channel. You get like emotes, which there's, you know, we've got a lot of emotes in the chat. You know, chat, show them the emotes if you want to. And you can get some other stuff. Like I have a merch store. If you do exclamation merch, you can get stuff like t-shirts, blankets, stuff like that. You get discounts in the merch store if you have an active sub, so it can help you there. Is Prime just as good for the streamer? Yes. So there's tier 1 subs, which is either $5 or a Prime. There's tier 2 subs, which is $10, and tier 3 subs, which is $25. The tier 2 and tier 3s, they just give you more emotes, the same situation with ads, and bigger discounts in the merch store. Typically, it's just for people who really want to support the streamer, right? That's the main thing you're getting there. Having to manually renew it every month is a pain. Yes, and I believe they do that on purpose. And here, let me paint you a picture to explain that. Let's pretend you convince your grandma to give me her Prime sub. Maybe you're at grandma's house, you log into her computer, and you use her Prime on me. And then grandma dies. And I keep getting an automatically renewing Prime from grandma every month for God knows how long. That is why Amazon doesn't want to set up auto-renewing Prime subs, because I would have a lot of undead subs. Right? It's just a ton of them. Okay? Like, they already lose money on the Prime sub program. However, they leave it going because they know there'd be a riot if they turned it off. Like, it's one of the things that for us streamers, it makes it preferable to stream on Twitch than another platform. But I am also streaming on other platforms. Hey, YouTube. So they don't want them to renew automatically because, you know, people would we would be draining so much more money from Amazon than we do. Nog wants you to pick a Gen 2 Leggy. HMS Divinity, Sharer, or Shushadu. I don't even remember what Sharer is without looking it up. Shushadu is the thing where you block attacks with a baby? So that's messed up. HMS Divinity... Isn't that the one where it's like a rifle that looks like a boat cannon? I'll vote that one. Sharer is the hammer? Oh, it's the hammer that, like, nobody uses. Okay, yeah, no, I'm gonna stick with my answer. Divinity. I'm gonna stick with boat gun. Muck remembers we're here. Of course I know you're here. Blue! Blue, I always read your messages. I don't always respond to them because it's the same complaint over and over and over. Why no spooky? I want spooky. Why am I here the other 9 days out of 10? It's not spooky. Every freaking time. So it's just, I kind of filter out the noise, you know? I kind of filter it out after a while. Blue wants you to play Order 13. Oh, that's right. Oh, that's right. We've got Order 13 too. I forgot about that one. Yeah, we've got that weird haunted warehouse thing. Ow, that hurt. We've got the haunted warehouse too. You know what? I'm just going to go ahead and throw mass res in there now because they're just like, eating it. Oh, they actually got res from the rally. Okay, that's fine. Why don't accounts close after time of inactivity? Also, the computers where it's logged in has to go off sometime about primes. What is the point about setting up an automatically reoccurring prime payment once a month on a computer that would go, but it would disable if the computer's turned off? Who doesn't restart their computer once a month? Don't look at me. Anyway, Megas and Ikaruga, thank you for the primes. Appreciate you. No more ads for you. Enjoy the emotes. This is Blue's channel, sir. Blue's channel. Your channel. I shut my PC off every single day. I admit, I reboot my computer like once a week maybe, because I often have it working on projects and, you know, processing stuff at night. Processing videos, uploading stuff to YouTube, things like that. I do not restart every day. As someone who uses a Choya as a hammer, I disagree. Why y'all all swinging babies around in combat? Messed up.
The shield deflects our attacks. Destroy the collectors and it should fall.
Mine restarts when Windows forces an update. Yeah. Hey, I've been watching YouTube vids for the past months trying to learn the game since it started. Appreciate the tutorials. You're very welcome, Jardo. Thank you for the kind words. Glad they're still helping people.
The shields have collapsed. Hit it with everything you have.
What I mean is primes wouldn't automatically go for eternity because the accounts log out and the computer's turned down, so it's not like it'll be 5 years of free primes. Oh man, I wish. Infected Ivy, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. But yeah, Amazon's already made it clear, like, Amazon loses money on Twitch. They lose more money on the Prime sub thing, but they know that it will, it's pretty apparent that they believe that if they just turn Primes off, that there will be a riot on their hands, so they don't. Wait, am I at the wrong spot? I thought this is when the next preserver appears.
Keep them away.
Nah, screw it.
Success. Excelsior.
Excelsior! It's almost midnight. Usually I wrap it up here, chat, but we're right at the dragon. We can't not kill the dragon. So 5 more minutes.
For all the pizza, chip kitty crunchies and guild dues.
Chip thanks you. It's Saturday. It is Saturday. But I have a busy day of probably playing Dungeon Defenders with my son tomorrow, so you know, gotta rest up a little bit. What dragon? It's a noodle. It's like the Chinese dragons, like the big long ones. Red Fox, thank you for the bits. Orly Vamp, thank you for the sub. I'm a simple creature. I just want someone to feed me, tell me I'm pretty, and bring me spooky stuff to watch. I can tell you that you're pretty hungry, apparently. I can't feed you. I can try to bring you spooky stuff to watch from time to time. Hey, new players. I'm about to show you the thickest nope rope in all Eteria. Where's he at? Where are you at, you big worm? Oh, Lord, he coming! Oh, Lordy, he coming!
Here's our chance. Attack!
Quiet. This will end quickly.
This world shall suffer for your insolence.
At least I lived.
Need to leave combat so I can mount. There we go. He's burning.
Here's our chance. Come at you!
So I know it's time. We're fighting Mount. We can't just leave with the dragon right here, you guys. We have a responsibility as the commander to kill this dragon. Oh my god, that's a lot. Oh, AoE res. Boom, there's 5 of them. Dude, that last line took so many people down. These fights are too short these days. It's because of power creep. It's like the quickness and alacrity conversation we had earlier. We didn't have perma all those boons back when this fight came out. So now we're just blasting. Sky scale speeds it up, true. Although the new War Claw would kind of do the same, you know, lets you fly around. What dragon are you fighting? This is part of Mordramoth, which is... Mordramoth has multiple parts. Like, Mordramoth is the entire... He's the whole jungle. It's kind of like all of Australia is his body, but this is part of it. This creature is called the Mouth of Mordramoth. But it's like part of his physical form. In the lore.
Nice work. Don't let up yet.
My favorite part of the meta is, we got it! Oh, hell yeah. Alright. He's dead, he just doesn't know it yet. Late stream today? We'll wrap it up soon. Two people did not move out of the chomp. Is he looking at Twitch chat? I look at Twitch and YouTube chat.
It's dying. We got it.
There you go. I turned it up for that one guy who said that's his favorite part. He legit finally a real human. Yeah, yes, Derek, I am a real boy. All right, now we get hella loot. I mean, we can't just leave after killing the dragon without picking up all the loot, chat. 5 more minutes.
I was never here. Not that. Keep to the shadows.
All right, over here. Gotta get the treasure mushrooms. How often do you stream? I stream every single evening. I have literally not missed a day in 6 years. And I also stream every weekday morning. So tomorrow morning is Sunday morning, so I won't be streaming then, but Sunday night is the next one. So we got a lot of people that hang out here every freaking day. Where is that mushroom? Imagine flying through the helicopter blades just getting ripped apart. That would be kind of funny if they just turned that on one day and don't tell anyone. Helicopter realism. There it is. So, the thing with these is what you want to do is just do some minor damage to it so that you get credit, and then wait on other people to get here so they can all get credit too. Because everybody that can hit it gets big rewards. Now on EU, they don't do that. EU, they're like, kill it faster before the other people get here. Because they're freaking insane. Why are you running to me? Muck, you're like Pirate Software with the streaming. You guys take a set schedule very seriously, which is so important. I thank you for the kind words. I think I've been streaming longer than Pirate Software, but my YouTube shorts have not blown up like his has. I have not been so blessed with the YouTube algorithm. I'm trying, though. I'm trying. By the power of Noxxi, the short attempts continue. I remember when Preach did this, it died before he could reach the boss. Yeah. That's what we had a conversation about power creep earlier, and yeah, absolutely. It's like, when this fight came out, we, as a player base, were not running around with permanent 25 stacks of might and permanent quickness and permanent alacrity and blah, 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 blah. But now we've got all of that, plus we've gotten more powerful, and relics have been added to the game, and more elite specs have been added. And we're basically, the people that know how to play their character are doing like 3 to 4 times the damage that they were back when Heart of Thorns was out. So yeah, we're melting a lot of stuff. What are relics? So a while back, there was a thing called runes. Runes are put on your armor, and there's 6 of them. One sec. Okay, my pet's on that. So you've got a rune in your headpiece, your shoulders, chest, gloves, leg, boots. These 6 slots. If you have the same rune in all of them, you get a set bonus. You can see the blue text on that item says Rune of the Fireworks, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you get a set bonus by putting those runes on whatever your gear is. There used to be a 6-piece bonus that was a really major thing. They took that off of runes and put it on relics, which effectively is supposed to let you pick 1 set of bonus stats from your runes and then a big special effect from your relic, and they don't have to be the same one. So if you use like Rune of the Berserker, you don't have to use Relic of the Berserker. You could change it up. But that's what it is. And there's some that are just kind of silly, like Relic of the Golemancer. Summons a golem when you're in combat, so you get another like derpy pet that runs around and tries to fight things. And then there's some that are, more tryhard. There's one that just came out that might be a new like meta relic, and it's called Relic of Thorns. And it's like whenever an enemy that is poisoned hits you, you get a boost to your outgoing damage for a time period, and it stacks. And there are some bosses that constantly pulse damage around them, which means they're hitting you constantly. And you can stack up that thing to like 500 bonus outgoing damage. So that's one that is insane for some fights. But yeah, it's just relics include some fun things. There's one that's called Relic of the Wayfarer that just increases your run speed. So if you're still learning the game, you're running around, you don't have a lot of mounts yet, it's nice. I use that one in PvP because there's some PvP maps you can't use mounts on. And just more run speed. Get around faster. Have you tried Relic of Mount Balrior? I don't think I know that one. I don't think so. They removed my golem. They added it back as a relic. On Tuesday, they added Relic of the Golemancer, which summons a golem, another relic which summons a parrot, another relic that summons a jagged horror, and another one that summons a rock dog. So basically all the summony things that were from old runes have been added back as relics as of this week. If you fancy playing with those. Relic of Mount Balrior. After using a lead skill, create an area under yourself. Standing in this area increases outgoing strike damage. I wonder how... Well, yeah, okay, that wouldn't really be good for me, because my elite skill is an emergency res for the party. I don't use it off cooldown. So that would be good for classes that are using their elite in their DPS rotation. Is that FF14 styled font for map name? Yeah, it is, actually. I've never played that, but it's an overlay that someone made just to make cool little transitions when you go into different areas. Yeah, if you're interested in it, the overlay is called Regions of Tyria. If you do !Blish in my chat, it'll pull up a webpage with a bunch of guides for add-ons I've made, and one of them is called Regions of Tyria. That's the one if you want it. What add-ons you made? I have not made any add-ons, but I have worked with add-on developers to make guides for their add-ons. Like, I can write scripts and record videos and talk, and typically they are like a, you know, hunched-over goblin in a back room, and they thrive off no one speaking with them. So I'm just like the face. Yeah, that scampy posture. An engineer's happiest time is when you're leaving them alone, I found. Alright, I think that's the last one. So much loot. Deposit all, at least for now. Alright. GG. That was a good run. We lucked out coming into this map. And then finding like a fully organized guild running it in all the lanes. That was pretty sweet. For those who don't know that map, there's like 3 lanes. And all 3 have to push to the dragon to be able to fight the dragon. So you need like a big group of people in all 3 of the lanes. And that group had that. That group had that. All I'm imagining is L from Death Note is every add-on dev for Guild Wars 2. Dude, the only anime my wife has ever watched with me was Death Note. Until L died, and then she's like, I quit. And she didn't even watch season 2 with me. She was there for one reason, and one reason alone, chat. She would not even watch the 2nd season with me. It's like, oh my gosh. I couldn't imagine, like, you know, going a season into a show and then not continuing it, but... To be fair, season 1 was the better one. I agree with you. Watch the ending of Attack on Titan. I've read all of Attack on Titan, but yeah, I haven't seen the anime all the way to the end. It's just like right now, Solo Leveling. Everyone's talking about Solo Leveling. I read that whole thing before, so I know I'll enjoy it, but I haven't gotten around to watching it yet. But like, I already know the whole thing, because I read it. Solo Leveling is awesome. Yeah, it is. I just haven't seen the anime yet. Let's see.
The spirits of the wild welcome.
You should raid Laura. I don't think Laura is still awake. I'd be shocked if she's awake. It's like freaking 6 a.m. on Tuesday where she lives. Because time change. Yeah, she is not here. She is not here. I'd be sure it wasn't. Yeah. On that note, I should be wrapping it up too. Chat, you guys have been absolutely awesome. Thank you guys for joining me today. Thank you for picking this stream to get your drops for those of you who are doing that. I'm going to be wrapping it up here. As always, if you're new, please hit that follow button. If you're on Twitch, like and subscribe if you haven't to my 2 YouTube channels. There's links to both channels in the chat. We're nearing 100K subs on the main YouTube channel and would love to cross over that in the near future. There's a link to that. And a special thank you to our dear patrons. They keep this channel alive, and I could not do this without their help. And there's a link to that in the chat if you're interested. And one plug that I'm only doing for 4 more days, if you don't already know about it, the Plushie campaign is still going. If you're new here, we've got permission from ArenaNet to make up to 1,000 plushies that look like this cute dude in the corner. If you're interested, we can only sell 1,000, and we're half sold out already. There's a link to that I am going to put in the chat right now. And if you want to reserve one, they're working on the prototype right now. But there you go. That is all I have to say. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to find someone to raid on the Twitch side of things, because I know we got a lot of people here who are AFK farming drops. Let's see who's live right now. Muk, you should raid Shaz. You just did Dragonstorm with her. Did I? Who is Shaz? This one? It says minute 20. Wait, is that an hour 20? Hang on. I don't know this individual. Shazly's content is intended for certain audiences, contains excessive drugs, intoxication, or excessive tobacco use, significant profanity, and vulgar. Okay, no, I'm sorry. No, I'm not going to do that to my audience. Okay, what else? Do I recognize anybody else? Ms. Gregory, Danny C. Dude, I don't know anybody here. Everybody I know is missing. What's the other one? Zashimi? Zashimi. Hold on. Control F, Zash. Where is it? Oh, it's right here. Okay, who is this? Starting soon. She's not here yet. Hell Masker is a big achievement head. All right, who is this one? Oh my god, dude. Oh, it's the guy right here. Drops brother. Does he speak English? Hang on.
Out loud here, just off the cuff, off the rip.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. All right, we'll do that. All right, so yeah, I don't always end my evening streams with raids, but right now I know that a lot of people in my community are farming the drops, and I want them to keep getting them after I go to bed. So I will raid Hellmasker. I don't know this person. I will say hi to them. If you like their content, hit that follow button over there. If you don't, then that's okay. We all have different tastes. That's fine. I'll see you guys over there. You guys have a fantastic evening, and I will be back tomorrow. See ya.